Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Trouble with Billionaires by Michelle Pennington, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Chapter 1. Charlotte couldn't believe the price of children's baseball cleats. After searching each of the tags, she gave up finding any she could afford and groaned. "Some people in this world have too much money," she told her son, Taylor. Taylor scrunched his eyebrows together. "How can you have too much money, Mom?" "Oh, believe me, it can happen. Does my dad have too much money?" Once again, Charlotte found herself unsure how to answer one of Taylor's questions. The divorce had been hard enough on her, but he was only 6. She tried to shield him from as much of the tension between her and Daniel as possible, and lately that had been nearly impossible. I guess not, since he's still playing baseball, right? "Yeah, he makes the big bucks." She looked up at him in surprise. "Did he tell you that?" "Yeah. He said that's why I couldn't go to his house for a while. He has to work hard to keep making the big bucks." Charlotte clenched her jaw a moment. "That's why you suddenly wanted to play t-ball so bad?" Taylor nodded. "That's if I'm going to go pro like him, I need to start practicing." With a sigh, Charlotte put a hand to her forehead to ease the stress headache forming there. Even though she despised baseball, she'd agreed to let Taylor play when he begged her to sign him up. She'd suspected his new and intense interest in the sport had something to do with his dad, but it still aggravated her to hear about this conversation, mostly because Daniel always found a way to smooth things over with Taylor when he cancelled their visitations. It had been happening more frequently after she decided to move from Missouri to Alabama when she inherited her grandma's house, which allowed him to blame it on her. Trying to calm her irritation, Charlotte put her hand on Taylor's shoulder and squeezed it gently. "Well, we're going to have to find you some cleats if you're going to play." "We will," Charlotte sighed. The boy was an optimist, a trait he did not inherit from her. She adjusted the strap of her Louis Vuitton handbag, one of the last relics from her marriage, and bent down to resume the search. She might have to sell the bag to make ends meet, but she needed the shoes now. Well, they could always eat ramen noodles for a while. Taylor wouldn't care. "Mom, can I go check out the bats over there? I need one of those too." "Sure," Charlotte said, looking in their direction. A sick feeling roiled in her stomach. How much did bats cost? Apparently the prices weren't too high for most people. Mac's Sporting Goods was packed. Balls bounced and rolled around the aisles with kids chasing after them. And she'd already nearly tripped over a kid who sat with his legs stretched across the floor as he tried on shoes. Most of the parents looked cranky, but one man was actually laughing as he lifted a small boy up 6 feet in the air so he could reach a shoebox on the top shelf. The kid shrieked and clutched at the man's arms, but grinned when he was able to reach the box. The man was tall, but the top shelf was a good 2 feet over his head, and Charlotte stared openly as his arm muscles flexed. If only Taylor could have a man like that in his life. Okay, if only she could. Charlotte rolled her eyes at her thoughts. A man would only complicate her life worse than it was. Although from the way he was having such a good time with his son, she doubted his wife would have any complaints about his parenting, or anything else for that matter. Then the man turned and looked at her as if he'd felt her stare. She looked away quickly, blushing hotly. "Focus, Charlotte," she whispered to herself. Taylor came running over with a silver and lime green bat. "I like this one, Mom." "All right, but I'll have to check the price before we buy it. We still have to get a glove too, and I hate to say it, but there's no way we can afford any of these." She motioned to the shoes, glaring at them as if they were to blame for their prices. Taylor's expression grew worried. "But what will I do? I have to have cleats to play. Maybe we can find some at a thrift store." Wrinkling his nose, Taylor said. "Gross. No. Come on, Mom." It was a good thing Daniel was 800 miles away in Kansas City because she wanted to strangle him. Ever since the court had issued the order that allowed her to move out of state with Taylor, he hadn't been paying his child support. The quickest way to get him to pay was to have his wages garnished. But pro ball players only got a paycheck during the regular season, so it would be a few weeks before she'd see a cent. She hadn't been able to earn much money for the last year since she'd been in beauty school, and the move had wiped out most of her savings. She was desperately hanging on to the nest egg she'd saved to get her salon going. Taylor grabbed her hand, which was curled into a tense fist, and tugged on it. "Look, Mom, those are only $15. With a burst of hope, Charlotte bent down to the bottom shelf to see what Taylor was pointing at. There, shoved to the back, were 2 pairs of cheap cleats. Maybe if she hadn't been distracted by the smoking hot dad over there, she would have found them herself. Good eyes, buddy. They even have your size. Looks like the fates are on our side today. She grabbed the box with size 13 shoes and straightened up. About to direct Taylor over to a stool, Charlotte paused when she saw smoking hot dad walking toward them. Her eyes widened as she took in his chiseled good looks up close. With an even golden tan and a square jaw covered in dark stubble, he would have been gorgeous enough, but the confidence gleaming in his eyes put him over the top into too good to be real territory. Wow. Thankfully, her instincts were still in working order. She moved gracefully to the side to allow him to pass and smiled slightly. But instead of going by her, he stopped and smiled, momentarily freezing her ability to think or even breathe. When he spoke, his voice was deep and colored with a hint of southern accent. "A word of advice, ma'am. Don't get the cheap ones." "What?" she asked, not quite following him. He motioned with the shoebox he held in one hand, his big hand gripping it easily. "Sorry. It's just that I have some experience with those cheap shoes blowing out partway into the season, and when they do, you won't be able to find another pair because they only stock them at the beginning of the season." Charlotte stared, trying to figure out how to respond to this. She knew he was being nice, but it wasn't like she had any choice. "Thanks, but these will be fine." She turned back to Taylor with the shoes. So when he leaned over her shoulder to look at the box, she started to think maybe his wife had a few issues to deal with after all. "Excuse me, size 13, huh?" He stepped over, examining the shelves, and selected a box of $60 shoes. "Have him try these on." Charlotte narrowed her eyes. "Look, I know you're trying to help, but I can't afford those shoes, so it doesn't matter if they fit." "Oh, I see." He slid his eyes to her Louis Vuitton bag, then met her glare straight on. "But you can afford that." She didn't like what he was implying. "You know nothing about my financial situation. In fact, you know nothing about me at all. I know you're going to be shopping for a new pair of cleats in about 5 weeks." Now she was mad. Charlotte straightened, wondering how she could get rid of him. "Don't you think you'd better go find your son instead of bothering people who don't want your help?" The man glanced around quickly, but relaxed when he looked over at a group of boys gathered around the baseball bats. He turned back to Charlotte and took a deep breath. "Okay, look, I'm sorry, but you really should get different shoes. And if you can't afford them, I'd be happy to help. I'll pay for these and leave them at customer service for you to pick up on your way out." The man started walking away with the shoes, obviously used to getting his way. But Charlotte was too mad to accept his generosity. "No, thank you," she called out to him. He spun around and eyed her with his jaw clenched, betraying his irritation. "Fine, but there's a good chance your son will be on my team, so I think I'll hold on to them for you. I don't want one of my players not having any cleats to play in." Fuming, she turned back to take. He was looking at her with concern in his eyes, so she forced herself to calm down. Smiling, she said in a bright voice, "Well, that was crazy. Let's get these things on your giant feet and see if they fit. You know, it sure would be nice if you'd stop growing so fast." An hour later, they rolled up in front of the weathered farmhouse she had inherited from her grandmother. Charlotte still couldn't believe it was actually theirs. Free and clear. It needed updating, but that could wait. Taylor jumped out of the car and ran down the walkway, swinging his bat at the azaleas until pink petals littered the ground. "Taylor, cut that out. Those flowers are the only presentable part of this yard." "Sorry," he said, though he didn't look too concerned. "Can I play in the backyard?" "Go ahead. I'm going to get dinner started." She watched him run to the gate and smiled. His excitement was worth every strained T-ball put on her wallet. As she walked up the steps to the front porch, Charlotte felt a zing of happiness. Surely here she'd be able to build a good life for Taylor. She'd always loved the small town of Chester, Alabama, and her grandmother's cozy home with its big yard at the edge of town. But as much as she'd loved it as a kid, her favorite part now as a single mom trying to support her son was the old slab foundation for a workshop that had been torn down years ago. She'd come down to look over the property 6 months ago and discovered that there were still water lines in the old foundation ready to be hooked into. Ever since then, she'd been planning to open a beauty salon on the spot. It faced the main road, so the location was perfect. If only she could get the permits she needed and get approved for a loan to put a new building there. Inside, she set the shoebox and her purse on the table. Looking around the long, nearly empty living room, she sighed. There was so much work to do around here, and her few belongings looked sparse in all this space. After opening the kitchen window to let in the sweet spring breeze, she put a pot of water on to boil for macaroni and cheese. As she waited for it, she tried to make a to-do list, but ended up replaying the scene at the store over and over in her mind. Her friend Jill had warned her that people were different in a small town, but that was just crazy and irritating. The doorbell rang, and she looked up from her to-do list, where she'd written nothing but stupid man. She scribbled it out and got up to see who was at the door. A middle-aged woman with improbably dark hair stood on her front porch holding a foil pan, and a short, hunched-over man hovered behind her. He wore overalls with a plaid short-sleeved shirt and looked for all the world like a well-trained husband. Charlotte wondered why she had missed out on the husband training trait so many women seemed to have. She smiled at the couple and with a note of curiosity in her voice said, "Hello. Hello there, honey." The woman answered, "We're the Johnstons. We live next door." "Oh yeah, I've met you before, haven't I?" Mrs. Johnston nodded her head. "You were little though. I didn't think you'd remember us. We've been dying of curiosity ever since you moved in." Her eyes twinkled. There's no better way to get the scoop than to bring over a tater tot casserole and a peach cobbler. Charlotte smiled, but the woman, glancing back at her husband's empty arms, pursed her lips. "Paul, where's the cobbler?" "Stop fussing, Lenell. I just set it down 'cause it was hot," he said, picking up another foil pan from the rickety porch swing. The fruity, buttery fragrance wafted across the porch as he held it up. Charlotte grinned. "Oh my gosh, you two are already my favorite people. Just wait till you meet the rest of the town." Mrs. Johnston said. "Oh," she said, stepping back and gesturing for them to come in. "Yeah," Mr. Johnston said. "When you meet them, we'll still be your favorite people. My wife here might be nosy, but she ain't mean-spirited about it." "Thanks, dear," Mrs. Johnston said, her voice dry. She turned back to Charlotte. "Please call me Lenell. And this funny guy is Paul. I'm Charlotte Mabry." "Oh, that's it. Your grandma never referred to you by your last name, so I couldn't remember what it was. I know my way to the kitchen. We'll take these in for you." The couple walked to the kitchen with Charlotte following behind, feeling like she'd somehow lost control over her visitors. "Were you friends with her?" Charlotte asked. "Sort of. We kept an eye on her once your grandpa died. At least as much as she would let us." Lenell said, "I would come over and visit with her sometimes, and Paul took care of her lawn. Of course, he hasn't been up to it ever since he hurt his back. I'm sure you noticed your grass needs mowing." Charlotte raised her eyebrows, not sure if the woman was making conversation or hinting that something should be done about it. "Yes, it's pretty overgrown. I haven't had a chance to go see if there's a mower in the shed or not." "I'll save you the trouble," Lenell said. "There hasn't been a mower in there for nearly 10 years, but we have one. Maybe we could do a swap. You could use our mower and mow both lawns." Wow, this woman was good. She was all smiles, strong-arming deals with someone she'd just met. Even though Charlotte didn't exactly feel like mowing Mrs. Johnston's lawn on top of her own, she quickly realized it was a good situation. There was no way she could pay for either a new mower or professional lawn care. "I guess I'll do that temporarily," she said. Then thinking fast, she added, "But you need to keep the gas tank full and keep it running." Lenell nodded at her husband. "See there? Anne always said she was a bright one." Charlotte smiled to hear her grandma referred to as Anne. "Not so much bright as really, really frugal. Adds up to the same thing," she said. "Well, we'll leave you to eat. Tell that little boy of yours that if he hits his ball into my yard again, he's welcome to come through the gate to get it. No need to ask permission. That's so nice. I'm surprised he actually hit it." Paul laughed. "Oh, he hit it all right. Backwards. That makes sense. He's never played before." "Don't worry," Paul said. "He'll pick it up soon enough. He looks like an athletic kid." "Yeah, he takes after his dad," Charlotte said, her voice a bit strained as usual when she talked about her ex-husband. "Oh yeah," Lenell asked, looking like an inquisitive bird. Clearly she had a nose for the interesting details. "Yeah, he plays ball for the Royals. Sounds like quite a catch. What fatal flaw did he have, dear? Alcohol? Other women?" She asked this as if it could be nothing else. Charlotte couldn't believe she was even answering all her questions. Surely the price of one tater tot casserole and a peach cobbler wasn't her life story. "No, nothing like that," she said vaguely. "Oh, I bet he was gone all the time," she said with unnerving shrewdness. "Oh, for Pete's sake, Lenell," Paul said. He grabbed hold of his wife's pudgy arm and towed her to the front door. "Don't you want to be invited over again?" Charlotte smiled and said good night as they left. When she got back to the kitchen, the back door swung open and Taylor ran in. The door slammed behind him, but Charlotte was happy to see the red in his cheeks from exercise and the sparkle in his eyes. So she didn't get on him for not closing it softly. He leaned his butt against the wall and dropped his new glove and ball next to it. "What's for dinner, Mom? I'm starving." "Well, luckily our neighbors brought over a casserole. Wasn't that nice?" "What's a casserole?" he asked. It was a fair question since he'd never had one before, but Charlotte knew her grandma and a whole generation of Southern women were spinning in their graves. Chapter 2. Nate pulled up in front of Preston Tillman's house and put his truck in park. "Thanks for the shoes, Coach," Preston said as he unbuckled and jumped out with his new pair of cleats clutched in his skinny arms. "See you at practice." "You bet," Nate replied. He waved at Preston's mom, Justine, who'd come out on her porch, then put his truck in drive and rolled off before she could come over to thank him. Justine was newly divorced and looked at him like he was a piece of chocolate she wanted to bite into. As he drove home, he couldn't shake the irritation that lingered since leaving the store. Most of it was directed at himself. He'd handled the situation at the sporting goods store all wrong, and then he'd been rude when it didn't go the way he wanted. Hopefully she'd forgive him when he apologized, which he planned to do the next time he saw her. And in a small town like Chester, there was no way he wouldn't see her again, especially since her son was playing t-ball. As these thoughts rumbled through his head, he pulled through the ornate wrought iron gate at the front of his driveway. As the security guard opened it electronically, he drove around the circular drive and stopped in front of his house, a stately old plantation home he'd been restoring for the last 3 years. Anxious to get back to work, he tossed the size 13 cleats in the back seat and strode inside, determined to shake off his bad mood. Work. He needed work. "Sam," he called, his voice echoing through the grand foyer. Within moments, his personal assistant, Sam Gardner, walked in. "Yes, Mr. Heverton. Remember that meeting in Tampa?" "I cancelled?" "Yes, sir. I want to do it after all. Can you arrange it?" "Of course. For when?" "First thing tomorrow. We can fly over tonight and let's go over all the monthly reports on the way." Sam looked surprised but nodded and turned to make arrangements. Nate took a deep breath. Focusing his energy on something productive should cure his irritation. As he climbed the grand staircase, running his hand along the gleaming handrail, his phone rang. He pulled it out of his jeans pocket and saw it was Alexa Merrill. He hadn't talked to her since he'd been her date at a movie premiere a few weeks ago. "Alexa, just the person to cheer me up." "What's wrong, Nate? Did you finally get bored in that backwater home of yours?" "No, I'm just in a bad mood." "Well, I have the perfect cure for that," Alexa said, her voice as smooth as the glossy rail beneath his hand. "What?" "I'm up for anything." Then, remembering some of her more shocking escapades, he corrected himself. "Almost any. How about having dinner with me, what?" "It's 7 o'clock right now. Where in the world are you?" With Alexa, she could be on the other side of the Pacific, expecting him to fly over to meet her. "I'm 20 minutes away from your house, darling. I'm floating between meetings in New York and LA, so I thought I'd come down and visit you until I fly out tomorrow." "Are you surprised?" Nate chuckled. "You always surprise me. But you're lucky I'm home. I was going to fly to Tampa tonight." "I could go with you if you want," she offered. "And my meeting in LA can be put off if you'd like me to stay longer." "No, you'd be bored out of your skull. I'll have to stack my meetings back to back if I'm going to clear room on my schedule before T-ball starts since I'm coaching." "What in the world is T-ball?" Nate laughed, knowing Alexa wouldn't be at all interested. "I'll tell you over dinner. See you in a few minutes." He hung up and turned back toward the office. "Hey Sam, postpone Tampa till Wednesday." A loud sigh came from Sam's office down the hall. "Yes, Mr. Heverton." Nate ran upstairs to his bedroom suite to change into slacks and a button-down shirt, knowing Alexa was likely dressed up. He'd never seen her anything less than glamorous. Then he went to the kitchen to let his cook Sarah know that Alexa would be joining him for dinner. Alexa was the kind of guest it was best to prepare your staff for. As he walked past the floor-to-ceiling picture windows that lined the front of the house, he saw a black convertible pulling through the security gate at the end of the drive. As he walked out to greet Alexa, he paused on the veranda. It was that magical hour where the world was gilded by the last rays of light. He'd seen sunsets all around the world, but this was his favorite view. The stately cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, the ancient magnolia tree at the end of the drive and beyond, the water tower standing sentinel over the only place that had ever felt like home. Nate, darling. Alexa's voice pulled his attention away. He smiled as he moved down the steps to meet her by her car. He leaned down, planning to kiss her on the cheek. But Alexa turned her head and kissed the corner of his mouth instead. They often attended social events as each other's date, but they never moved into a physical relationship. Was she hinting that she was interested in doing so? Nate, you look positively fierce. Are you worried I got lipstick on you? Don't worry, this stuff doesn't come off. He raised an eyebrow, eyeing her blood-red lips. Well, that's certainly impressive. Pretty convenient too. She laughed and went up the steps ahead of him. Oh, it is. I won a bet with it last week. Really? That's got to be a good story. My friend Naomi bet me that her boyfriend, who is French, could kiss it off. We had $5,000 riding on the issue, and Naomi told him he could have the winnings, so he certainly put forth his best effort. But he couldn't get it off my lips. Nate paused. Wait, your lips? Alexa rolled her eyes. I was the one wearing the lipstick, darling. Nate chuckled and held the front door open for her. She walked ahead of him and dropped her purse, keys, and sunglasses on the entry table. When do we eat? I want to freshen up. As soon as you're ready. Just a minute then. I won't keep you waiting. Alexa knew her way around his house and disappeared down the hall to the bathroom. Nate waited patiently for her to return, checking emails on his phone. When she returned, she smiled at him and tucked her hand around his arm. I must say, I do love the casual atmosphere here. It's so relaxing, I think so, Nate said, curious as to why Alexa was suddenly showing all this affection. Not that he minded. She was a beautiful, entertaining woman, but as he led her into the dining room and helped her into a chair, he felt as if all his senses were on alert. As he sat down across from her, his cook Sarah came in with a tray of drinks, sweet iced tea for him and a glass of sparkling water for Alexa. Smiling at Sarah, Nate took a long drink. Thanks, I was parched. What's for dinner tonight? Meatloaf just as you ordered. Perfect, Nate said. Sarah made the best meatloaf he'd ever had. Meatloaf? Alexa asked, enunciating the word as if it was too. Both of them disgusting. Nate paused, remembering that Alexa had vastly different tastes than he did. Sarah, what do you have that might tempt Alexa's appetite? Sarah kept her expression smooth, but Nate knew her well enough to see the hint of disdain in her eyes. I have some well-marbled ribeye steaks. Instead of answering Sarah, Alexa said, Nate, you know I don't eat beef ever. What else, Sarah? We have fresh mahi fillets. Alexa wrinkled her patrician nose, though. Sarah continued, or I could make an omelette and salad. Alexa sat back in her chair. That would be perfect. Egg whites only, please. Sarah nodded and slipped from the room. Where is Marco? Alexa asked. He's the best chef you've ever had. Knowing Sarah could likely hear from the kitchen, Nate said. Nonsense. Sarah is a treasure. And Marco stays in Tampa for when I entertain business associates there. He's probably lounging by the pool and getting fatter than ever. At least when he's not wowing the critics in his exclusive restaurant downtown. He's happy. I assure you he was miserable here. Well, of course he was. As much as I love you, Nate, I can't stay in this town for longer than a day or two. No place to eat or shop. There's not even a decent salon. Remember all the trouble I had last time I was here and broke my nail trying to open the French doors? Nate nodded, remembering that had been an interesting day, making a trip into Mobile because of a fingernail. They ended up at some party or other at the high-rise overlooking the bay. Alexa had a nose for finding entertainment. As the daughter of one of his business partners, she'd been born with nothing to do in life but enjoy herself, and she usually tried to pull him away from his work to join her, which was the reason he liked having her around. She helped him relax. Well, let me open all the doors for you from now on. How long are you staying? Well, that depends. Can I sleep here this time? I don't think I can stand more than one night in the Magnolia Inn. The wallpaper is older than I am. Nate laughed, but shook his head. You know how I feel about that. Around here, people get ideas if you have a woman stay the night. Would it be so terrible if people thought we were together? I mean, we kind of are, aren't we? Together, I mean. His suspicions were right. Admittedly, a part of him would be willing to pursue what she was so obviously offering. But he knew it wasn't a good idea to make any kind of commitment. Perhaps, though only as good friends. Maybe more than friends. I don't know. But Alexa, I wouldn't want you to get hurt. My business concerns don't allow me much of a personal life. Alexa's red lips dipped into a frown. And yet you're making time for what's it called? Skee ball. Nate smiled. No, T-ball. But if I can't make a practice, I can call one of the other parents to take over. No one can take over from me in a relationship when I can't be there. Well, that's really narrow-minded of you, darling, Alexa said. Nate raised his brows, but saw from her smile that she was teasing him. Yes, when it comes to that sort of relationship. I'm extremely narrow-minded, but do you see my point? Yes, but I understand your commitments. I have them too, after all. I thought maybe we could help each other and be a little less alone when we aren't working ourselves to death. Sarah brought in their dinner, and as she served it, Nate let his eyes linger over Alexa's familiar features. She was beautiful, independent, and sophisticated. Any man would be lucky to have her. That sounds nice. What do you have in mind? I could come visit more often. Oh, and we could have a dinner party at your place in Tampa. Get all our friends together. Sounds fun, Nate said, focusing on his dinner. If I can find time in my schedule. Alexa raised an eyebrow and sighed dramatically. You're impossible. Chapter 3. Arriving at the town's Little League baseball fields, Charlotte looked around, amazed at how nice they were. Worn-out houses lined the streets of this neighborhood. Some even had rusty cars on blocks, sitting in the overgrown yards with lots of other junk lying around. But everything about this park was top-notch. Green manicured grass, shiny metal fences, and smooth red dirt in fields with perfectly painted lines. How did a small town like Chester have a park like this? Come on, Mom. Why'd you stop? Taylor pulled on her hand. He had a point. They were already late for practice. She looked around trying to figure out where to go since there were teams on all three fields. Taylor was supposed to go to the southwest field, but she didn't have a built-in compass like some people did. I'm guessing this is Taylor Mabry. Charlotte spun and saw the man from the sporting goods store leaning against the dugout. She groaned softly. This wasn't good. Yes, is he on your team? Looks that way. Hey, buddy, come on through. We'll get you sorted out. Taylor ran towards the gate and Charlotte faced the man. Maybe he wouldn't recognize her. He held his hand out to her. I'm Nate Haverton. I had a feeling your son would be on my team. She shook his hand and forgot to respond. The contact with his warm, slightly calloused skin was doing strange things to her sensory system. She pulled her hand back, rubbing her fingers together as if it might dispel the sensation, and said, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't remember me. Well, you made quite an impression. He pressed his lips together and the muscles of his jaw flexed. After a brief pause, he said, and I'm afraid I did too. I'm sorry for the whole thing. Charlotte studied him closely and felt the sincerity of his apology. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nate nodded and his shoulders dropped as if he was relieved. So, you just moved in, huh? A few days ago. Well, we're glad to have you. Thanks, Mr. Haverton. Nate. He smiled and Charlotte wondered why so much male beauty had been concentrated on this one aggravating male. Well, maybe he was less aggravating now that he'd apologized. She'd felt an urge to keep him talking and latched onto the first excuse her dizzy brain came up with. I'd better warn you that Taylor has never played t-ball before. He'll probably need a lot of coaching. Your husband hasn't worked with him any? Nate asked, his eyes darting toward her hand. Ex-husband? Charlotte raised her left hand and wiggled her bare fingers. And no, he doesn't spend any more time with Taylor than he has to. I would help him, but I'm terrible. Worse than terrible, in fact, a danger to others. Nate grinned, and Charlotte nearly melted to a puddle in her shoes. He'll be fine, don't worry about it. Thanks, Charlotte said, smiling as she forced herself to walk away. She made her way over to the bleachers where the other parents were sitting. Two women sat on the front row, talking up a storm. A couple sat near the top, and a few other parents were sitting on folding chairs along the fence, facing out to the field. As she passed the women on the front row, she could feel their eyes on her, and they stopped talking. She had to make friends sooner or later, so she met their eyes and smiled before climbing up a few rows to sit behind them. The petite one on the end turned around and said, Hi there, honey. Don't mind us looking you over. We're just nosy like that. Charlotte chuckled. It's all right. That's what I get for being new in town. Yeah, and for being so pretty. Look at you. I swear you could be a model. The tall blonde next to her laughed. No wonder Nate Haverton couldn't take his eyes off you. We were talking about my son Taylor, Charlotte said, very aware she was blushing. Hopefully they wouldn't notice her reaction. Well, I saw you make sure he knew you were single. The woman waved her fingers on her left hand around like Charlotte had done a few minutes ago. And I don't blame you one bit. Bless me, but that man is fine. The women burst out laughing. Had they been watching the whole time? No, I wasn't. But before she could explain, the lady said, "Don't worry, honey. I'm teasing. I'm Deline. My boy's that gawky thing out there with his cap on backwards." The first one who spoke to her said, "I'm Misty. Mine's the short kid out there picking his nose." Sure enough, a short, big-cheeked kid was mining for gold while he waited for his turn at bat. "Brady," Misty yelled out, "you cut that out or I'll jerk a knot in your tail." The boy's head jerked toward the bleachers and he stuck his hand behind his back like he was hiding it. "I'm Charlotte Mabry. Maybe you knew my grandma, Ann Goldman. I inherited her house, so my son and I moved in a few days ago. Everybody knew Mrs. Goldman. Are you divorced?" This lady cut right to the chase. "Yeah, for over a year now." Deline gave her half a smile full of sympathy. "I'm sorry things worked out that way for you. Don't let it ruin you for men, though. I'm on my second husband and he's not perfect either, but much better than the first." Misty gestured toward Nate with her thumb. "We got a prize pool right here in town if you're interested. Poor Justine ain't going to like the competition." Glancing over to where Nate was adjusting the tee for one of the kids, Charlotte asked, "He's single? But I saw him in the sporting goods store with a little boy. Probably just helping out. Deline said he does a lot of that." "But nope, he's not married and he doesn't have any kids. And besides having the tightest behind this side of the Mississippi, he's rich. We all grew up with him, but he moved away for college and went on to make a load of money." Misty chimed in. "He moved back a few years ago and bought the Olson mansion. Justine's had her eye on him ever since her marriage went south." Deline chuckled. "Girl, when he came over here before practicing, asking for volunteers to help with practice, her butt flew out of her seat. And now look at her over there trying to boss the kids around. We all know she can't even make her own kid mind her. Justine must be the woman on the outfield pairing up boys to practice throwing balls to each other." She looked frazzled but determined. If Justine had a crush on the way too hunky t-ball coach, well then she could have him. All 6+ feet of him. Knowing he was wealthy was enough for Charlotte to make up her mind to turn off her wayward attraction. Even if he was patient and focused with the kids, even if he had been perfectly pleasant and welcoming, even if he was sinfully attractive. She'd learned her lesson about men with money. No thank you. Just then, a ball flew over the fence past first base. Nate ran over with an easy stride and jumped to the 4-foot fence, as if it took no more effort than blinking. Charlotte wasn't the only one to raise her sunglasses for a better look when he jumped back over again with the ball. "I might need to kick James to the curb," Misty said, fanning herself. "Y'all need to get some religion," said a woman behind them. "I have religion," Deline called back. "I need some of that. He is yummy." Everyone within hearing laughed, but Deline only smiled and turned around to face Charlotte. "Hey, by the way, we're going to order some mom t-shirts for the games. Do you want one? Only $20 and it'll have your kid's name on it." Charlotte tried to look politely interested, but her muscles tightened. "More money. I'd like to, but best to be honest. Well, I won't have any extra cash until I get my salon up and running." "Wait, what? You're opening a salon?" Raising her eyebrows at Deline's enthusiasm, she said, "Yeah, I worked at a high-end salon in Kansas City before I moved here. Now I want to open my own place." Deline turned to Misty. "Did you hear that?" "Oh, I heard, girl." Turning to Charlotte, Misty said, "You can count on me to be one of your first customers." Charlotte smiled, looked over her layered ombre-colored style and smiled more. Just the kind of client that could help keep her business afloat. "I'll give you first shot at booking an appointment." "What about me?" Deline asked. "Well, you too, of course." Charlotte couldn't see much of her hair since it was in a messy bun and sticking out of a ball cap with a rhinestone star over the bill. But it looked color damaged. Lots of work to do there. Charlotte's heart expanded with hope. If the rest of the women in this town were as enthusiastic as Deline and Misty, she just might make her salon a reality. As she turned her attention back to the field, she told herself she was watching Taylor. And she was. But with Nate standing out there in the sun, it was easy to let her eyes stray his direction. There was no harm in checking him out a little, right? When it was Taylor's turn to try batting, Nate stood behind him with his arms around his shoulders, adjusting Taylor's hold on the bat and scooting his feet apart to correct his stance. And then began 5 minutes of agony for Charlotte as she watched Taylor either miss the ball entirely or hit the tee, making the ball fall down and roll away. Nate would patiently scoop it back up, correct Taylor's stance again, and make a few practice swings while holding the bat with Taylor to help him get a feel for it. Finally, Taylor connected, knocking the ball off the tee. It flew past second base, and all 6 kids who were fielding went running after it. Nate hooted and gave Taylor a high five before sending him off to first base. Charlotte cheered, "There you go, Taylor. Way to hit that ball." Then Nate turned and grinned at her. He shook his head. "Well, he's strong. The rest is just practice." She grinned until Delene said, "I told you, honey. You done caught his eye." And then she elbowed Misty. This is going to be fun to watch. Chapter 4. Somehow Nate managed to function through the practice, but the whole time he was extraordinarily aware of Charlotte Mabry in the bleachers. His response to learning she was single caught him off guard. He had obviously noticed her gleaming chestnut hair and slim womanly figure, but he knew it was her firm, low-pitched voice and serious demeanor he found most intriguing. There was just something about her, and where before his brain had put up off-limits signs concerning her, it was now waving a green flag. He still didn't understand why she'd bought her son cheap cleats. Both times he'd seen her now, she looked stylish and put together, like someone who spent a lot of money on her appearance. But she clearly loved her son, and moving to this small southern town wasn't normal for someone who liked to have a mall close by. Clearly, she was a mystery to be solved, and there was nothing Nate liked better than solving problems. After practice, Nate watched as she greeted her son when he stepped out of the dugout. She had a sweatshirt ready for him to put on since the nights were still cool and the sun was going down. She smiled at Taylor and ruffled his sweaty hair as he talked a mile a minute about the practice. When they turned to leave, Nate tried desperately to think of some excuse to go talk to her. Coming up with nothing, he hoped his famous ingenuity under pressure would help him out. This wasn't exactly the stock market or a real estate deal, though. This was so much more volatile. He jogged after them. "Good job tonight, Taylor." That got their attention, and they turned around. "Thanks, coach." Taylor grinned up at him and tossed his ball up into the air, fumbling with it as it fell back down and rolled out of his glove. Just then, Justine rushed up to them, waving a clipboard. "You didn't sign up to bring a snack." Nearly groaning at the interruption and the fact that Justine always found a way to corner him, Nate folded his arms, determined to wait until he could get Charlotte alone again. Taking the clipboard, Charlotte tucked a smooth strand of dark hair behind her ear and peered down at the sign-up sheet. "So, I need to bring drinks and a snack for all the players to one of these games." "Yes. And be sure you don't forget which date you pick." Nate narrowed his eyes at Justine, not liking her tone. When he glanced at Charlotte, though, he got the impression that she wasn't even paying attention to Justine. Her eyes flicked over the paper, then over to Taylor, who was still tossing his ball up in the air and still not catching it. "How many players are there?" she asked, her eyes trained upwards as if she was doing mental calculations. The realization hit Nate that she might be worried about the cost. One more clue that money was tight for her. You know, they'd be happy with some snack cakes or something. "No way." Justine shook her head. "The other moms are committed to bringing healthy snacks. I never give my son anything but organic, unprocessed, natural food." Nate raised his eyebrows, ready to argue with her, but Charlotte beat him to it. "Look, I'll bring what I can. You might want to bring something for your son just in case what I bring isn't good enough." Charlotte signed her name and handed the clipboard to Justine, then turned and walked away without another word. Nate grinned as Justine sputtered. She was a short woman with thin hair, and now she looked like an angry cat who'd been doused with water. "Well, there you go, Justine. Not a bad idea." Then he jogged after Charlotte. He was far from done talking to her. "Sorry about that," Nate said as he drew even with her. Charlotte stopped and turned to him, so he leaned closer to whisper, "I think she's a few donuts shy of a dozen." "Don't worry, I already got the full scoop on her from the Magpie Mamas." "The what?" Charlotte shrugged and smiled a little as she looked over at him. "Oh, some of the other moms. They were really friendly, but they reminded me of a couple of chittering magpies. I don't think they care for Justine too much, though." He looked back over his shoulder and saw Justine standing where they'd left her, even though her son was pulling on her t-shirt, trying to get her to leave. Her stare creeped him out. "Yeah, she's not a very comfortable person to be around." Charlotte laughed. You look kind of nervous. Is she still staring at me? She looked back. Oh yeah. Nate gave her an exaggerated shiver. We have all season to go. Speaking of which, did you need something else? It took Nate a second to think of something to say. Charlotte had a knack for throwing him off balance. I just wanted to tell you Taylor has a lot of potential. If you ever want me to come over and give him a bit of extra coaching, I'd be happy to. Oh, we couldn't ask you to do that, Charlotte said. Why not, Mom? She looked down at Taylor. Coach Haverton is probably really busy. I'll try to practice with you. Taylor's lowered brows showed what he thought of that idea. Nate chuckled. Really? It's no problem. We'll see, Charlotte said, starting to turn away. I'm sorry we got off to a rough start, he said, catching her attention again. One of her eyebrows went up. Me too. You seem like a decent enough guy. She glanced down at Taylor, who had his hands balled up in front of his face in a silent plea. She laughed, and it would make Taylor happy. So she pulled out her phone. Want to give me your number? I'll give you a call when I know what my schedule looks like so we can figure something out. Nate moved closer. He wanted to look at her screen and make sure she put the number in right. At least that's what he told himself as her clean, sweet scent drifted over him. I was disappointed when she put his name in as Taylor's coach, but at least she was willing to call him, and he had a feeling Taylor would make sure she remembered. Okay, well, I look forward to hearing from you. She smiled and headed towards the parking lot again. Taylor, who was walking backwards, smiled and waved. I'll see you later, coach. Nate waved and turned back to the field to gather his equipment, wondering what on earth he was thinking. He didn't have time to give personal coaching to his players. And even though he really just wanted a chance to see Charlotte outside of practice, he didn't have time for dating either. In fact, he told Alexa as much a few days ago, and he meant it. Now he was racking his brains to think of a way to free up some of his time. Unfortunately, he had a lot of commitments, including the town council, with whom he had an unofficial meeting in 30 minutes. As soon as the last of his players had been rounded up by their parents, he picked up his bucket of balls and the tea and headed to his black Dodge Ram. I was thirsty from standing on the dry, dusty field, but luckily his meeting was at the soda shop downtown. When he pulled up in front of Give Me Sugar, he took a moment to glance around at the main street businesses he was here to save. The peeling paint, crumbling brick, potholed road and vacant buildings didn't look very welcoming. Only a few businesses had managed to stay open the last few years, as more and more citizens moved or drove down the highway for better shopping in Mobile. The bell dinged over his head, and the open sign rattled against the glass door as it swung shut behind him. To his left was an old-fashioned soda and ice cream counter, facing a small grouping of round tables. He met with the mayor and some members of the town council here when he could. The local politicians had been drinking coffee here for decades since the city offices were next door, so it was a good place for off-the-books meetings. Hey fellas, who's this stranger that just came in? Bob Wyland asked. He smiled and took a drink of his coffee. Nate laughed. Is your memory failing in your old age, Bob? Maybe so, but I about near forgot who you were. Still chuckling over the light-hearted harassment, he turned to the lady behind the counter. How are you, Millie? She smiled. Pretty fine, hun. Sweet tea as usual. You know me well, Nate answered, pulling his wallet out of his back pocket. He opened it and dug through the bills. Annoyance crept over him as he saw that he didn't have anything but $100 bills. There was no way Millie had enough in her drawer to give him change. Well, he didn't want to make a big deal out of this. He leaned over the counter and murmured, Millie, darling, will you do me a favor? If I can, will you trade me this Benjamin for a Lincoln just between us? Millie set his tall glass of iced tea on the counter and looked at the bill he dropped on the counter. I couldn't do that. Well, since you haven't started taking cards yet, you're going to have to figure something out because I don't want any change. Nate grabbed his drink and walked away before she could argue with him. He sat down across from the mayor, Clancy Dupont, and started chugging until his thirst was quenched. Okay, so, where are we on the restoration project? Bob, the city treasurer, leaned back in his chair and rubbed his belly. Well, we applied for that grant we talked about, but we were denied. The letter said they don't have enough funding, so they're not currently able to finance any new projects. Nate frowned, but this wasn't an insurmountable problem for him. Is there an estimate on the cost to repair the main road yet? Well, not the final numbers. The contractor is still working on it, but his initial estimate is 3 times the cost we originally planned on. Clancy folded a napkin on the table in front of him. Nate, I know you think that rebuilding downtown will bring in more business, but this is a huge financial risk for the town. Nate leaned closer and lowered his voice. Don't worry about the money, Clancy. You know, I'll help with that. This town needs a better economy and housing to keep the young people here. By creating rental units on the top floors of most of the buildings, we'll be offering affordable, trendy living spaces and a more vibrant community to support the current businesses. Then more businesses will move in. Frank, the city council chairman, who had so far been quiet, said, Nate, you don't have to sell us on it, but we don't have $500,000. Without the grant, there's no way we can approve the project. Nate twisted his glass in his hand, watching the ice cube swirl in the amber liquid. You know, I could just... No, Nate, you can't just cut us a check, Clancy said. Oh, I know you could, but there's already talk about your influence in city affairs because of all the money you donate, and no one outside of the city officials even knows the actual amount. Nate looked around the table at the hard, worried faces before him. Ah, I see. What do they think I want to do with this influence exactly? Bob shook his head. Who knows? But we don't want the bad press either. We have to be careful. We're going to see about passing a 2% tax increase to pay for the street paving, but I doubt it will pass. Huh? Nate said if the citizens wouldn't vote in favor of a 0.5% tax increase to pay for a new elementary school, there was no way they'd vote for 2% for anything else. Well, boys, I'll just have to figure something out, won't I? Nate, why do you want to do this so bad? I've looked into you. You're brokering deals all around the world that have more digits than a phone number with the area code. Yeah, but this is my home and you don't let your home fall apart when you can do something to fix it. I'll let you know when I have a solution. Nate chugged the last of his tea. The ice rattled in the empty glass as he set it down and stood to go. Figuring this out would mean more of his time pulled from other important things. But this was important to him, and so was getting to Charlotte. Something was going to have to give. Chapter 5. Come on, Mom. You said you'd call him. It was Saturday afternoon, and Charlotte was sweaty, dirty, and only halfway through mowing her yard. She had seriously underestimated how long it would take to mow her half-acre lot with a push mower, and she still had to mow Lennell's grass. It was no wonder she was getting tired and extremely cranky. Now Taylor was driving her nuts to call Nate. She had a dozen reasons to tell him no. She was busy, looked awful, and the man posed a colossal threat to her year-long run of avoiding men. But she had promised, and Taylor had perfected puppy dog eyes. And after all, Nate was coming over for Taylor, so maybe she wouldn't even need to talk to him much. Fine, I need a break anyway. She turned off the idling mower and walked to the wide wraparound back porch, while Taylor followed doing an excited skipping walk. Charlotte wiped her buzzing hands on her cut-off shorts and pulled her phone out of her pocket before sitting down on one of the vintage metal porch chairs. Her heart pounded as she called him, trying to control her breathing before he answered. Of course, with her luck, he answered after the first ring. Hello, hi Nate, Taylor's been begging me to call you. Charlotte? Wow. I didn't think you'd call so soon, if at all. Charlotte squeezed her eyes shut and pressed her lips together. She should have made Taylor wait a few more days. She opened her eyes and fixed them on Taylor, who was doing his best to eavesdrop on the conversation. 6-year-old boys can be relentless when they want something. Ah, does that mean you're inviting me over? Yes, I suppose I am. Could you possibly come over this afternoon? There was a pause during which Taylor held his breath and waited with big eyes. Then Nate's deep voice sounded over the phone again. Yes, sorry, I'll have to shuffle a few things around, but I can be over there in about 30 minutes. If it's too much trouble, not at all. I'm glad you asked. See you soon. What do you say? Taylor asked as soon as she hung up. When's he coming? Soon. Now go play somewhere and let me get this mowing done before he gets here. As he ran off, Charlotte let out a groan and pulled her body back up out of the chair. Her hands had finally stopped buzzing from the vibration of the mower, and now she had to go do it again. She worked as fast as she could, but the grass was so high, the mower struggled to cut it. She was making her last pass when Taylor came through the gate, leading Nate behind him, self-conscious with Nate's eyes on her. She finished up and shut down the mower. You look worn out, he said, looking her over. Yeah, and I still have the neighbor's yard, so you guys have fun. Wait, why do you have to do their yard? Nate asked, sounding incredulous. It's the deal we worked out so I could use her mower. That woman is canny, let me tell you. Charlotte grabbed hold of the mower handle and started pushing it toward the gate. Behind her, she heard Nate say, "Hey, buddy, can I help your mom first?" She looks tired. "Oh man, come on, it won't take long." "Fine, you don't have to do that," Charlotte called across the yard. "I want to," he said, walking over. "What do you want me to do?" Charlotte glanced down at the mower. "I've already figured out this beast's idiosyncrasies, so I'll finish mowing. You could do all the trimming. The trimmer is leaning against the porch rail over there. It might need some new line in it. On it?" he called, already on his way over to it. Now Charlotte's heart was buzzing as bad as her hands as she started the mower and pushed it over to start the Johnstons' yard. She couldn't believe he was being such a sweetheart, and she suspected that his pushy attitude in the store last week was actually due to his decisive and hard-working personality. She'd only made a few passes across the grass when she noticed Lenelle come out to her porch. The older lady set down a tray and got comfortable in a padded wicker seat. "Great," Charlotte muttered under the noise of the mower. Lenelle probably wanted to make sure she did a good job. Sooner than Charlotte would have believed possible, Nate arrived at the Johnstons with the trimmer and got to work. He finished in the front yard by the time Charlotte finished mowing it, and they moved into the backyard together. When he was done, in barely any time at all, he strode toward her and motioned for her to let him take over mowing. Since her calves ached and she couldn't even feel her hands anymore, she gave in gratefully and put the trimmer away in the shed. When she turned around, she saw that Nate had taken off his t-shirt. Freezing in shock, she eyed the tight, shifting muscles in his back and shoulders in fascination. The late afternoon sun glimmered off the sheen of sweat on his tanned skin, raising Charlotte's pulse to an indecent level. She had long ago locked away the pesky hormones and desires she no longer needed or wanted in her life. But one glance at the male perfection in front of her, and they escaped their cage. Shaking free of her spellbound paralysis, she nearly ran back to the front yard before he caught her gaping at him. Besides, she shouldn't stand around gawking at Nate while he mowed. Maybe she could talk to Lenelle for a while and distract herself. She found both Lenelle and Taylor on the porch. Taylor sat on a bench, swinging his legs while he ate cookies and drank lemonade. "Hi, Mom," he said. "Hey, buddy, you aren't being a nuisance, are you?" "This angel," Lenelle said. "Never." "Would you like some?" From the way the pitcher of lemonade was sweating as much as she knew it was ice cold. "I'd love some." "So," Lenelle said, her voice full of meaning as she poured a glass. "Nate Haverton is helping you do lawn work." Charlotte hoped her work-flushed cheeks would hide her blush. "I guess so, but clearly more of an explanation was needed. He's coaching Taylor in t-ball and came over to practice with him." Lenelle nodded. "Taylor was telling me all about it. That still doesn't explain why he's mowing my backyard." With the lemonade in hand, Charlotte leaned against the porch rail and took a sip. "He's a nice guy." Lenelle smiled. "Really?" "Not that nice. He isn't mowing lawns for any of his other players' mothers. I think he's taking a fancy to you." The sound of the mower cut off in the backyard, and Charlotte's heart jumped. "No, he hasn't. Don't go getting crazy ideas." "Mom?" Taylor asked. "What's a fancy?" "Nothing," Charlotte said. Lenelle smiled and leaned back in her chair. "It means he wants to be your mom's boyfriend." "Huh?" Taylor said, munching his cookie as he thought this over. "Desperate to dispel such an idea," Charlotte said. "No, he doesn't. That's ridiculous." The sound of a gate latching caught Charlotte's attention, and she closed her eyes tight, knowing this could get embarrassing fast. When she heard firm footsteps hit the porch, she cracked them open and saw Nate still hadn't put on his shirt. It was just tossed over his shoulder like a totally unnecessary accessory. But now that she could see his cut abs and sculpted chest, she desperately needed him to put it back on. Nate smiled and held out his hand to Lenelle. "Mrs. Johnston, it's great to see you again. It's been too long." "Well, I didn't go anywhere," she said, laughing as she shook his hand. "You're the one who went gallivanting all over the place." "You're right. I hoped that I'd have more time for old friends when I moved back here. Unfortunately, I'm busier than ever since I have to travel more. Well, I'm glad to see you now, even if it took a pretty girl to bring you over here." Charlotte let out a tiny squeak. She hoped Nate didn't hear, but then he turned toward her with raised eyebrows and a tilted smile. He turned back to Lenelle, though, saying, "Well, I'm glad to see you looking well. Yes, Paul and I are both blessed with good health. He's gone down to the diner to play chess with all the old coots down there, but I'll tell him he came by. Lenell filled another glass with lemonade and handed it over to Nate. Thanks. Nate took the glass and started chugging. He drank the whole thing in 5 seconds and set the glass back down on the table. He turned to Taylor. You ready to go toss the ball around, buddy? Taylor jumped out of his chair. Yeah, let's go. Taylor, Charlotte called as her son ran down the steps. What do you say to Mrs. Johnston? He turned, looking bewildered for a couple of seconds. Oh, thanks for the cookies. They were better than my mom's. Then he ran away again, and Nate sauntered after him, chuckling. Charlotte let her gaze linger on Nate under the guise of watching them play catch in her yard next door. Taylor ran to the far end, so Nate stayed close to the property line. Charlotte told herself she was glad he was putting his shirt back on. Really she was, but then she noticed he had a brown smear on the white fabric and specks of grass all over his jeans and shoes, all from helping her. She found it maddeningly attractive. The scent of fresh-cut grass hung in the humid air, and the light welcome breeze filled the trees with a gentle shushing sound. It was a delicious evening at the intersection of late spring and early summer. Charlotte would have loved to relax into it, but instead she clenched her fingers restlessly as her blood ran in a torrent of awareness. Clever as the devil and twice as pretty, Lenell said thoughtfully. What's that? Oh, just an old saying. How long have you been divorced, honey? Turning sharply at Lenell's question, Charlotte said, over a year now. I'd say that's long enough to move on from anybody. I know what you're thinking, but it's not a good idea. Well, why in heaven's name not? Charlotte walked over to sit in a chair close to Lenell. I hear he's rich, and that's a problem. Have you lost your ever-loving mind? It was impossible not to laugh at this, but when it died away, Charlotte replied, I've been there. Daniel and his parents moved in circles where money was the only thing that mattered. They used it to manipulate and hurt people. I hated the gossip and the posturing and the insincerity of it all. I escaped it once. I don't want to go back. Money can bring out the worst in people, Lenell agreed, nodding. But let me ask you this. Does he look like the kind of person you're talking about? Charlotte followed Lenell's eyes to where Nate stood patiently throwing the ball with Taylor. He jumped sideways, his long arm stretched out to catch the 6-year-old's wild throw. Not exactly, but I don't know him at all, and you won't get to know him by sitting here with me. Why don't you go play? But I'm no good. Lenell chuckled. Even better, Nate can give you some pointers. It would be good if I knew what I was doing so I could practice with Taylor. Charlotte stood up and set her glass down on the tray. Sure, if you need to justify it. Thanks, Charlotte said. For the lemonade, I mean. Lenell chuckled. You'll thank me for the meddling too someday. Painfully aware of Lenell's interested gaze, Charlotte walked over and stood next to Nate. She elbowed him softly. Do you want to teach me how to play? He looked down at her and his smile made her heart pump double time. Absolutely. Just try not to break a window or Taylor's nose. Charlotte rolled her eyes and held her hand out for the ball. She could do this. It couldn't be that hard. But then Nate dropped the ball in her palm and adjusted her grip on it. The touch of his fingers on hers turned her muscles to mush, and she knew she'd be lucky to throw it more than a few feet. Okay, let's see what you got. Drawing her arm back, she did her best to throw it to Taylor. It fell about 6 feet short, and that was including the generous roll once it hit the ground. She looked up at Nate, and from the set of his lips, he was trying hard not to laugh. Okay, Taylor, he said after a moment, you'd better move closer. Way closer. Charlotte didn't even mind how terrible she was because Nate moved closer too. He wrapped his hand around her wrist as he showed her how to throw correctly, and Charlotte hoped it would be a while before she figured this out. Chapter 6. Unlike the first practice, when it had been warm and humid, the weather had turned overcast and cool. A massive system of storms was rolling into the area, and the wind had already arrived. It was blowing away hats and throwing up the fine red dust from the infield every time a gust swept through. The boys were having fun though, so Nate kept practice going, but watched the western sky for any sign of lightning. Okay, it's coming your way, Brady. Brady jumped and got into position to field the ball, putting his glove on the ground. Nate rolled in the ball and watched as it slipped right past Brady's glove and through his legs. You've got to move your glove, he reminded the boy. While Brady chased after the ball, he heard someone call his name. Turning, he saw Charlotte beckoning him from the fence. As he walked over to her, he let his eyes roam over her, noting her long-sleeve black t-shirt and skinny jeans that showed off her great legs. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her face because the wind blew her hair across it as fast as she could brush it back. She tried holding it back with both hands, but as soon as she opened her mouth to talk, the wind gusted hard and blew dust in her face. As she coughed and spit, Nate shifted to try to block the worst of it from her. "You okay?" he asked. She spit one more time, then looked up at him with a scowl. What a day to not have a hair tie. "This wind is driving me crazy. Any chance you're going to wrap up early because of the weather?" "Not unless I have to. Why?" Her eyebrows pinched together. "I have a guy from the city headed over to my house, and I need to meet him. I didn't even know they worked this late. You want me to take Taylor home so you can go now?" Charlotte's expression relaxed into a smile. "You don't mind?" "Not at all. You go on home and take care of things." "Thanks, Nate. I owe you one, coach," Brady called. Nate turned just in time to see Brady hurling the ball at him. Throwing out his hand, he caught it right before it hit Charlotte square in the nose. She stared at his hand only 6 inches from her face. "I guess I owe you twice. This one's on the house." Charlotte smiled and yelled across the field. "Hey, Taylor, Nate's going to take you home after practice, okay?" Taylor waved his gloved hand at her. "Okay." Charlotte looked at her phone, then back at him. "Thanks, I've got to run." Taking note of her urgency, he hoped nothing was wrong. At least he could check on her when he dropped Taylor off. 30 minutes later, thunder rumbled in the distance and a flicker of lightning flashed on the horizon. Josh, one of the dads who helped out with the team, looked up at the darkening sky. "It's blowing up a storm." "Yeah." Nate turned and yelled out across the field. "Let's pack it in. Everybody go home." The parents all hurried their kids along and helped him gather up his equipment. Nate called Taylor over to him. "I'm taking you home, buddy." "Awesome, I get to ride in your truck." Raindrops landed on the soft dirt with a muffled thud. Knowing it was going to start pouring soon, Nate pressed his hand against Taylor's back. "Let's run." Nate was surprised at how fast Taylor was. The kid was a natural athlete. He struggled more than some of the other players, but it was clearly from lack of experience, not ability. Nate wondered about his dad and why he hadn't spent more time playing with the kid. As they got to his truck and climbed inside, the memory of Charlotte learning to play catch last week still amused him. She was the epitome of grace, except when a hard object was being hurled in her direction. Shaking off his thoughts, Nate glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure Taylor had buckled, then turned on the windshield wipers and drove out of the parking lot. Charlotte's house was only a 3-minute drive from the ball fields, but it was already raining heavily by the time he pulled into her driveway. "We'll have to make a run for it again," he said to Taylor, who had already unbuckled. They ran across the yard with their shoulders hunched against the cold rain. Nate straightened as they moved under the porch, grimacing as water ran down his back. He raised his hand to knock, but of course Taylor just opened the door and ran inside. Nate felt awkward following him, but didn't know what else to do. The door opened directly into a dim room with a floral wood-frame sofa and a fireplace. He glanced around, noting unpacked boxes and several pairs of shoes against the wall. Dark shadows stretched across the hardwood floors, thrown by the light coming through the doorway at the back of the room. As he followed Taylor through the house, he heard Charlotte's voice. The low-pitched tones and slightly rough nuances of her voice reached out to him, and he thought again how much he enjoyed the sound of it. The first thing he noticed about her was that she'd pulled her hair back into a messy ponytail. Remembering her fight with the wind earlier, he smiled. She stirred a small pot on the stove while she talked on the phone, washed in the glow from the hood light over her head. "Hey, Mom," Taylor said, oblivious to the fact that she was on the phone. "We're back." Charlotte glanced over her shoulder and her eyes widened when she saw Nate. Her surprised expression made him uncomfortable about coming in, but he relaxed when a smile spread over her face. She motioned to her phone and mouthed, "Sorry," before focusing on her call again. Taylor leaned around her and stood on his toes to peer into the pot. Yes, she made ramen. Charlotte stepped away into the dining area, probably so she could hear whoever she was talking to, so Nate strolled over to stand next to Taylor at the stove. "You know, I haven't eaten this since college. You want some?" Taylor asked. "I'd better not unless your mom invites me." "Mom?" She glanced his way and held out one finger, signaling for him to wait. "It's all right, let her get off the phone." "Want me to get some for you?" "For you? Yes. I only like the noodles though, not the juice. Nate raised his eyebrows. What? You don't like the broth? Oh man, there's something wrong with you. Taylor laughed and showed him where the silverware drawer was. Nate grabbed a fork and one of the bowls on the counter. He carefully added steaming noodles to the bowl until Taylor said there was enough. Taylor settled down on a chair at the table and pulled up a forkful of noodles to blow on. Clearly, this kid was a ramen pro. Did that mean Charlotte had a hard time affording groceries? Or just that they liked noodles? Charlotte came over and set her phone on the counter. Sorry, that was my friend Jill. I love her to death, but she's impossible to get off the phone. No worries. I just didn't want to drop Taylor off and run without talking to you. I'm glad you stayed. It gives me a chance to say thanks. And I saw you drooling over the noodles. Want some? Nate grinned. I do, actually. And besides, it's pouring outside. Charlotte's lips turned up in a gentle smile that drew his attention to her lips. When he nodded, she handed him a bowl and gestured to the pot. Why don't you finish that off and I'll make another package? No, you eat these. I can cook more, Nate said. Don't worry about it. It takes 3 minutes. Here. She poured the contents of the pot into one of the bowls until it nearly overflowed. She carried it over to the dining room table for him, while he grabbed a fork out of the drawer and followed her. She set the bowl down and turned, bumping into him. When her hand came up to steady herself against his chest, they both froze, looking into each other's eyes for a long, still moment, broken only by the sound of Taylor slurping behind them. He stared at her lips again, this time wondering what it would be like to kiss her. A spark flared between them, but Charlotte stepped back, not quite meeting his eyes. What can I get you to drink? I have water or milk. Water's fine. Charlotte nodded and let out a heavy breath as she stepped away. The right side of Nate's mouth quirked up. It seemed she was as affected by him as he was by her. A few minutes later, they all sat around the table while Nate told her how practice had gone. I'm done eating. Can I go play on my tablet? No, you need to do your homework and go to bed. Taylor's face scrunched up angrily. No, I'm too tired to do homework. Nate looked at Charlotte, wondering how she would handle this. She didn't even pause before asking. But not too tired to play a mindless game? I don't think so. Go get your homework done, and if you hurry, you might have a few minutes before you have to be in bed. A few minutes? That's not enough time. Bedtime is non-negotiable. Get a move on. Taylor made an awful groaning noise and stumped through a hallway where Nate assumed his room was. Sure enough, a door slammed a few seconds later. Charlotte sighed and shook her head. Sorry he acted like that. Don't worry about it, Nate said. He's a great kid. I'd be surprised if he didn't act out now and then, I guess. And actually he's been happier since we moved here, despite his occasional moodiness. I credit T-Ball for that. I'm glad he's a natural. Nate grinned at her. After seeing you trying to catch a ball, I have to assume he gets it from his dad. Charlotte laughed. You pegged that right. But then her smile faded. Actually, his dad plays for the Royals. Wait, you don't mean Daniel Mabry? You've heard of him? Anybody who follows baseball has. Wow. Sorry. I know you obviously have some personal issues with the guy, but as a coach, I admit I'm kind of jazzed about having a pro son on my team. Charlotte waved away his apology. Be as excited as you want. Playing ball is about the only thing that man's good for. Nate watched as she twirled noodles onto her fork. Her jaw was set and her lashes lowered. I can't help but wonder if Taylor's dad is earning a pro athlete's salary. Why are you tight for money? Charlotte smiled a little as she looked up at him again, but her eyes were sad. Just because we eat ramen doesn't mean we're broke. Nate didn't answer. He just waited patiently. Okay, fine. My grandma passed away and left me this house right after our divorce was final. I hated living in a cramped apartment in Kansas City, so I told Daniel we were moving here. He didn't want me to, so he wouldn't agree to it. I was finally able to get the court to rule that I was able to move here with Taylor. Daniel got mad and stopped paying child support about 5 months ago after he found out about the court order. How does he get away with that? He won't for long, but the fastest way to make him pay is to have his wages garnished. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a paycheck in the off-season, Nate added as he realized what the problem was. Yes, and moving states added another complication. But everything is set up now so that as soon as they cut his first paycheck, his support money will be sent to us. I just hope I can make everything stretch until I get my salon going. What do you mean? I have a small nest egg that I inherited with this house and some savings that I'm going to use to open a beauty salon. Really? Nate leaned forward, intrigued. Tell me about it. Charlotte's eyes lit up. There used to be a shed in the yard facing the main road. The building is gone, but the foundation and plumbing connections are still there. I'm planning to convert one of those tiny pre-built sheds into a salon, but I have to get the city to approve it all. That's why I had to rush home. The guy who gives permits came over to look at what I wanted to do. I hope I'll get a decision soon. Is there a zoning issue? I hope not, since it's on the main road and on the edge of town, but we'll see. Even if they approve it, I'll have to add a gravel driveway, handicap ramp, and meet other requirements for the public. It's going to take a while regardless, so I'm going to need a job. Nate stirred the last noodles around in his bowl. What can you do? Obviously, I'm a trained beautician, but the only salon in town said she doesn't need anybody, and she was less than friendly about it. Chuckling, Nate said, I'll bet Betsy will be fired up about competition moving in on her 30-year monopoly. She's been the only place in town since I was a kid. Charlotte's eyes grew wide. I figured. What are you going to do in the meantime? Charlotte shrugged. I'll get a job somewhere. Jobs are hard to find in this town. You know, I might be able to help things with your salon move along faster. How so? Nate shrugged. I'm good buddies with several people on the town council, and if you need any help with the finances, that's nice. But I couldn't ask you to put yourself out like that. It's one thing for you to help me mow or give Taylor a ride home. Something like that is too much. Don't forget the shoes. Shoes? What are you talking about? Nate grinned, enjoying the chance to tease her. Just reminding you, I bought Taylor a pair of shoes for when the ones you got him wear out. Charlotte scowled for a second, then rolled her eyes. I forgot about that. Well, you wasted your money. There's no way I'm going to ask you for those shoes. We'll see, and I'm not worried about the money. Of course not. You have money, don't you? Do you know what the problem is with rich people? Nate's chest felt tight as he saw anger flash in her eyes. He kept his tone level. No, what? They think they can solve everything with cash. Well, guess what? There are a lot of problems money doesn't solve, trust me, I know. But you'll find, Charlotte Mabry, that if money doesn't work, I just move on to the next solution. Chapter 7. A week and a half after their ramen dinner, Charlotte got a surprising call from the city saying her permit had gone through. Someone would be by later to let her know what requirements had to be met, and she could get started with the project immediately. With Taylor already gone to school, Charlotte had no way to release the burst of excitement in her chest, other than to scream out loud, yes, yes, yes. It had come through so much faster than she'd hoped. The thought that Nate might have had something to do with it froze her in place for a second, but the lady on the phone hadn't mentioned him at all. And if he had, well, maybe she could let that slide this once, because this was awesome. I get to open a beauty salon, she said in a sing-song voice as she washed up the breakfast dishes. Time to decide on a name for her new business and order supplies, and order a pre-manufactured shed to use for her salon. Then a flash of white caught her eye and she looked through her kitchen window. Funny enough, a beautiful white utility building was coming down the road on a large flatbed trailer. She laughed. Something like that would be perfect. Soap bubbles dripped off her fingers as she stood watching its slow progress. But then the truck pulling the trailer pulled to a stop in front of her house. I wonder where they're going. She finished washing her dishes and was drying her hands when her doorbell rang. With her eyebrows drawn together, she opened the door to find a man holding out a clipboard. He had on an official-looking polo shirt and a hat with a logo for some farmer's supply company. Charlotte Mabry. Yes. Can you sign for this and show me where you want it? My team will be here with a lift in a few minutes. Sign for what? The man looked at her like she was an idiot, but quickly smoothed his expression into polite impassivity. Clearly he was used to dealing with stupid customers. For the custom ordered and assembled 12 by 6 foot engineered wood utility shed on the back of my trailer. Huh? But that isn't mine. The man stepped back and looked at her house number. He scratched his head. Well, the address is right. The name is right. As far as I'm concerned, it's yours. And I need to get this unloaded. I have another delivery to make today. Charlotte stepped around him and followed him over to the trailer. The shed was gorgeous. It looked more like a little house with its white siding and gabled windows on the roof with black shutters. Then her brain caught up. Nate. His name fell from her lips like an accusation, and the man beside her quirked his eyebrows. He flipped through the papers. Oh yeah, Nate Haverton is the name on the invoice. Well, glad that's solved. Where do you want it? I don't want it anywhere. I want you to take it back. Now the man really did look at her like she was crazy. Sorry, but there's no returns on a custom order like this. Not unless you find any defect or damage from transport. He waved his arm. But I've never delivered damaged goods yet. Take a look-see. Barely holding on to her temper, Charlotte said. I can see that it's perfectly fine, but I didn't order this and I don't want it. You can just take it to Nate Haverton's house and drop it off on his front lawn. The man took off his ball cap and swiped at his forehead with the back of his sleeve. Well, ma'am, I can't go dropping it off any old place I want. My permit only grants me permission to travel over a specific route. You had to get a permit to bring it here. Sure did, lady. It's an oversized load. Time to get Nate over here. She pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Hello, he said, sounding perfectly at ease with the world. It made Charlotte's blood boil. Hello, she responded in a sweet as peaches voice. There's a man parked in front of my house with something that belongs to you. You'd better get your butt over here and tell him where he can stick it before I do. She hung up without waiting for him to answer. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Eddie, he said. Eddie, would you like to step inside until Mr. Haverton can join us and clear up this mess? For the first time since he arrived, Eddie smiled. Sure, I'd be fine. By the time Nate's truck pulled up in her drive 15 minutes later, Charlotte had given up trying to convince Eddie to turn his trailer around and take it back. He chugged down a glass of ice water and dug in his heels. There was nothing he could do except unload the building. So, when she opened the door and saw Nate's calm expression, she let loose. I can't believe you went and bought that thing after I explicitly told you I didn't want your help. Nate just smiled and shrugged his shoulders as if he'd bought her a set of Lincoln logs instead of an actual building. Look, I'm sorry, it wasn't supposed to get here until tomorrow. Even the fact that she had known he was responsible didn't stop the flash of anger she felt at hearing him admit it. What the heck does that have to do with anything? Do you even remember our last conversation about how I don't like people throwing money around to solve problems? Yes, and I agree. Some problems can't be solved that way. Getting your salon going as soon as possible isn't on that list. I was planning to talk to you about it before it got here though. But not before you bought it. Would you have said yes? No, well, there you go, can I come? She stepped aside but said, Why, Nate? Why do I want to come in? He asked with raised brows. But she knew he was being purposefully obtuse. Why did you do this without consulting me? Are you trying to buy my affections? Make me feel indebted to you? What? No, I'm trying to help you. Then his jaw clenched. I'm glad you think so poorly of me. But I help people all the time like this. Do you ever stop to consider if they want your brand of help? This is too much. Can we please talk about this inside? Charlotte stepped back and crossed her arms, glaring at him. You aren't going to convince me this is okay. His arm brushed her as he passed by because she didn't leave enough room for him in the narrow doorway. It angered her that she was so aware of even the slightest touch, especially when he'd done something so stupid. He reached over her head and swung the door shut, then faced her with his arms folded. Consider it a rental if you want, or rent to buy. We can figure out the details later. For now, we need to get it off the trailer. I'd appreciate that, Eddie said, nodding in approval. Charlotte rolled her eyes and focused a hard glare at Nate. You're not leaving that thing. Where else are we going to put it? I know you're upset, but let's be practical. That thing would be a monster to move twice. But the lot isn't even ready for it, Charlotte protested. I know. That's why it wasn't supposed to be delivered until tomorrow, Nate said, holding out an imperious hand for Eddie's clipboard. He flipped through the pages for a second. They must have scheduled it wrong at the store, dang it. Well, I have a crew coming out in. Nate looked at his watch. 10 minutes. Charlotte crossed her arms and smirked. Well, Eddie has another delivery today. There's no way they can get it done in time. Not till 3, Eddie supplied. I could call the guys I got coming with the lifts and push this back a few hours if it'd help. Charlotte stared at Eddie with her mouth agape. But you've been telling me for 30 minutes that you were in a hurry. Eddie's eyes flashed to Nate. Not a huge hurry, he said earnestly. In fact, I might be able to reschedule the other delivery since it doesn't need a permit. Sounds great, Nate said. I've got a tab down at the cafe if you want to go relax somewhere cool while you wait. That's nice of you, but I'm a handy guy to have around if you could use an extra man. Charlotte glared at Eddie, but that wasn't fair. It was Nate she was mad at. He exuded power, and people automatically responded to it like lemmings. Eddie, you do not have to rearrange your whole day for his convenience. But Eddie wasn't listening to her. Nate had stuck out his hand for Eddie to shake, and that seemed to be all the man could focus on. Nate patted him on the back in a chummy gesture as he led him toward the door. Glad to have your help. Let's go outside and figure this out. I think I heard a truck pull up. It's either the plumber or the landscaping guy. What? Charlotte asked, the word coming out more like a squawk, but neither man answered her since they were already heading out the front door. Feeling as if she was being swept away by a riptide, she followed them and saw two work trucks pulling up on the street in front of her house. Nate was going to get it as soon as she got him alone, and she was looking forward to it. 5 hours later, Charlotte sat on the back porch, watching every step of the efficient and unauthorized process of getting the plumbing roughed in so the building could be moved into place. Against every instinct screaming at her to make Nate take the building away, she'd finally resigned herself to what was going on. A potent combination of outrage and disappointment simmered inside her. She'd started to believe he was different than her husband and every other rich person she knew. When Lennell came over, Charlotte wasn't surprised. She had figured it was only a matter of time before her neighbor gave in to her curiosity. "Have a seat," Charlotte said, waving her into a chair. "What in tarnation is going on over here?" Charlotte waved her hand toward the giant lift, currently moving the building into place over the old foundation under the watchful eyes of Nate and his 5 minions. "Apparently I'm getting a beauty salon today. Why do you sound more like your septic tank backed up?" Raising her voice so Nate would be sure to hear her, she said. "Because I didn't agree to this. It sure is pretty, though." Charlotte narrowed her eyes. "That's beside the point." In no time at all, the building was settled into place, and the plumber and some man with a giant compressor and a nail gun went inside. Nate talked to Eddie, signed some papers, and jogged over to them. He nodded at Lennell, but spoke to Charlotte. "Want to come see the inside?" "Not at the moment. Right now, I want to discuss terms with you." "Terms?" "Yes. You mentioned the rent-to-own option. I think that sounds great." Nate stared down at her with absolutely no expression on his face, though his eyes narrowed slightly. She wondered if that was how he looked at his business associates when they said something he didn't like. "Is that the only way you're going to be okay with this?" "Yes. Fine, let me call Sam." "Who's Sam?" "My personal assistant. He's the best contract drafter I know." "Great. Sam and I need to have a conversation." Lennell: "Yeah, honey. Want to come in for some pie? I got one of those frozen chocolate cream pies." "No thanks. I'm going to go have a look-see at your new salon." As Lennell walked away, Nate crossed his arms and leaned up against a support post. "I could take a piece of pie." Charlotte stood and poked a finger into his chest. "As far as I'm concerned, you can take a flying leap." And with that satisfying bit of childishness, Charlotte stormed inside to await her introduction to Sam, the contract man. Chapter 8. Nate stared across the table at Charlotte, over the mess of wadded-up papers between them. Sam sat to the left with a resigned expression on his face and the latest draft of the contract in front of him. Negotiations were taking forever. It was almost midnight, and Taylor had long ago been sent to bed, but Nate wasn't giving up yet. He'd pulled all-nighters over deals that meant a lot less to him than this one. Clearly he'd messed up, and this was his only shot at fixing this. If he didn't fix things, she'd have nothing else to do with him. "What possible reservations can you have left?" Nate asked. He drummed his fingers on the table, then leaned forward. "You are paying me back every single penny I spent on you today." Charlotte crossed her arms over her chest and narrowed her eyes. "I'm still mad that you jumped in and did it without asking. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too big and involved too many people for me to stop it." He leaned back in his chair and stared up at the popcorn ceiling, thinking, racking his brain for a solution. He had known she wasn't going to be happy about him taking the initiative to help her, but there was no way she would have accepted his help any other way. When she talked about her plans for the salon, her whole face had brightened. The passion she felt shone in her eyes. He wanted to make sure it stayed there. When he'd ordered the building, the need to see her financially secure and following her dream had seemed worth the risk of making her mad. Now he wasn't so sure. Charlotte was an unknown entity. I was still trying to learn her personality and what made her tick. He felt like they had come together and found a compromise that would make both of them happy. But she was still hesitating over the terms. He ran his hand through his hair and turned to Sam, his last hope. Got any ideas for me, my genius friend? Nate had worked with Sam enough to respect his business acumen and cool-headed logic. But this was a new situation for Sam as well. Sam didn't answer immediately, just sat quietly thinking. The clock ticked on the wall and ate at Nate's nerves. Impatient and frustrated, Nate stood and paced around the small dining area, the only part of the house with the lights still on. Finally, Sam cleared his throat and said, "I think the problem here is a personal one. Am I right?" Charlotte nodded. "I don't trust him not to pull something like this again." Nate sighed. "I've already said I'm sorry. I promise not to go behind your back and make large purchases for you. Or small ones either," Charlotte said, pointing a finger at him. "How do you define small?" he asked, not liking the direction of this conversation. "Anything that costs money." "That's ridiculous." Sam cleared his throat. "We could add a clause that says Mr. Heverton is restricted from spending any money on you." "What?" Nate straightened and his shoulders tensed. "No way." Holding up one hand, Sam continued, "Unless he gets prior approval from you." Charlotte slapped her palm against the table and smiled. "Yes, let's do it." Nate glared at Sam. "Traitor, there's no way I'm agreeing to that." Charlotte stood and faced off with him. "Then you can take that building of yours out of here and park it somewhere else." Raising his eyebrows, Nate smiled. "You don't want that, you love it too much." He'd watched her expression carefully when she'd finally agreed to go check it out earlier. "That's not the point," she said, throwing up her hands in frustration. Nate sighed. He wasn't going to win this one, so he needed to negotiate better terms while he still could. "Let's specify what you have to approve and what you don't." "Nate, why do you want to spend money on me in the first place? We barely know each other." He was tempted to show her why he wanted to spend money on her by grabbing her and kissing her until her head spun. But he had no doubt that was a bad idea, though it was a very tempting one. Instead, he gave her a more acceptable response, which still happened to be true. "I told you I like to help people and I'd only do it if I could afford it, which I can." "Right, Sam?" "Yes, you certainly can, Mr. Heverton." Nate smiled at Sam's dry tone, but didn't break eye contact with Charlotte. "See, sometimes it's hard for me to keep a proper perspective on what is too much when I want to help someone. I'm sorry." Tilting her head to the side, Charlotte studied him with a grave expression. "This is hard for me." "Hard for me." Nate leaned closer. "I know, but I want to fix this. Will you sign the contract?" Charlotte glanced over to the contract on the table. "Only if we add in Sam's clause. If that's what it takes, add it in, Sam." Sam picked up his pen and added the new wording before sliding it across the table toward Charlotte's chair. She sat back down and read it carefully. After signing her name with a flourish, she passed it across the table to Nate. Their fingers brushed as he reached to take it, and even that small warm contact coursed through him like electricity. Again, his thoughts switched to wondering what it would be like to hold her and kiss her. He only realized after he'd signed that he hadn't read the new clause. He looked across the table at her, not even trying to hide whatever emotions might be playing across his face. "I'm glad I don't have to negotiate with you often." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Never mind. Let's go home, Sam." Charlotte rose from the table with them. "Wait, you can't say something like that and leave, watch me. By the way, you have an electrician coming over first thing tomorrow." "No, I don't want you spending money on an electrician for me, and according to our contract, you can't spend the money." She smirked and tilted her head to the side like she knew she had beaten him. He stepped closer, leaning down until he was inches from her. Then he smirked right back. "I already paid the electrician, so it predates the contract." Her eyes shifted to his mouth. "But you don't pay them till they're done. You do if you want them to make room in their busy schedule for you, and you pay well." Pleased that he'd finally salvaged some of his pride, he straightened again and smiled. Charlotte pressed her hands over her eyes and ran them slowly down her face, making an odd, frustrated groan. She was so adorable, but he didn't actually want her to be stressed out, so he wrapped his hands over her shoulders and squeezed gently until she looked up at him. "Relax, you're exhausted and understandably annoyed, but tomorrow morning you're going to wake up with a contract that makes everything better and a beautiful new salon to get ready. You are so maddening, gorgeous, but completely maddening." He raised his eyebrows and grinned as his whole chest warmed at her confession. But she looked appalled. "Oh my gosh, did I just say that? Nate, you have to go." My brain is obviously shutting down or I never would have said that. "Which part?" Nate said, trying and failing to repress a grin. Stepping back, Charlotte swept his hands from her shoulders. The part about you being gorgeous. See, I said it again, and you'll probably never let me forget it. Please go home, this is going so well for me. Sam, what do you think? Should we take pity on her and let her go to bed, or stay here so I can bask in her adoration of my perfect male beauty? Sam dumped an armful of crumpled papers in the trash can before replying, I vote we go, of course you do. She isn't admiring you. Sam smoothed out the contract on the table and took a picture of it with his phone. She also isn't saying I'm maddening. Well, what woman wants a man that doesn't make her a little crazy? Charlotte interrupted their conversation with a sputter of indignation. Oh no, I didn't say anything about wanting a man at all. Here, I'll open the door for you. Nate walked to the door, but paused to say, but we could stay and help you think of a name for the salon. How about Charlotte's Cut You Down Salon? Or maybe Crazy Lady Wielding Scissors? That did the trick. For the first time all day, Charlotte smiled at him. Something inside him settled down and relaxed. Maybe he hadn't ruined his chances after all. You're full of good ideas, aren't you? Nate thought about the ideas currently floating around in his head, most of which were some variation of kissing her goodnight. You have no idea. Come on, Sam. We better get out of here before she starts hating me again. A week later, Nate stood up from the long table in the conference room in his Florida offices. He'd been here for 5 days wrapping up as much business as he could, so he could get back to Alabama in time for T-ball practice. But if he was honest with himself, he knew he was also anxious to get back to see Charlotte. He wanted nothing more than to be able to delete all the meetings on his calendar and head home. What would her feelings be toward him now? Had she moved on from being annoyed at him enough that she might go on a date? Sam had his head down, still hard at work on his laptop at the other end of the room. Nate walked over to the window and glanced out at the blue sky stretching over the city of Tampa. Since the windows faced away from the bay, he was able to see the oddly slanted dome of Tropicana Field where the Rays played. It reminded him of Charlotte's few references to her ex-husband, the Pro Bowl player. Sam. Yes. The man still had his eyes on the screen, his fingers flying, but at least he'd responded. Am I correct that our contract says I can't spend money on Charlotte but says nothing about Taylor? Sam looked up at him then, his sharp eyes growing wary. If I may, sir, I don't think that's a good idea. No, you misunderstand me. I don't even want Charlotte to know about this, and I'm not certain what could or should be done. But I want you to look into his father. He plays for the Royals. Are you thinking about getting the man fired? Nate turned sharply. You think I would do something like that? Come on, Sam. You've worked with me for 10 years. Well, there's never been a woman involved before. At least not one you cared this much about. Sam's voice was drier than Nate had ever heard it. Let me reassure you about my character, old friend. What I want to know is if there might be a way to exert some friendly pressure on Mr. Mabry to pay his child support in an appropriate way. Sam crossed his arms and nodded thoughtfully. How far are you willing to take things? If the Haverton Corporation needs to acquire a substantial interest in the Royals, I'm willing to do it, but not buy them outright, I hope. I don't know, Sam. Get me the numbers. Find out how I can have the most sway with the least investment. Okay. Do you want me to leave for Kansas City today or fly back with you first? You'd better come back with me first. There are a few other things we need to wrap up. How long until you can leave? 30 minutes. Nate nodded and went over to the intercom to call his secretary. Zoe, can you call my pilot and tell him to schedule takeoff for an hour from now? Also, I'm leaving in 30 minutes, so anything you need me to sign before I leave needs to be in front of me ASAP. Chapter 9. Charlotte's financial advisor, otherwise known as her best friend, flew in as promised as soon as she heard Charlotte was ready to get her salon open. Jill was the perfect person to help her iron out the business aspects of running a salon, since Charlotte was only trained in the actual business of making people beautiful. All the things that gave her a headache, like taxes, overhead, and pricing, made Jill as happy as a cricket. And once Jill got a look at the actual building with its cute shutters and basket of purple petunias, she flipped with excitement. But when Charlotte told her the whole dramatic story about the salon, Jill sat her down with a firm expression and extracted every single detail before demanding to see the contract. Fortunately, Sam's contract met with her approval. She even laughed at the Sam clause, as Charlotte had taken to calling it. You have a strange knack for meeting overbearing rich men, girl. Is there any other kind? She asked. They didn't discuss it again because they got so busy with getting the salon set up. which was a relief for Charlotte. She knew the crazy ideas Jill would get if she even suspected Nate was someone Charlotte was, well, attracted to, which she had to admit she was. Even after their big blow-up, he'd given her space, but texted her occasionally to ask her how things were going. And each time her phone dinged with a notification and she saw it was him, her heart gave a telling lurch. Now that they were communicating more, she realized that he was a very busy man, always going to Tampa, where his main offices were located. And yes, she hated that he was so far away. Because Jill would read way too much into her feelings, Charlotte was determined to keep it under wraps. So, when it was time for T-ball practice on Tuesday, Charlotte tried to sleep out with Taylor and leave Jill at the house going over purchase orders. Unfortunately, Taylor said, Coach Nate said he might have to miss practice today. I hope he doesn't. Jill's ears perked up. Coach Nate? Like as the Nate Haverton who bought your salon, your domineering sugar daddy? Charlotte rolled her eyes. Stop calling him my sugar daddy. He's no such thing. I'm paying back and there is definitely no sugar involved. Unfortunately, whispered a little voice in the back of her mind. As usual, Charlotte climbed a few steps up the bleachers and plopped down behind the magpie mamas. Jill followed, announcing loudly, Okay, I'm ready to meet this rich guy of yours. Delin heard her, of course, and twisted around. Hey there, you a friend of Charlotte's? Besties since high school? Jill answered, smiling brightly. I'm here for a quick visit. And you came to see the sights, huh? Delin wiggled her thin eyebrows. Can't blame you there. Jill's manicured eyebrows shot up. Sights? Charlotte, have you been keeping something from me, Misty? Who sat next to Delin laughed. She didn't tell you the coach is hotter than spit on a griddle. Jill turned to study Charlotte. No, she failed to mention it. Then, with a mischievous smile on her lips, she leaned forward for more gossip. Details, ladies, please. Delin was happy to oblige. He's 6 feet 3 inches near as I can figure. He's built and athletic. Then there's that lady killer smile of his. Best of all, his hind end fills out a pair of jeans as well as any butt on a Wrangler ad. Misty stopped chewing her gum long enough to drawl. My husband thinks I requested this team because my son's friend was playing on it. Nope. It's because I get to watch Nate bend over and pick up balls for an hour every week. Jill was fighting hard not to burst out laughing. Her lips twitched. Charlotte, dear, what do you think of the coach? Is he hot? Charlotte rolled her eyes, knowing it was pointless to refute it. Why don't you decide for yourself? Here he comes. She pointed toward the outfield. Nate had jumped the fence facing the parking lot and was jogging toward the infield. Where he got his boundless energy she'd never know, but every line of him was as graceful as a cat. Jill leaned towards her, her eyebrows disappearing behind her bangs. Yeah, I've got some questions for you, girl. Later, Charlotte said. When Nate arrived at the dugout, he dropped his duffel bag in the dust and scanned the bleachers. His eyes landed on her, and he smiled and gave her a manly chin flick like she was the only person around. She blushed as she felt the full weight of all the incredulous female eyes that turned her way. Blast the man. But her embarrassment didn't stop her heart from pounding with the intense pleasure of having him single her out like that, even though she was still mad at him a little. Charlotte heard him thank Josh for starting practice for him as he walked up. My plane got delayed a bit. Thanks for covering for me, Nate said. Josh tossed the ball out to the kids again. No problem, man. Let's divide them into teams. They need some playing time since their game is next week, Nate said. Will you make a team? Sure. Nate walked back over to the dugout and as he passed, he looked at Charlotte and asked, Did you miss me? Charlotte blushed as the magpies turned around to look at her with surprised expressions. Was he flirting with her in front of all these people? But she didn't want him to think he could win her over that easily. You'd have to be gone a lot longer than that. Nate laughed. Well, I don't mind admitting I missed you. Then he jogged back over to the home plate as if he hadn't just made her the object of everyone's curiosity. Charlotte felt a strange sensation and looked over toward the dugout where she caught Justine glaring at her with venomous eyes. The woman turned away sharply and started yelling at the kids to stop flipping their water bottles. When Charlotte looked away feeling unsettled, she found Jill staring at her with a meaningful expression. What? You know what? Know what? Jill whispered. He missed you while he was gone. He was just teasing me. Okay, you're in denial, and I want to know why. Because if that man had smiled at me like that, you can bet I'd be owning it. Jill, can you please stuff a rag in it till later? Charlotte motioned to the ladies below them and leaned closer. I'd rather my business wasn't being gossiped about while they smoke a cigarette in the parking lot later. Fine, but it's going to test my patience. What patience? For the rest of practice, Charlotte enjoyed having Jill there to cheer for Taylor with her. He blossomed under the attention. It surprised Charlotte how far along Taylor had come from the enthusiastic but awkward player he'd been a few weeks ago. When practice was over, Taylor ran up to her and Jill. His cheeks were red and beaded with sweat and his grin bright. "Coach says I have an arm," he said proudly. Charlotte laughed and said, "Last I checked, you had two of them." As Taylor rolled his eyes, Charlotte looked over his shoulder and saw Nate heading towards them. Taylor spoke, pulling her attention back to him. "No, he means I can throw it really far." I would have gotten Xander out at first if Ryan had caught the ball. Nate reached out and pulled the brim of Taylor's cap down to his nose. "Now you need to work on your batting stance." Taylor fixed his ball cap and grinned at him. "You can come over and practice with me and Mom too. Her stance is terrible." "Stance is. I'd love to help your mom with her batting stance." Nate's words sent shivers down Charlotte's back. The thought of being close to him like that with his arms around her sounded delicious. "That's all right, Taylor," Charlotte said. "I'm not planning to take up the sport anytime soon." "Yeah, you're kind of old for it, but that's okay. I bet you and Nate can go on a date instead." "What?" Charlotte asked, both surprised and appalled. But Taylor kept talking. "Mrs. Johnston said he wanted to be your boyfriend. Remember? I asked my friends at school what a boyfriend does, and they said they take you on dates. And they said dates are for giving hugs and eating at restaurants. And you like hugs in restaurants, right, Mom?" Throughout Taylor's speech, Charlotte opened and closed her mouth like a goldfish, looking for an opening to jump in and stop the flow of words. Nate wasn't even trying to disguise how much he enjoyed her embarrassment. His eyes gleamed wickedly at her. "That's great info there, buddy. She likes hugs and restaurants, huh?" "Yeah, and she likes to cuddle. We always cuddle at bedtime, right, Mom?" Charlotte wanted to gag the kid. Seriously, why didn't 6-year-olds come with a mute button? "Taylor?" "Yeah, Mom, go and play for a minute far away." He shrugged and picked up his ball and glove from the bench in front of him. "Okay." As he ran away, Charlotte shouted after him, "But stay where I can see you." Then she looked up at Nate, who was grinning at her. His arms were folded across his chest, unfairly drawing attention to his great biceps and making him look much more relaxed than she felt. "Jill, this is Nate Haverton, Taylor's coach and the thorn in my side." Jill smiled and held out her hand for Nate to shake. "Nice to meet you. I hope you were taking notes while Taylor was making suggestions." Nate nodded. "Oh, don't worry. I'll remember every detail." "In fact," he said, his eyes glancing over to Charlotte, "I was going to ask her out tonight. But I didn't know she had a friend visiting." "Yeah, sorry," Charlotte said, grabbing onto the excuse. "Jill is only here for 2 more days and I have to make the most out of her visit. She's helping me get all my business stuff sorted out." Jill yawned rather enthusiastically. "You know what, though? I'm actually beat. I think maybe Taylor and I could chill out at your house while you and Nate go get some dinner." Charlotte glared at Jill, then glanced up at Nate, trying to gauge his reaction. He was grinning. "Drat the man, I like you already," Nate said, nodding at Jill. "How long can you stay?" "I didn't say I was going," Charlotte interjected. Nate met her eyes, his own intense and questioning. "Well, will you? I mean, you'll have to choose between a plate of nachos at the soda shop or chicken fried steak at the diner, but I'll splurge on dessert afterward." Then he winked, and Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, what is wrong with you?" Jill asked in a fierce whisper. "It's one little date. Can't it just be 2 friends grabbing dinner together?" Charlotte asked. Shrugging, Nate said, "Sure, call it whatever you like, as long as it means you sitting across a table from me with good food in the middle. Oh, and don't forget Taylor thinks we should cuddle before bed." Charlotte shot him a death glare. "Not happening." Nate laughed. "I aimed high because I knew you'd shoot me down. I'll settle for a hug." Relaxing a little, Charlotte said, "I can probably allow that, but I'm warning you. I don't like to share my dessert. You'll have to get your own." Wow. If I'd known you were that stingy, I would have asked Jill out. Nate turned to Jill. "Are you single?" Jill grinned. "Yes, I am." As a matter of fact, even though she knew he was joking, Charlotte pulled on Jill's arm. "Too late," she said to Nate. "You already asked me. You don't offer a girl nachos and then take them away." "Oh, sure," Nate called after them. It's the nachos you want. You didn't think it was anything else, did you? Charlotte called back, walking away quickly. I'll pick you up at 7. Charlotte nodded and turned her back so he wouldn't see the silly smile she couldn't keep off her face. What was she doing? Nate was the last person she should be dating. He'd already been high-handed with her twice, pushing his way into her life and using his money to pave the way. And he was out of town all the time. As much as her traitorous heart wanted to forget about all of that, her brain wouldn't. Chapter 10. Nate looked across the dark cab of his truck to Charlotte's profile, highlighted by the streetlights they drove past on their way to dinner. It wasn't only that she was beautiful. He knew a lot of beautiful women, but he didn't feel this spark of happiness just from having them near. You want nachos, huh? Does Miss America want world peace? Nate chuckled and parked in front of the soda shop on Main Street. Then get ready to have your mind blown. Looks like my kind of place, Charlotte said, studying the street front windows as Nate helped her out of the truck. She paused to look over the windows painted with the pictures of ice cream cones, root beer floats, and cherry pie. As they went inside, he saw her look up and smile at the bell tinkling over their head. I was glad Charlotte seemed to like this place, unlike Alexa, who had turned her nose up at it the only time he'd brought her here. But he didn't want to think about Alexa right now. In the last couple of weeks, Alexa had been texting and calling every day. She was expecting something from him he could no longer give now that he'd met Charlotte. But he hadn't figured out how to approach that conversation with her. Nate pushed this concern aside as they walked up to the counter where Millie was spraying whipped cream from a can all over someone's hot fudge sundae. She looked up and smiled, the warm expression softening her square, lightly wrinkled face. Haverton, where you been this last couple of weeks? Busier than I wanted to be. Charlotte, this is Millie Edwards. She's owned this place since I was a kid. Nice to meet you, Charlotte said, her sweet smile lighting up her face. Nate kept his eyes on her until Millie said, Happy to meet a friend of Nate's. You're here for a visit. No, I moved here recently after I inherited my grandma's house. Your aunt's granddaughter? Okay, then I've got to ask you a question. The whole town's been trying to figure out what you're doing with that building you put on your property. Charlotte smiled. It's going to be a salon. I hope to open next week. Millie laughed. Glory be. Won't Betsy be in a state? She owns Cut and Curl down the street. It's been the only place to get your hair done in this town for 20 years. Yes, I know, Charlotte said, her voice remorseful and her mouth turning down at the corners. She's going to hate it. Sure as a dog will sniff its own poop, but don't let that worry you. There isn't a young person in Chester who will set foot in her place. Betsy knows how to do one's style really well, and it involves a lot of teasing and hairspray. Nate enjoyed watching the two women chat, but he'd waited too long for this date to have it be waylaid by a chatty woman waving a can of whipped cream around. As soon as there was a 2-second pause in their conversation, he jumped in. Millie, I've been telling Charlotte that your nachos will rock her world. Will you fix us up? Sure thing, Nate. Extra jalapenos. He looked to Charlotte, raising his eyebrows. I can take it if he can, she said. Millie grinned. Oh, he's a wuss. What can I get you all to drink? Nate grinned. You know you don't have to ask. Okay, sweet tea for the man with no imagination. How about you, honey? Charlotte grinned. A cherry vanilla Coke. Millie looked at Nate and nodded towards Charlotte. Now there's someone with good taste. Nate chuckled and led Charlotte to an empty table in the back with his hand on the small of her back. He pulled out her chair and helped her as if they were at a fancy restaurant instead of sitting down at a table with a plastic tablecloth and beer bottle salt shakers. I'm opening the salon next week, Charlotte said. Really? That was fast. You didn't mention it in any of your texts. That was because I was certain I couldn't pull it off. But I'm ready and I have the whole day booked solid. Wait, I never even heard that you decided on a name for it. I came up with a great one, by the way. Millie brought their drinks over and Charlotte took a sip of her Coke. I can't wait to hear this. The snip and clip. Charlotte eyed him like he was crazy, but laughed. Yeah, if I want people to think I was performing vasectomies. Nate chuckled. Well, what did you come up with? Southern Root Salon. He tilted his head to the side, considering it. It's clever. I like it. She smiled. Good, because the sign arrived today, and it's stamped on everything. Then she looked solemn. I've gotten a lot done while you were out of town. He heard the unasked question in her words, but he hoped teasing her would shift the conversation away from a tricky conversation about his time commitments. I knew you missed me, maybe a little. Are you always gone so much? Oh well, so much for that. The short answer is yes, though I'm working on changing that. No matter how many people I hire, I have a hard time turning over big decisions to others. The result being that I spend too much time micromanaging my business. A lot of people depend on me for their livelihood, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. But what about your life? It sounds like you need to find someone you trust to take care of them like you would. Nate stared across the table at her, appreciating her intuitive ability to cut to the heart of things. He wanted to tell her that if anything motivated him to solve this problem, it would be her. But with things so tentative and new between them, he shied away. Instead, he teased her again. You want me around to help mow your lawn more often? She rolled her eyes. No. Millie brought the nachos over before he could tease her further. The platter took up an indecently large section of the table, and Charlotte's face lit up as she dug in. Nate was impressed with the way Charlotte used her fork to put a jalapeno on top of each chip she ate and fought him for her share of the fresh guacamole. By the time Charlotte was full and left the rest to him, she had gotten several text alerts from her phone. Do you mind if I check my phone? It might be Taylor. Of course. Charlotte wiped her fingers carefully on a paper napkin and read her texts. Nate sipped his tea, watching her expression for a sign as to whether everything was okay. Within seconds, Charlotte's eyes popped open wide. Everything okay? Nate asked. No. Yes, Jill is messing with me. She has to be messing with me. What? Charlotte looked up at him. She says you're a billionaire. Nate flinched and looked anxiously around the restaurant. He'd hoped to keep the extent of his finances undercover until she knew him better. Too late for that, thanks to Jill and likely Google, but the whole town didn't need to know about it. Yeah, what do you say we go talk about this somewhere else? Charlotte's face paled. You mean it's true? Are you freaking kidding me? I thought you'd laugh. Nate got up and held his hand out to her. Let's talk in my truck. She took his hand and he led her out to the front, but she moved with no resistance at all, as if she was in shock. Nate stopped to pull out his wallet to pay for dinner. But I fed you ramen noodles, Charlotte said. Who feeds a billionaire ramen noodles? Me, that's who. What was that, honey? Millie asked, heading over to the register. Nothing, Nate said, handing her a 20. You don't owe me anything, Millie argued. You still have a huge credit on your account. We'll hash it out later, Nate said, not taking the 20 back. He once again pulled Charlotte behind him, holding the door for her and breathing a sigh of relief when they were outside. He unlocked the truck and helped Charlotte inside. When he got in a few seconds later, Charlotte turned to him and asked, Why don't you drive a Lamborghini or something? Nate chuckled. What? You don't like my fully loaded luxury model Ram truck? Well, you can take your pick from my garage next time we go out. Charlotte moved suddenly, turning sideways in her seat. Why didn't you tell me you're a billionaire? I only became a billionaire recently during this fiscal year, actually. I'd rather live as normal a life as possible, which would be impossible if people knew. And after the way you've been freaking out about money, I sure didn't want to tell you yet. Yeah, well, I knew you were rich. Daniel was rich, but I thought maybe you were a millionaire. Wait, how many millions are in a billion? Nate opened his mouth to answer, but Charlotte held up her hand to stop him. So if you had $999 and earned one more dollar, you'd have a billion. Bobbing his head from side to side, Nate said, That's one way to say it. Yes, Charlotte was gaping at him now. Holy cow, that's an obscene amount of money. He glanced sideways at her as he backed out and cruised down Main Street. I mean, it's not like I have that much cash lying around. My net worth is from all my holdings, stocks, real estate, businesses, you know? No, I don't. And I'm getting a headache trying to figure this out. You seem almost normal. I mean, this is a small town in southern Alabama for Pete's sake. You coached my son's t-ball team. You shared a plate of nachos with me at a soda shop called Give Me Sugar. See, I'm just a normal guy. Being a billionaire is not normal. Then Charlotte looked around at the street they were driving down. Hey, where are we going? Nate clenched his jaw. I want to show you who I am. Aside from the money you're freaking out over, they were silent for the 20 minutes it took Nate to drive out to Pointer's Bend, a small neighborhood on the outskirts of town. It hugged a sluggish river that gleamed silver in the moonlight. Nate's headlights shone on a dilapidated yellow trailer with plywood over all the windows. Creeping vines enveloped it at one end, but the rest of the property had been recently mowed. "This is where I grew up," Nate said. He did his best to keep his voice even, but it was deeper than usual. "Oh," Charlotte said, "I own a lot now. I keep it because I couldn't stand for anyone else to live here." He turned and looked at her until she turned and met his eyes. "I wasn't unhappy here. You've mentioned your parents. They still live in town, right?" "Yeah, but they're touring the country in an RV right now, so I haven't seen them outside of video chats since March, when they're not roaming around enjoying their retirement. They live in the lake house I bought them not far from here. That's nice. I'm not close to my mom, and my dad disappeared years ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that's why I rushed into marriage with Danielle. I just wanted to be loved by someone." Nate's heart lurched at the thought of all the hurts she must have endured to put that somber tone in her voice. We all do. We just don't always know it. He looked through the windshield at what once had been his home and reached for Charlotte's hand. "I grew up in a family where one paycheck didn't stretch till the next. I only got milk and juice growing up because my mom got government assistance. It didn't bother me much until I was older and realized the strain it was putting on my parents. I was determined that someday I'd make sure life was easy for them. I guess you succeeded in some ways, but like you said, money doesn't solve all your problems. You see, I got caught up in the business world. I'm good at it, obviously." Nate flashed her a smile, then continued. "But I wasn't happy. Somehow I lost sight of what made me happy when I was a kid." "So you came back here?" "Yeah. Yeah, in Florida I own a house that's bigger than the high school here. My garage has a Lamborghini in it, just like you hoped I didn't. And a Maserati and a Bentley and 2 limos. But I like your truck. You get what I'm saying?" Charlotte turned, angling her legs toward him. "Yeah, this is home. Exactly. And I was satisfied with it for a while, but not anymore." Nate smiled and gripped her hand tighter. "Let's just say that coming home was a good start." Then, untangling his fingers from hers, he put the truck in reverse. "Now, what do you say we head back to your place before Jill digs up anything else incriminating about me?" Chapter 11. Charlotte still wasn't sure how to deal with the fact that Nate was a billionaire. How many billionaires coach a T-ball and helped with lawn work? Just one, she was sure. If only the man would have been cold and spoiled like other rich men she'd known. She'd have had a much easier time controlling her wayward emotions around him. One awesome, not confusing development from their date was her new friendship with Millie at Give Me Sugar. When Charlotte took Jill and Taylor there on Saturday for ice cream, she offered to let Charlotte put a large flyer about the salon on her front window. She'd already been telling every woman who came in that Charlotte was taking appointments. Millie was better than any advertising she could have paid for. Her first customer on Monday morning was Deline, who was pleased as punch about having bragging rights over Misty, who couldn't come in until her lunch break. Deline wanted a new style and a root touch-up. As Charlotte combed through Deline's freshly shampooed hair, Deline said, "So I heard you and Nate went to dinner after practice the other night." Charlotte nearly groaned. The last thing she wanted to do was discuss that crazy night with Deline. "We just grabbed some nachos. So, it's true. Justine is sure going to have her panties in a twist." "Is he as good a kisser as I've always imagined?" Charlotte blushed hotly. I wouldn't know. We just ate dinner and talked." "What? I wouldn't have let him get away so easily. He'd have had my tongue down his throat before we left my driveway. In fact, one time I was on a date with Sam Little, and we never did leave the driveway. Keep it simple, that's what I will say." Charlotte couldn't help but chuckle. As awkward as this conversation was, Deline was so brilliantly shocking, you couldn't help but get a kick out of her. That was probably the furthest thing from Nate's mind. Deline roared with laughter, so much so that she bent forward, and Charlotte had to ease her back into position and comb her hair back into place so she could cut it evenly. Finally, Deline said, "Guys always have that on their mind. You should know. You've been around the block." Charlotte reflected that her short marriage with Daniel did not give her the experience Deline seemed to think it did. "Well, regardless, you can tell people the rumors aren't true. We aren't going to date anymore." "Why not, honey? There ain't nothing wrong with that man his money won't make up for." Laughing despite herself, Charlotte said, "Except that his money is the problem." "Say what? It complicates everything." Deline shook her head, making Charlotte want to sigh in frustration. It was going to take forever to finish this lady's hair. "In my experience, it's the lack of money that complicates things. My life would be about perfect if there was more lettuce in the salad bowl, if you know what I mean. I do. Charlotte would love to have more money, but she wasn't willing to give up her happiness for it. She was going to be sure that never happened again. Are you wanting layers? Who doesn't want layers? Charlotte shrugged and got to work. Delin ended up loving her hair. She tipped Charlotte generously and booked an appointment for 6 weeks later. Because I don't want to take a chance of not getting back in. This is going to save me gas money and time driving to Mobile for a haircut. Clients flew by and soon Charlotte was rubbing her stiff neck as she dumped a dustpan full of hair into the trash can for the last time that day. Behind her, she heard the door open and she turned to see who it was. An older woman in her late 50s stood in a doorway with a fierce expression on her face and a smoking cigarette between her fingers. It was Betsy George, the owner of Cut and Curl. She looked even less friendly than the first time Charlotte had seen her. "Hello," Charlotte said hesitantly. "I'm closing up for the day." "Fancy," Betsy said, looking around. But there was so much dry sarcasm in her voice. Charlotte knew she'd just been insulted. Confused, but refusing to be pulled into a confrontation with a stranger. She answered calmly, "Thank you, I've worked hard on it." Betsy gave a sharp cackle. "Yeah, on your back. I beg your pardon. The whole town knows Nate Haverton paid for this place. Pretty easy to open a place like this with a rich guy bankrolling you. I don't care for your insinuations. You need to go, afraid to let the competition check you out." "No, but I don't have to be insulted on my own property. I've asked you to leave, please do so. I don't take orders from hussies, especially ones that steal my business and my niece's man." Charlotte gasped and scrunched up her eyebrows in confusion. "What on earth are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about." Desperately trying to hold on to her temper, Charlotte gritted her teeth. "I have no idea." "Actually enlighten me. Nate Haverton. You're trying to come between Justine and Nate Haverton. Justine is your niece?" Betsy smiled as if satisfied at Charlotte's reaction. "Now you know what I'm talking about." "Not particularly. You're completely off base about me and Nate, and even more so about Nate and Justine. If she told you otherwise, she was lying through her teeth." Betsy snarled and flicked the ash from her cigarette all over the floor. "Hey, don't do that," Charlotte cried out. "Get that thing out of here before I call the police." She gave a harsh laugh, thick, with years of nicotine buildup in her throat, and took a drag on her cigarette. "My son is the cop. Have fun with that." Enraged but off balance from this information, Charlotte wondered if he would lock her up for dragging his mom off the property by her matted orange hair. But then the door opened and Nate stepped in behind Betsy. "Hey Charlotte, I came to see how your first day went." As he eyed Betsy, who was hunched up like an angry cat, Charlotte said, "It just took a turn for the worse." Nate calmly reached out and removed the smoking cigarette from Betsy's hand. "Hey, give that back," she cried as he held it gingerly between two fingers and carried it outside. She followed him and gasped indignantly as he tossed it into the gravel drive next to her car. "You can pick it up if you want," he said calmly. "Have a nice day, Mrs. George." Then, before the woman could gather her wits, Nate strode inside and shut the door, locking it behind him. Charlotte had watched this masterful move with appreciation, then opened the windows to air the smoke out. "Thanks, I couldn't get her to leave. You have to know how to motivate people." Remembering the woman's words, Charlotte's cheeks flamed. "Nate, she said the most awful things about us." "What did she say?" Nate asked, his voice calm and firm. She implied I was sleeping with you so you'd pay for this place." Charlotte's cheeks burned like fire as she said the words, completely mortified. Nate rolled his eyes. "Not very creative, is she?" "What do you mean?" "Every time something doesn't go the way she wants in this town, she claims someone is sleeping with somebody." Don't worry about it. A whole town of biddies are talking about me like I'm easy." "Yes, and I'm not. All because I went on one date with you." "What would they say if we were actually dating?" "No telling. Gossip is a major source of entertainment for these folks. It's one of the downsides of living here. But except for a few gems like Betsy, the people here would do anything for you. But this is awful. I hated it when Daniel's snooty friends gossiped about me. Now it's a whole town. I doubt anybody believes the jealous ramblings of Betsy George. Just relax and wait. You'll see. People will move on and get to know you." "Oh yeah, well, Betsy also said I was coming between you and her niece." "Who? Oh wait. She's Justine's aunt, isn't she?" Nate wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something disgusting. She dropped off a chocolate cake at my house yesterday. Fortunately, I was out of town, so she had to leave it with my security guard. You've probably been leading her on with that sexy smile of yours. Charlotte's eyes widened as she realized what had just come out of her mouth. I guess some women find it attractive, she added, trying to save herself. Nate stepped toward her, deliberately flashing his smile at her. But not you, huh? Charlotte shrugged. Not really. You're so full of yourself, it ruins the effect. Stepping even closer, Nate reached out and tipped up her chin. He leaned close with a certain look in his eyes that Charlotte had no trouble interpreting. He was going to kiss her, and with appalling clarity, she realized that she wanted him to. And I think you're trying too hard not to like me. Then he moved so close his warmth surrounded her and his breath brushed across her skin. Charlotte's emotions scrambled and she pushed back against his chest. She didn't know if she was more annoyed at him for being a cocky butthead or herself for being ready to kiss him. But watching him laugh at her made up her mind, definitely him. Unless you want me to go all snip and clip on you, you'd better get your rear out of my salon. He put his hands on her shoulders and held his arms locked as if he was holding her back. Keep your scissors sheathed. I'm sorry. Look, I think I know how to fix this gossip problem for you. Charlotte tilted her head to the side. Really? How? Let people see us out together. Trust, we'll be old news fast. But we aren't together, Nate. He raised his eyebrows, but didn't argue with her. But people think we are, and the more it looks like we're hiding it, the more interested they'll be. Plus, if Justine thinks we're official, maybe she'll move on. I'm starting to have nightmares that she'll break into my house and try to have her evil way with me. Charlotte snorted. She's not that crazy. Nate raised his eyebrows and Charlotte realized that Nate's hands were still on her shoulders, but he was a lot closer now. Being this close to his lips again sent pleasurable shivers down her spine. Fine, but whatever we do, it is not a date. I'm paying my way and Taylor is coming along and Jill is still here till after the game tomorrow. I love hanging out with Taylor, but no one is going to think it's a romantic date if he's there, and with your friend along too? Fine, I'll see if Jill will watch him again. Deal. I'll meet you downtown tomorrow. Say about 6. Someone knocked on the door and then Nate released her so she could open the door. When she pulled it open, Jill walked in looking down at her tablet. Why do you have the door locked? Then she looked up and saw Nate. Her brows rose and her lips widened with a huge knowing grin. Charlotte, what are you two doing in here that you had to lock the door? Charlotte felt her cheeks turn red. Get your mind out of the gutter. We were talking. Yeah. Uh-huh. Way to go, Nate. It's about time you made a move on her. Nate looked way too amused by Jill's teasing. It was, wasn't it? He walked over and kissed Charlotte on the cheek before she realized his intention. I'll see you tomorrow, babe. Charlotte put her hand over her cheek where it felt like she'd been branded. Before she could say anything, Nate slipped out the door, shutting it firmly behind him. That low-life, sneaking, conceited playboy. Jill grinned and walked over to the little reception desk where she started sorting out the day's accounts. Whatever, you can't fool me. You're lit up like a Christmas tree. No, I'm not. Shaking her head in exasperation, Jill sighed. Get back to me when you stop lying to yourself. Chapter 12. Nate stretched in his chair, trying to work a kink out of his neck. These long hours were killing him, but it was the only way to free up time for T-Ball and Charlotte. He glanced at the clock. There was less than an hour left till he'd see her. His office door opened and Sam came in with a thick stack of papers. I need your signature on a few things. Nate picked up his pen and signed. As Sam pointed to where he needed the signatures and initial here, then sign and date the last page. When Nate had finished, he said, That's it for today. It's about time. You're such a slave driver. An expression that was almost a smile drifted over Sam's face as he looked over the contracts one more time. I have to be lately. Your mind is always somewhere besides business. Sam, would you be unhappy in my employment if our plans work out? The man straightened and met Nate's eyes. As long as I'd still have something to keep me busy after you sell everything off. Not quite everything, and there's still my charities to manage, and a few other pet projects. I'd still keep you hopping. Then I won't be giving notice anytime soon. Sam paused before leaving. By the way, you have a meeting in Kansas City on Wednesday. Nate paused. With who? The CEO, and I've made arrangements to set up an off-the-record meeting with Mr. Mabry afterwards. Nate followed Sam to the door. Sounds good. It'll make things tight, though. They paused next to Sam's office. I still say your chances of getting Charlotte to accept your invitation are slim to none. Nate pounded him on the back, then walked to the front door, calling back over his shoulder. You always underestimate my powers of persuasion, Sam. But as Nate got in his truck and drove downtown, he knew it was all bravado. He had absolutely no confidence in Charlotte agreeing to anything. Hopefully tonight she would get to know him better and trust him a little more. As he pulled up in front of Give Me Sugar, he was disappointed not to see Charlotte's car already there. He got out anyway. Before he could even shut the truck door behind him, he heard a woman's voice call his name from across the street. He turned and saw Justine coming out of her aunt's salon. She was walking across the hot pavement in her bare feet, doing an odd shuffle because her toes were in some kind of pink foam contraption, and her head was covered in foil. What the? Before Nate could mutter another word, he saw a truck turn onto Main Street from a perpendicular road half a block away. Parked cars would conceal Justine from the driver until it was too late. Justine, stop, what? She asked, but kept shuffling forward. Without another second's hesitation, Nate launched himself across the road just ahead of the truck and plowed over Justine. He rolled to keep from cracking her head on the pavement, and his shoulder hit hard. As the truck rumbled by, Nate lay still, afraid to open his eyes. When he heard Justine crying, he realized that he had to face it sooner or later. The first thing he saw was Justine's face, contorted by shock and tears. Her foil-covered hair trembled around them, and her heaving chest was pressed to his. Are you okay? He asked, disentangling himself and sitting up. He rubbed at his shoulder, wincing as he rotated it experimentally. Thanks to you. You saved me, Justine said, her voice getting louder with each word. Then she launched herself at him and banged her nose into his as she pressed a kiss on his very unwilling mouth. He gripped her shoulders and pushed her away. Her lips still reached for him in a fish-like pucker that would give him nightmares for years. You two-timing lowlife. How could you do this to me? Nate looked past Justine's foil flaps and saw Charlotte standing over them with her arms crossed. Charlotte, help me. You look like you're doing fine to me. You said not to listen to all the rumors. I should have known better than to trust you. Nate was more irritated than he remembered ever being in his life. With an edge of panic at what Charlotte thought, and a very real desire to get out from under this bony leech of a woman, he said, Justine, get off of me before I throw you back in the road. Justine gasped and sat back. Not trusting her not to jump on him again, Nate pushed off the pavement and got to his feet. He stepped away and pulled his shirt down. As he peeled a sticky candy wrapper off his jeans, Justine moaned. I think I'm going to faint, she said in a weak voice. And I'd suggest you go sit on that bench over there and look before you go across the road from now on, not waiting around for Justine to think of another way to hang on him. Nate grabbed Charlotte's hand and pulled her back across the road, careful to take his own advice and look for cars first. When he got to his truck, he pulled her up next to it. She leaned back, biting her lip. Now what the heck are you talking about? You know darn well I'd never, but before he could finish, Charlotte burst into laughter. She laughed so hard she had to wipe her eyes and hold herself up by grabbing his shoulder. And as irritated as he was smart enough not to step away. Whatever it took to get Charlotte to touch him voluntarily. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. What was? Nate's voice was one step away from a growl. When she nearly got herself run over, or when I almost broke my shoulder trying to save her. Charlotte's eyes were still sparkling with humor. When she was trying so hard to kiss you and you were holding her off, but her lips were like Nate watched as Charlotte imitated Justine's puckered lips and decided there was only one way to stop her. He bent down and pressed his lips to her distorted ones. Charlotte breathed in sharply through her nose, then her lips relaxed beneath his for an instant, before she started kissing him back. When her lips parted slightly, it took every ounce of his strength to step away. That'll teach you to make kissy lips at me, he said darkly. For once, Charlotte didn't have a comeback. Nate looked around and saw that Betsy and Justine were glowering at them from across the street in front of the Cut and Curl. To his left, Millie and all her customers were watching them through the windows of her shop. Let's get out of here. Where's your car? Jill dropped me off, Charlotte said, her voice quiet and a little shaky. Good. He took her hand again and walked her around to the passenger door. Surprisingly, she didn't argue about getting in. So, in only a few seconds, he was able to back out and escape all the curious eyes. Where are we going? Charlotte asked. My house. You kissed me, she said, staring at him. You deserved it. Why are we going to your house? Because we're going to have dinner together one way or another. What exactly happened back there? The fool woman came running at me and didn't even watch for cars. Charlotte slapped a hand over her mouth, but wasn't able to stop the chuckle in her throat. If you were trying to convince people you and Justine aren't having a fling, rolling around with her on Main Street probably wasn't the way to do it. Hardy har. A minute later, they pulled up to his house and passed through the gate. Charlotte said, "Wow, your house is beautiful. It looks like something from Gone with the Wind." "Thanks, I'm glad you like it. I've been restoring it for the last several years. Let's go inside and let my cook know we need dinner, and then I'll give you a tour." "Sounds good," but as she walked up the steps to the veranda with him, she said, "I admit I'm surprised you didn't have a custom-built mega mansion delivered on a flatbed trailer. One room at a time, maybe." He pinched her side. "You're so funny tonight. Seriously though, I've always loved history and this place fascinated me as a kid. I hated seeing her falling apart." "That's awesome. Looking at it now, it's hard to picture this place anything but perfect." Nate nodded and looked over his home with pride. "I'll show you pictures from before the renovations. Let's go find Sarah and see what she can whip together for us." But before he even opened the front door, the sound of a car coming through the gate caught his ear. Charlotte turned with him and they watched together as a gleaming black Audi swept around the circular drive. "Oh no, you know who it is?" Charlotte asked. "Yes," he turned to her. "It's an old friend of mine. Well, spit it out, Nate, that's just it. I don't know what to say. She wants more than friendship from me. And I was okay with that until I met you. But we haven't had a chance to talk about that yet." "You and her?" "Yeah. So, keep in mind, please, I have no idea why she's here." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Well, it's pretty obvious to me. You certainly have a lot of pots on the fire." Before Nate could think of a suitable retort, Alexa got out of her car and came towards them, climbing the steps with an exaggerated sway to her hips and a firm click of her heels. "Nate, darling, I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Her eyes had barely left Charlotte since she got out of her car. "I'm afraid you are. I wish you had called. You've never minded me dropping by before." Nate clenched his teeth together. "Charlotte, this is my friend Alexa." "Nice to meet you," Charlotte said, her voice perfectly polite, but tighter than usual. Alexa just nodded. Nate watched her in surprise, wondering if she'd always been this arrogant, and he just hadn't noticed. This was an incredibly awkward situation. "Charlotte and I are going to have some dinner. Would you like to join us?" "Actually, I think I'll text Jill to come and pick me up." Charlotte said, "You have company now, and Jill is only in town one more day. We should do this another time." Nate hated the thought of Charlotte going home, but he knew he could deal with this better if she wasn't here. "I think you're right." He gripped her hand. "But I'll see you at the game tomorrow." She nodded and pulled out her phone. He shook his head. "Let me ask Sam to take you home." Charlotte nodded. "That would be faster." Nate led the way inside and said, "You know your way around, Alexa. I'll be right back." Charlotte followed him down the hall. "She's been here a lot, huh?" The universe really had it out for him today. He could practically see Charlotte pulling back from him emotionally. "Yes, but it's not like you're imagining." He knocked on the door to Sam's private quarters, then stood awkwardly in the hall while they waited. Charlotte looked around with curious eyes. "I guess the tour will have to wait." His chest warmed with hope. Maybe she wouldn't completely shut him out. Man, this woman was impossible to figure out. Sam opened the door and Nate said, "Sam, something's come up. Can you take Charlotte home for me?" Sam's eyebrows rose. "Of course. But what came up?" "Alexa's here," Nate said. Sam didn't say another word, even though his expression said it all for him. Sam knew this was the worst possible thing that could have happened to Nate tonight, and he didn't even know about the Justine disaster. Nate would never hear the end of it once he had. "I'll call you later," Nate told Charlotte. "Okay," she said, following Sam back down the hall. Then she looked back over her shoulder. "I might even answer." Nate followed slowly, pausing in the doorway to watch as Sam left with Charlotte. He sighed and turned to find Alexa. "Well, that was a surprise, darling," Alexa said as he went into the formal living room. She was reclined against the back of the leather sectional, her heels kicked off on the floor. "What was finding you at home with a woman? I've never known you to have a fling before. Who is she?" Nate leaned against the metal of the fireplace. She's the mother of one of my T-ball players. They moved in about a month and a half ago. She's a hairstylist. She's very pretty. Nate looked straight at her. She's beautiful. Alexa's brows rose. Well, if it's like that, darling, there's nothing more to say. I hope we can still be friends. The tension in Nate's shoulders relaxed, and he smiled. Of course, thanks for being so understanding. Alexa smiled. I just want you to be happy. Now, did I hear you have a T-ball game tomorrow? I'd love to watch. Chapter 13. Charlotte followed behind Jill as they climbed up the bleachers at the ball field Tuesday night for the first game. She wore her new T-ball mom t-shirt. Even though it was a bright orange, she never would have worn otherwise. On the front it said, I teach my kids to hit and steal. And on the back it said Chester Cheetah's and Taylor's name and number. Oh man, it's hot, Jill complained. And it's only May, Charlotte said, sitting down in their usual spot behind the magpie mamas. It won't be any cooler in Dallas, Jill said. But at least I'm inside in the AC most of the time. You won't have as much fun stuck in your stuffy office though. Admit it. Jill opened her mouth to answer, then shut it. Who is that? Oh my gosh, that's the Alexa chick I told you about. But what is she wearing? Jill raised her sunglasses for a better look and laughed. Well, who doesn't wear a pristine white halter-neck jumper with gold embroidery to a small-town T-ball game? She belongs on the cover of Vogue, not these dusty bleachers. Is she crazy? Jill grinned. Nate does have a way of collecting loony women. I'm not implying anything about you. Charlotte narrowed her eyes at her friend, but didn't comment. She was too busy watching Alexa prance her way towards them. Poor Sam walked behind her. It was the first time she'd seen him in anything but business clothes, and he didn't look any more relaxed in slacks and a polo shirt though. Maybe because he was clearly on escort duty. Jill's laugh rang out. I hope Nate is paying that man well. I know, right? Charlotte chuckled. Where is she going to sit? Oh my gosh, she's coming this way. Alexa turned her fine-boned face their direction and wrinkled her nose, though that could have been because the sun was shining in her eyes. Then, with a slow catwalk-worthy swing to her hips, she moved to the bleachers and climbed up, her heels clacking on the metal with each step. She didn't move to sit next to Charlotte, but on the same row across the aisle. First, though, she turned to Sam and said, Oh no, Sam, will you be a darling and clean that for me so I can sit down? For a moment, Sam seemed lost, but he brushed his hands over the metal bleacher, cleaning it with his bare palms. When he was done, he stared down at the red dust on his skin helplessly, then brushed his hands off on his slacks. Oblivious to his difficulty, Alexa sat down and perched her designer handbag on her lap. Hello, she said, smiling at them with wide, glossy lips. Hello, Charlotte said. Alexa's smile seemed totally insincere, but Charlotte was determined to be nice if it killed her. Do you like T-ball? I have no idea. I'm here to see my man at work. Charlotte swallowed as a knot formed in her throat. Your man? Smiling like a cat who caught the canary, Alexa said. Nate, you know. Oh, we're not an official couple, but I figured you would have guessed we're in a relationship by now. Jill leaned around Charlotte. You do know there are many different kinds of relationships, right? You might want to check with him what kind you have. Alexa narrowed her eyes and smiled like a cat. I'm not sure who you are, but trust me, he made our relationship abundantly clear last night. Charlotte thought she was going to be sick right there on the stands until Sam said, Do you mean before or after you left at 8 o'clock? Sam hadn't even taken his eyes off the field as he spoke, but Charlotte had a sudden urge to hug him. It had already been 6:45 when she left, so Alexa had only been there for an hour. Alexa didn't bother to answer Sam. He'd called her out so perfectly. But that still left 15 minutes where anything could have been said between Nate and Alexa. And heck, under different circumstances, she'd do more than talk if she had 15 minutes alone with the man. Jill, who was trying but failing to smother her laughter after what Sam said, waved when she saw Delin walking up. To Charlotte's surprise, Delin climbed up a few steps and asked in her carrying voice, Hey girls, who's the high-dollar hooker over there? Alexa gasped and Jill sputtered a laugh behind her hand. Charlotte glanced sideways at Alexa's tight face. Delin, be quiet. Her name's Alexa. She's here visiting Nate. I thought you and Nate were together. What's she doing here? Doing here? Charlotte lowered her voice. I don't know, but would you please be quiet? Sorry, but her nose is so far up in the air she'll drown if it comes on to rain. Have you got an opening on Friday? My niece is getting married and needs a hair appointment real bad. Charlotte couldn't help but smile. For you, I'll make it happen even if I'm booked solid. Thanks, girl. Let me know if you have any trouble with the Ice Queen over there. Charlotte could have sworn she heard Sam choke down a laugh. But before she could confirm it, Jill tugged on her sleeve. Look, Taylor's up to bat. Smiling with pride, Charlotte got her phone out to take a video, excited to see what he would do in an actual game. Besides watching Taylor play with a focus and intensity that made her proud, Charlotte enjoyed watching the other kids. There was a tall boy who was a great runner, but couldn't throw the ball for anything. So, if he fielded a hit, he preferred to chase the batter down. One time, the batter led him on a merry chase in a figure eight around first and second bases, totally oblivious to the coach's pleas to touch the base. Another kid was really small for his age, but clearly wasn't going to let that stop him from being the biggest playmaker on the team. To him, this meant sliding into every base and diving for every ball with spectacular gymnastics. When he was put at catcher, he slid 3 feet to grab the ball every time, even if it had already come to a stop against the fence. This resulted in his shoe getting tangled in the chain links at least 3 times. Jill unabashedly took videos of him. So we can laugh about it later as much as we want, she whispered to Charlotte. Because we can't laugh now in case his mama hears and comes over to whip our butts. During the game, Charlotte occasionally glanced over to Alexa, who was always either staring at her phone or looking painfully bored. Luckily for her, T-ball games were only 45 minutes long, regardless of how many innings had been played, so her suffering was of short duration. Charlotte and Jill stayed in their seats while the teams shook hands and then ran to their dugouts to get their game treats and gather their belongings. Alexa, however, stood and pranced over to stand by Nate on the field where she was largely ignored, except by Justine, who gave her the stink eye. Sam stayed where he was, looking miserable. Charlotte leaned towards him. You don't get paid enough for that. Sam smiled, which he didn't do often. You have no idea how much I'm paid. Charlotte shrugged. Doesn't matter, it isn't enough. At least she's flying out tomorrow, he said, hesitating only a minute. Charlotte asked. Does she always sleep somewhere else when she comes for a visit? Yes. Nate always insists she get a room somewhere. She stays at his house in Tampa sometimes, but he knows it would cost talk in a town like this. No kidding, I went to dinner with him once and you wouldn't believe what I'm being accused of. Charlotte hated the way Alexa and Nate looked so perfect standing together. Clearly they had a history she knew nothing about, and Nate cared enough about her to protect her reputation. He didn't seem nearly as worried about hers. Taylor loped up the bleachers, grinning from ear to ear. Charlotte gave him a high five and congratulated him on his game. Jill tickled his armpits and teased him about the time he threw the ball and got it stuck in the fence. Charlotte smiled at their interaction, but her eyes wandered over to watch Nate and Alexa again as they walked back toward the bleachers. Sam stood and so did Charlotte. It was time to go. She tugged on the brim of Taylor's cap. Come on, buddy. What do you say we all go get some ice cream to celebrate since Jill is leaving tomorrow? Taylor jumped and whooped. Yes, I want chocolate. Grabbing his shoulders, she steered him down the bleachers. Nate and Alexa stood below, obviously waiting for Sam. Feeling awkward, Charlotte smiled politely, but didn't quite meet Nate's eyes before she moved to walk by. But then, a strong, gentle hand grasped her arm. She looked up, meeting Nate's eyes. They were intense and questioning. Not even going to say hi. I didn't want to intrude. Nate's jaw clenched for a moment. You could never be an intrusion. I wish. He lowered his voice and leaned closer. I wish I was free tonight. Charlotte tossed Jill her keys and motioned for her to walk ahead with Taylor. Alexa made it clear that she has some claim on your attentions. His whole expression darkened, and he led her a few feet away. Did she? I promise you, the only claim she's ever had on me was one of friendship. He still grasped her arm, and his thumb began running back and forth over her skin in a subtle caress. I've got some meetings I can't miss tomorrow, but can I come over and see you, even if it's late? I don't think that's a great idea. Just to talk. Charlotte sighed. Okay, you'd better get back to Alexa before she kills me with that glare of hers. Nate dropped his hand and Charlotte stepped away, calling over her shoulder. See you later, Sam. Chapter 14. By 9 o'clock the next evening, Nate was stressed and frustrated. He'd spent the day in intense meetings with the Royal's CEO, including an especially angering one with Charlotte's jerk of an ex-husband. Daniel Mabry had a chip on his shoulder, and Nate longed to knock it off. But hopefully Charlotte would start getting checks in the mail without her having to resort to wage garnishments and legal battles, and Taylor would get his visits with his dad. But after his late afternoon flight home, Nate had to go over the new plan for the city's rebuilding project. They had to get it done before he left for Tampa the next day. And so he pushed on while the clock ticked later and later. Finally, he pushed his chair back from the desk. "I'm done for the night, Sam. I have an appointment I can break." "Of course, tell Charlotte hello for me." "Feeling impertinent tonight, Sam." "Not particularly." "She's a nice girl. I hope things work out for you." Nate forced his smile. "Me too. I admit I'm not feeling very confident, though." As he strode to the garage, he texted Charlotte that he was coming over. Fortunately, her only reply was one word. "Okay." Not exactly enthusiastic, but she didn't tell him to take a flying leap either. When he pulled up in her driveway and got out of the truck, he saw her open the door and slip outside. Scattered moonlight danced over her skin as she walked to the edge of the porch to meet him. She looked so beautiful he froze on the bottom step, looking up at her. "Anxious to see me, or do you not want me to come inside this late?" he asked, teasing her softly. "Taylor's asleep. I don't want to wake him up." He climbed the steps and stood looking down at her, trying to make out her features now that they were lost in shadows. "I'm sorry I'm so late, but I had to see you." "Why?" "I wanted to ask you to come to Tampa with me for the weekend, and I figured I'd better ask in person." "Nate, I could never afford to fly to Florida. I was excited to be able to buy decent groceries today. I'd fly you out there in my private jet. I'd take care of everything. All you'd have to do is relax and enjoy yourself." "No way can I let you spend that much money on me. No way. Would you let me do it for Taylor? Think how much he'd love it. I have a giant pool that looks over the ocean, theater room, a game room. Now you're trying to bribe me." Nate reached out and touched her shoulders, waiting to see how she reacted to his touch. She stiffened for a moment, but then relaxed, so he pulled her closer. "Of course I am. I really want you to come." Charlotte shook her head, her hair sliding across his hands at that movement. "But see, this is what I mean. You try to throw money at everything. You know I hate that. I would have thought a billionaire would be better at negotiations." "What do you mean? Don't you know what would be most likely to convince me?" As he puzzled over her question, he ran his hands down her arms and slipped his arms around the small of her back. She leaned into him as if she was melting, and her meaning became clear. He truly was an idiot. With his heart hammering, he pulled her close against him. Her head tipped up in a clear invitation, and he bent to answer it, hoping she wanted this as badly as he did. With his lips scant inches from hers, he paused. "Keep it slow, man." Then he touched his lips to hers. But at the softness and sweetness of her lips, and the sheer wonder of this being Charlotte he was kissing, he couldn't restrain the flood of desire that swept through him. With emotions raging through him like fire, he deepened the kiss, and to his surprise, she didn't pull back. In fact, she slid her hands from his chest up and around his neck and held on. He broke away from her lips as his drugged brain remembered that he was going to take this slow. But then he discovered the fragrant softness of the spot beneath her ear. He left a trail of kisses there. Charlotte made a sound in her throat that vibrated beneath his lips. Then she pushed back against his chest with gentle, half-hearted pressure. Instantly, he loosened his grasp and she stepped away. He watched as she moved to the porch rail, which she leaned against as she stared at him with dark eyes. What was she thinking? Feeling? His heart beat so hard, his pulse roared in his ears. "There, now you know my weakness," she said at last in her sweet-toned alto. He chuckled. "You like kisses?" Her laughter was as soft as the moonlight and just as magical. "Your kisses, you idiot. But you couldn't have known that before. I suspected, and now that I've had them, it's going to be harder to deny myself." Then Nate stepped towards her, but she held up a hand, warning him to stay away. "It was a bad idea coming out here in the dark with you, Charlotte. I think I'll go crazy if this conversation heads where I think it will." She turned away then, pressing her hands to her face. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a tease. I just wanted to give in once." He closed the distance between them. Even though he needed to tread carefully, he wrapped his arms around her from behind and spoke softly in her ear. "Tell me what you're so afraid of." "Of being hurt again, like I was before. Of getting broken by the stress and power and selfishness that comes with wealth. But mostly, I don't want Taylor to be hurt anymore." Do you know what it was like to make the choice to divorce Daniel, knowing I'd be separating Taylor always from one of his parents? I can't imagine, Nate said, curling his fingers through hers. But I wanted a better life for him, she continued. I wanted him to appreciate the little things in life and know what it means to work. She made a sound between a sob and a laugh. Maybe not struggle as much as we have the last few months, but I'm working hard to build the best life I can for him. And to me, that doesn't mean spoiling him. Nate was silent, taking this all in. He wondered what had gone on in her marriage before. He knew much more about the man's finances now, thanks to Sam's hard work. But that was just numbers on a report. He knew a lot of the world's richest people. They ran the gamut from charitable, innovative, and hardworking people to sleazy, greedy schmucks. He'd pegged Daniel Mabry within 5 minutes of meeting him. He understood why Charlotte wanted Taylor to be a better man than his father. I'm so sorry, Charlotte. With gentle hands, he encouraged her to turn so he could hold her. She pressed her face into his shirt, and from the way her body shook, he knew there were storms raging inside her, though she didn't cry. He rubbed her back and thought that here was one of those problems he couldn't solve with money. In fact, money was the last thing that could fix this. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to try. Charlotte, will you come with me? I want to show you that I'm different. I know I messed up a little by buying you the salon. A little? She asked, chuckling. Okay, a lot. But I wasn't trying to buy you. I was trying to help you. There's a difference there, you know. I guess so. Will you come? What's the worst that could happen? I could decide I don't want to be a part of your life. Frowning, Nate nodded. Yeah, that would suck. Having second thoughts? She teased him. No. How do you think I've been so successful in business? By working too much and never being satisfied with what you have. That was unnecessarily critical, though. I guess you're right. In a way, I'm trying to fix that. I want to spend time with you, and this is the best way right now. Will you come? She was quiet for a minute, okay? Yes. Did you say that so I'll leave? Yes. I don't want the neighbors to get ideas about what you're doing here this late. Nate kissed the top of her head and forced himself to back away. As he went down the steps, he called back. Just remind them that you're making a payment on the snip and clip salon. You're hilarious. Nate acknowledged her sarcasm with a salute and laughed as he walked to his truck. Chapter 15. The next Friday afternoon, Charlotte locked up her salon as soon as she finished with Delin's niece. Luckily, she'd been able to reschedule her weekend appointments, but she hated losing potential clients by being closed. How had Nate talked her into this? Oh yeah. With the best kisses she'd ever experienced or dreamed about, Nate was one talented guy. If only he'd been a bad kisser, she could have moved on and been perfectly okay right now. Instead, she was more confused than ever. As she walked back to the house, practically baking in the heat of the intense May sunlight, she saw Lenelle walking over from her house. Even though she had a lot to do, she didn't mind the chance to chat with her friendly neighbor. Lenelle met her on the porch. The lawn looks nice. Charlotte nodded and opened the front door. I'm going to have to start mowing more often now that the grass is growing faster. I tell you though, I'm not looking forward to mowing this summer when it's hot enough to boil me alive. Well, that's why I came over. Actually, I was going to tell you that Nate hired a boy from the high school to do the mowing from now on. What? Charlotte asked, spinning around. But he can't do that. Lenelle tilted her head. Why not? Because he's not supposed to spend money on me. He can spend money on me if he wants to, Lenelle said cheerfully, slipping into her favorite spot at the kitchen table. He does nice things like that for people all the time. Paul and I are getting old and our income is tight. If someone who can afford to wants to do something nice, I won't say no. And I'm sure the kid is glad for the money. Charlotte shrugged but said, You can do whatever you want, of course. But Nate is not paying to have my lawn mowed. You don't mind if I keep using your mower, do you? Heavens no. But why won't you let him help you out? I mean, now that you two are a couple, it's natural for him to do nice things for you. Charlotte poured Lenelle a glass of iced tea, which she kept around mostly for when people visited. We are not a couple. Lenelle rolled her eyes. Oh, give it up, girl. The man is badly gone on you. And here you are taking off on a weekend trip with him. It's complicated and nothing is happening between us. It's more of an experiment to see if I could ever consider it. And I hope you don't mind, but I have to pack, or I'll never have everything ready by the time Taylor gets out of school and we're due to leave. I can help, Lenelle said unperturbed. She picked up her iced tea and followed Charlotte back to her bedroom. Smiling a little, Charlotte resigned herself to having company. She pulled her suitcase out of the closet and started sifting through her clothes. Light summer pajamas, a stack of underwear, and her flip-flops were soon stacked neatly on the bed. As she turned back to her dresser to get some shorts and t-shirts, she was surprised when Linnell came and stood beside her. She was holding a small stack of panties. "Oh no, dear. Cotton. Come on. I know you have something prettier than these." Charlotte grabbed the stack and put them in her suitcase. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. No one is going to be seeing them but me." "Of course not. But a girl always feels more confident when she's wearing something lacy underneath." Linnell opened her underwear drawer and brazenly dug through it until she victoriously held up a pair of black lace bikini cut panties. "Here you go. Let's see now. Oh, here are a couple more pairs. Now, a bra to match." After another moment of sifting, she held up Charlotte's only sexy bra. She didn't even know why she still owned it, except that it seemed wasteful to get rid of all of her pretty things. "I am not taking those," Charlotte said firmly. Linnell carried her finds over to the suitcase. "But look, they don't take up any room." "What's the harm?" Charlotte sighed dramatically. Fine, but only because she knew this was a losing battle. She'd take them out after Linnell went home. While Charlotte packed clothes she decided were practical, Linnell kept adding clothes that were decidedly frivolous, like her long drapey black gown and a floral chiffon dress. She was also adamant that Charlotte needed both the black strappy heels and the yellow super high. "What was I thinking when I bought them heels?" "You're being so much help," Charlotte said, her voice dry. "I know you'll thank me when you get there. Now, let me see your swimsuit options." Charlotte knew this wasn't going to go well. She pulled out a plain black one-piece and tossed it into the suitcase. Linnell's mouth dropped open. "Are you kidding me?" She waved her hands up and down Charlotte's body. "You have that figure and you're wearing that swimsuit. I'm not wearing a bikini, so you can forget it. I don't even own one." With a knowing look on her face, Linnell stepped back over to the dresser. With unerring instincts, she opened the bottom drawer and found the teal one-piece with its daring V-neck front and an Aztec design in gold foil printed over it. "Now, this is more like it." Linnell pushed it deep into the suitcase, as if afraid Charlotte would take it out. And she would. Linnell tossed back the rest of her iced tea. "Looks like my work here is done. I need to get back to my place because my friend Joy is coming by to play skip bow." Charlotte followed her out and accepted the empty tea glass while trying not to look relieved. "It was nice seeing you," she said politely. "You too, sugar. Have fun, and for Pete's sake, loosen up a bit." With her quirky neighbor heading back across the lawn to her own house again, Charlotte glanced at the clock and went into panic mode. She ran into Taylor's room and packed his clothes, then started gathering toiletries. All too soon, it was time to go pick up Taylor at school, and she had no time to repack her own suitcase. Sighing, she told herself she didn't have to wear the things just because they were in her suitcase. 30 minutes later, she pulled up to her house again with Taylor almost bouncing in his seat with excitement. She had to give Nate that. Seeing Taylor's simple pleasure in this trip outweighed any doubts she had. Exactly on time, Sam pulled up behind her car. He was giving them a ride out to the private airfield where Nate kept his jet. She pulled their suitcases outside and Sam loaded them up. Nate doesn't keep a driver. Not in Chester, but he does in Tampa. Of course, Sam smiled across at her. "Fasten your seatbelt. If you think having a chauffeur is crazy, you're in for a few shocks." Sooner than Charlotte would have thought possible, they arrived at a gated community right on the shoreline. A chauffeur had indeed picked them up at the airport, and luckily Sam was traveling with them to help Charlotte feel more at ease. The jet had been luxurious, and the limousine was just as much so, but Sam treated everything as if it was completely normal. So Charlotte was able to at least pretend that she wasn't overwhelmed by it. When the gates opened and the driver steered the limo around the exclusive community of towering mansions, Charlotte felt a wave of panic rising in her. When the limo pulled up in front of the biggest mansion of them all, a gorgeous white stucco edifice that gleamed against the vibrant blue sky, Charlotte knew she was stepping back into the world she'd grown to hate, but to a greater degree. "Is this a hotel, Mom?" Taylor asked, his face and hands smudging the pristine limo windows. "No, this is Nate's house here in Florida. Remember, I told you he had two homes, but this one is even bigger than the other one." "It certainly is." "Come on, let's go check it out." She was glad Taylor didn't realize she was forcing herself to sound cheerful. He jumped out of the limo, and Charlotte followed him out, immediately, pulling her sunglasses down to protect her eyes against the glaring brightness. Sam was overseeing the transfer of their luggage as two women in maids' uniforms waited to carry them in. Managing to repress the urge to carry her own bag, Charlotte clenched her fist around the straps of her shoulder bag. "Your bags will be waiting in your room," Sam said as if noticing her strain. "Mr. Haverton has texted me that he has wrapped up his last meeting for the day and will be home in 20 minutes. In the meantime, he wants me to give you the grand tour so you can feel more comfortable. Shall we?" He motioned to the front door that the maids had left standing open. Charlotte nodded. "Come on, Taylor." Taylor was crouched down over the flower beds, looking at something. "Okay, but can I come back out later and try to catch the green lizard I saw?" "We'll see," she said non-committally. The entry to the home featured soaring ceilings and enormous windows all the way up to the third level. The floor was marble, and there was white crown molding throughout the space. The walls were painted a breezy muted aqua color, and the art and decorations also reflected a more casual ocean theme. It was beautiful and obviously expensive. Charlotte hoped she could keep her active son from breaking anything. "Through here," Sam was saying as he led them through the house, "you will find various living areas, the formal dining room, a smaller breakfast room, and the gourmet kitchen." Charlotte tried to make mental notes of where everything was. But then they emerged into a great room with a wall of ceiling-height windows looking out on the ocean. She was still trying to take in the view that stretched out to the horizon, when Sam opened the massive French doors that led them out onto a deck that was larger than her whole house. There was a seating area under a pergola, an outdoor kitchen, a built-in hot tub big enough for a dozen people, and an enormous rectangular pool that was shallow by the steps, then sloped into the deeper blue of the deep end. The far side of the pool featured an infinity edge that looked out over the ocean. Exotic plants with their strong fragrances were scattered artfully around the deck among the hammocks, loungers, and tables. Taylor kicked off his flip-flops and immediately stepped into the pool, going down the steps as far as his knee. "When can we go swimming, Mom? And when can we go to the beach? We need to wait till Nate gets here and ask him what his plans are." Then a deep voice rang out from across the deck. "Nate's plans are to do exactly what you two want to do. I am completely at your service." "Coach!" Taylor screamed, running out of the pool and leaving dark footprints across the concrete deck. "I can't believe we're here. I love your pool." Nate smiled down at Taylor and gave him a high five. "I'm glad." Then he looked at Charlotte. "And how about you?" Charlotte shrugged helplessly. "You know, it's amazing. It's better with you guys here." And then looking at him in his khaki shorts and white t-shirt stretching across his chest, Charlotte was overwhelmed by a vortex of unwanted emotion and attraction. His smile scrambled her brain, so the only thing she knew to do was resist. "I have a bone to pick with you," she said. He grinned. "Of course you do. About what?" "Lennell said you hired someone to mow the lawns. It's in clear violation of our contract." He walked toward her slowly, his smile never faltering. "Ah, yes. I've been looking forward to this argument." Chapter 16. "What argument could you possibly have? We have a contract, remember?" Nate eyed Charlotte, taking in the way she put her hands on her hips, drawing attention to her figure. He knew this was only a defense mechanism, and there was no way he was going to let her put him at arm's length anymore. Not pausing, he walked towards her until he was close enough to slide his hands along her waist and pull her against him. She was tense for a split second before she lifted her arms and returned his hug. "This is not an argument," she said into his shoulder. Nate kissed the top of her head. "You're right, but I'm paying the kid I hired triple his rate for the Johnston's yard, and he's throwing yours in for free. So I'm not breaking the contract." Charlotte pushed on his chest and huffed, but he didn't let her go. "That's a low-down dirty trick, and you know it." Nate just smiled. "You left me no other option than to be tricky. That'll teach you to coerce me into terms I don't approve of. No one forced you to sign the contract." Nate bent and nuzzled his face into her neck. Then murmured, "No, but you distracted me, so I didn't know what I was doing. I could say the contract is void because I was under undue influence at the time." "Nate, where's Taylor?" Looking up, Nate saw Taylor watching them with a grin on his face. "Don't worry, he's here." "What?" This time when Charlotte pushed against him, Nate released her and stepped over to greet Taylor. "What do you want to do first, buddy? I want to swim." Nate glanced at Charlotte, grinning. "Perfect. Let's all go change and meet at the pool." Taylor ran for the stairs and Nate grabbed Charlotte's hand to pull her along behind. He and Taylor beat her down to the pool, so they jumped in and horsed around while they waited for her. She finally appeared on deck with a white sarong tied around her chest. Taylor was begging Nate to throw him across the pool again, but Nate's attention was glued on Charlotte. "Just a minute, buddy," he said. Then he called across the pool to Charlotte. "It's about time, slowpoke. Is it cold?" she asked. "It's not cold to me," Taylor said. "Yeah, well, you could swim in an Arctic lake and not think it was cold." Charlotte untied her sarong and draped it over one of the lounge chairs before kicking off her sandals. Nate took one long look at her creamy skin and the hint of cleavage her suit revealed, and thought that it would have been better if the pool was cold, because even though there were dozens of women in bikinis on the beach below, this woman in a fairly modest one-piece was sending his pulse into overdrive. It wasn't just that she was beautiful, but that she was her, the only woman he wanted in his life. She was strong and spunky, sweet and serious, and he wanted her in every way a man could want a woman. And from the way Charlotte kept glancing at his chest, then quickly away again, he hoped he was having a similar effect on her. If he couldn't convince her he was worth the gamble, he didn't know what he would do. Once Charlotte got in the pool, they swam for a long time before they finally convinced Taylor to leave the pool. Nate asked Mrs. Henderson, his housekeeper, to order pizza while they changed. When it arrived, they settled down to eat it in the media room while they watched a superhero movie. Taylor sat between them, enthralled by the action on the large screen and lost in the experience provided by the sound system. But Nate's eyes continually wandered to Charlotte's beautiful face as it was lit by the flickering lights. Even though he tried to keep his staring covert, she caught him at it several times, but only because she was looking at him. Worn out by the exciting day, Taylor fell asleep before the movie was over. It was only when Nate turned off the movie that he realized Charlotte was asleep too. Chuckling to himself, he gently shook her until her eyes popped wide open. "Did I go to sleep?" "Oh yeah, you were out. Want me to carry Taylor to bed?" Charlotte rubbed at her eyes and said in a voice husky with sleep, "Yeah, that would be great. He's so big now. I can barely budge him." When Nate picked Taylor up and perched him on his shoulder, he was impressed by how solid the kid was. But it didn't tax his strength to carry him to bed, even though he had to carry him up 2 flights of stairs. Following behind him, Charlotte brushed past him to open the bedroom door. Then she hurried over to pull the covers down on the full-size bed in Taylor's room. "Oh man, he hasn't brushed his teeth," she whispered. "Surely one night won't wreck his dental health." "Probably not," Charlotte agreed with a slight smile as if she was laughing at herself. She pulled the covers up over his shoulders and bent to press a kiss on his forehead. He must have been completely worn out. Nate waited for her at the door, and after Charlotte turned off the lamp and checked that the nightlight was on in his bathroom, she followed him out in the hall. They stood together in the dim hallway staring at each other. "Thanks for bringing us here, Nate. I haven't seen Taylor have this much fun in a very long time, and that makes you happy, doesn't it?" She nodded. Nate stepped closer to her. "I'm thrilled Taylor is enjoying himself, but you know that isn't my only goal in inviting you here. Are you having fun? Or is all this sumptuous wealth overloading your system?" She smiled. "I admit it was at first, but now that I'm a little more used to it, it's not so bad." Then she looked up at him, meeting his eyes more squarely. "And honestly, having you around makes all the difference. You're so great with Taylor, and I can't tell you what that means to me." A thrill swept over him at her approval. "That's easy. He's a fun kid." "I think so," she chuckled. "But that's not the only thing that I like about you." Nate raised his brows and smiled. "Oh yeah, what else do you like? You're so..." She paused for a second with a thoughtful look. "So normal." "That's not what I was hoping for." Her laughter bubbled out. "Well, it's what I was hoping for. Even surrounded by all this, you are still an average down-home southern boy." "Down-home and southern. Yes." "Average? Not so much." She laughed and he watched her, loving the change from her usual serious expression. He reached out to her and she didn't hesitate to move towards him in return. As he put his arms around her, she said, "Don't knock it. Average is working for you." "Huh. Forgive me if I want to change your mind on that." And then he kissed her long and thoroughly until there could be no doubt left in her mind that whatever was blooming between them was far from common. But he knew feelings would only take them so far, and he had a lot of work to do to make a life that Charlotte would willingly be a part of. The next day was spent mostly on the beach where Charlotte kept slathering Taylor with sunscreen. Nate was sure to give her the same careful attention, since her skin was so fair. She looked like a goddess on the beach with her hair piled up in a bun and her graceful body reclining in the sun. She looked so relaxed that Nate was sure to entertain Taylor and keep him safe in the waves, so she didn't have to worry about him. Eventually, they headed back into the house for a late lunch. His housekeeper had a large tray of fresh cut-up fruit waiting for them. Charlotte and Taylor dug in, and Nate almost laughed at how similar their reactions were. When they both wiped watermelon juice off their chins at the exact same time, he lost it. "What?" Charlotte asked, her fingers hovering over the strawberries. "You'd think you two never saw fruit." When her cheeks blushed crimson red, Nate wondered what on earth he'd said wrong until Charlotte answered. "I buy it whenever I can, but it's not cheap, you know." Then she tilted her head and looked at him. "Except you don't know, do you?" He looked at her silently for a moment. "I do know that I got it with my free lunch at school when I was growing up." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. It's okay. We always have bananas and usually oranges or apples. But this," she waved her hands around the large platter, "is beyond my reach." Nate shook his head. "The things that impress you." She grinned and took a bite of a bright red strawberry, then licked her lips. Completely distracted, Nate stared at her for several moments before he remembered what he'd been wanting to ask. "How would you feel about Taylor staying here tonight while you and I go out for a nice dinner? Who would be watching him? My housekeeper?" Charlotte scrunched up her nose and glanced at Taylor. Taylor shook his head. "Is Sam around?" Nate's heart warmed that Taylor liked his assistant, who was honestly the best friend he had, but not many people got him. "You're cool hanging out with Sam?" "Yeah." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "He let Taylor play games on his tablet on the way here. Now they're friends for life. But I don't want to impose on Sam. He already had to babysit for you last week." Nate's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Charlotte grinned. "Alexa." Then she ate a slice of kiwi, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Definitely uncomfortable now." Nate scratched his jaw. "Yeah. Did I mention I'm having a dinner party tomorrow night and she's coming? Actually, she more or less planned it weeks ago because she said she couldn't stand to see me lonely. About a dozen of my other friends are coming in." She licked her lips and stared at him with wide eyes. "No, you did not mention that. I thought about canceling it, believe me. But I really would love for you to meet my friends. I mean, I've met one of yours." "Well, how is Alexa going to react at me being at your party?" Nate sighed. "She tried to talk me out of inviting you so you'd be uncomfortable and out of your depths. How lovely of her." Nate glanced down to see if Taylor was paying attention, but he seemed to be too focused on stuffing his sticky face. "I'd love to watch you prove her wrong. You sound as if you believe I could." Nate held her eyes and smiled. "I'd never be so stupid as to doubt you." "Well, I can't say I'm looking forward to it. But I won't run from it either." "And dinner tonight?" She hesitated but smiled. Her shoulders dropped as if she'd forced them to relax. Yes, I'd love to, and thanks to Lennell's interfering ways, I even have something nice to wear for both events. Mrs. Johnston, this is a story I'd love to hear." "Oh, it's nothing. She came over when I was packing and kept putting all kinds of things in my suitcase and I didn't have time to take them back out." "Did you know you're blushing again? Now I'm dying to know what else she put in there." "Well, that's as much as you're going to know. And now, if I'm going to be ready to go on time, I'd better start getting ready. I've got sand in unholy places." She grabbed Taylor's berry-stained fingers and pulled him along with her. Nate watched them go with something brighter and homier than mere laughter in his heart. He wanted more of this in his empty life, but getting close to Charlotte was like coaxing a butterfly into his hand. Chapter 17. As Charlotte dried her hair while staring at the ocean through the enormous picture window, she decided she was going to take Lennell some cookies. After all, she deserved it. In all her stubborn pride, Charlotte realized that she had been determined to resist Nate's wealthy lifestyle with a self-punishing rebellion. If she had arrived in Tampa with nothing but denim cutoffs and cheap t-shirts, she wouldn't have been able to go to dinner with Nate. But thanks to Lennell, she had 2 of the 3 designer dresses she had never sold out of sentiment. In the privacy of her room, she could admit being excited to go out with Nate. She knew exactly the kind of restaurant they would likely go to. All tuxedoed waiters who moved like silk dancers and no prices on the menus. Everyone's eyes would be assessing, sharp and yet guarded. Rich people wanted your secrets as much as regular folks, but they held their own much more closely. Running her fingers through her hair, Charlotte searched for the slightest sign of dampness, then turned off the dryer. She dropped it next to her on the bed and moved over to sit at the vanity where her hair products and curling wand were laid out. She sectioned her hair and began the arduous task of curling her thick, heavy hair. As she held the hot wand still, slowly counting the seconds until she could unroll it. She glanced down at the lacy brush she wore. Yes, Lenel was right. It did give a woman confidence to wear something feminine, and she would need all she could get. During the few years Daniel had dragged her out to fancy restaurants and clubs and designer clothes and jewelry, she had slowly figured out the depth of his insecurity. In upper circles, he barely had a twin. He had money and his parents had money, but not enough, never enough. And because of that, appearance mattered to him more than anything, more than his marriage, more than his son, more than his own happiness, if he could only have realized it. Before the misery and claustrophobia had swallowed her, going out on his arm had become a challenge. Charlotte enjoyed a world to conquer for her husband. Her phone beeped, and she put the curling wand down to glance at the screen. It was a text from Jill. Made you a playlist of girl power songs. Go knock that man on his perfect behind. Charlotte giggled and clicked on the link Jill sent. Her room, of course, had Bluetooth surround sound in it, so she connected it and laughed as "This girl is on fire" filled the room. She put on her makeup with steady, skillful hands, spritzed herself with the dregs of her daisy perfume and strode over to the cavernous walk-in closet. It looked so ridiculous, with only her few pieces of clothing hanging in it, but the dress she would wear tonight looked like it deserved the space. It was the last designer dress she had purchased before the divorce. It had been almost a revenge purchase. It had cost more than the used car she currently drove, and she'd never worn it. It was a floral chiffon, the fabric so filmy and sheer it floated at the slightest whisper. Cut by a master just for her. The fabric clung to her figure down to her hips, where it flared like a flower's petals to her knees, but sweeping down lower in the back. The pattern had muted coral roses and sprays of yellow rosebuds and pale green leaves, but the designer had taken care to cut the fabric so that the pattern flowed across the bodice, cap, sleeves, and skirt as if painted on after the dress had been sewn. The hem was so narrow it barely existed, and with the golden sheen now tinting her skin, it looked amazing on her. Glancing at the time, Charlotte carefully applied her lipstick and slipped on her yellow heels. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, she turned from side to side, mostly because the skirt of her dress felt amazing swishing around her legs. A satisfied smile curled her lips. "Let's do this," she said. She picked up her clutch from the end of the bed, slipped lip gloss and her phone inside, then walked out into the hall, closing the door behind her. With her chin lifted and a slight smile on her lips, amused at herself, Charlotte carefully descended the curving stairs down to the main hall below. Nate stood several yards away talking on his phone. He was dressed in an immaculate black suit and looked too perfect to be real. I was talking on the phone but turned when her heels clicked onto the tile floor. Then his eyes widened and his jaw hardened in a way that buoyed Charlotte's confidence still further. "I'm sorry, I have to go." He put his phone in his pocket and stared at her. She glanced down, not quite sure how to react to the intensity of his eyes. "Can we just hold on to this moment?" he finally asked. Charlotte laughed and walked towards him, keeping her steps slow, playing with him. "What's so special about this moment?" His eyes lit with humor. "This is the first time you've ever set out to bewitch me." Tilting her head, Charlotte wondered how to respond to this. "You think so? I'm pretty sure. Usually you do it without trying." He took a deep breath and reached out to softly run a finger down her cheek. "I never understood before just how dangerous you are. Afraid? No." One word, but there was a world of meaning in his voice. "Shall we go? Let me look in on Taylor first." Nate stepped back and Charlotte walked past him to the large sitting room across the hall. Sam worked at a table with his laptop in front of him, while Taylor laid back on the couch playing a game on Sam's tablet. "Taylor, I want you to brush your teeth and get ready for bed in 30 minutes. 30? Mom, come on." Charlotte held up her hand to stop the onslaught of his argument. "I didn't say you had to go to bed, but you have to get ready because I bet you'll crash right there before too long." "No, I won't. I'm not even tired." "Taylor." Charlotte's voice was firm. He sighed. "Fine." Nodding, Charlotte bent down and kissed the top of his head before ruffling his hair. "Be good for Sam." Then she turned to the man himself and added, "And you should get off that thing and relax a bit too." Sam looked at her, his expression deadpan as always. "But I enjoy drafting contracts all hours of the night." Charlotte grinned and turned back to Nate, who had lowered his eyebrows in Sam's direction. "Don't make it sound like it's my fault," Nate said. "I didn't tell you to do anything of the sort." But Sam turned back to the computer saying, "Of course not. You just expect to have them ready for signatures by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Well, tell me to jump off a cliff. Don't think I haven't wanted to." Then Sam looked up and smiled at her. "Have a nice evening, Charlotte." "Thanks," Charlotte said, thrilled to feel such a sense of belonging in Nate's circle. Nate beat her to the front door with his long stride, and he held it open for her to pass through. The bright, humid air scented by the Gulf breezes blowing inland swept over her, stirring her dress and curls. A limousine waited in the driveway, and a chauffeur stood punctiliously at the open door. Charlotte dipped down and entered, trying her best to match the elegance of her dress. When Nate settled next to her and the door was shut, she turned to him. "You set the bar pretty high with our first date. Think you can top Millie's nachos?" Nate grinned and took her hand in his. "No chance, but hopefully this dinner won't be ruined by another one of my dark secrets being revealed." "How many do you have?" "I think just the one." The limo drove smoothly like it was rolling on a glass road, and in no time it drifted slowly to a stop. It was growing dark, but Charlotte thought from the tall buildings and lights that they were downtown. Before she could ask, the door opened and a white-gloved hand was held out to help her out of the car. She emerged, smiling her thanks at the chauffeur, but stopped, surprised. A huge man stood almost directly in front of her with his back to her. He had a black suit on, and his shoulders were so broad Charlotte couldn't see around him. She felt Nate's hand on her waist, gently nudging her to the side so he could get out of the car. As he stood beside her, he didn't even glance at the man. Charlotte's brain finally solved the puzzle when the giant turned around and said, "We're good, Mr. Heverton. Follow me." With his hand on the small of her back, Nate guided Charlotte across the street in the wake of the man who was obviously his bodyguard. A camera flashed nearby, and Charlotte realized that a crowd was gathering on the sidewalks on both sides of the street as people gawked at them. But Nate didn't even glance at them as he swept her into the dime entry of an old street restaurant. "You have a bodyguard?" Charlotte asked as the door shut behind them. Her stomach tightened as she considered this new situation. Nate nodded. "Yes, I have a whole team. Actually, I don't worry as much in Chester, but anywhere else I take precaution, especially here in Tampa, where I'm so well known." Then his smile glinted at her, "And especially when I have you with me. Now, let's find Marco." She relaxed and looked around to see where they were. The room around them was clearly a dining room with no more than a dozen tables, all dressed with white linen, sparkling crystal, and gleaming silverware. The only thing missing were customers. "You didn't book the whole restaurant, did you?" Charlotte asked, appalled. "Not exactly. I'll explain after you meet Marco." Nate led her through the swinging metal doors at the back of the dining room and into a brightly lit kitchen with immaculate counters and appliances. To her surprise, there was only one skinny sous chef busy with a knife and a pile of vegetables, and one very fat man with red cheeks and a spotless white toque and double-breasted jacket. He stood with a tasting spoon an inch from his mouth, breathing in the aroma. Charlotte watched as he finally put the spoon in his mouth, made a smacking sound, and flung the spoon across the kitchen, where it landed in the deep sink with a ringing thwack. Nate chuckled. "Too lazy to walk across the room, Marco?" The man spun quickly and smiled broadly. "Boss." The man waddled forward and hugged Nate. Nate glanced over Marco's shoulder and rolled his eyes for Charlotte to see. She shook her head. "You own this place." "Yes," Nate answered, pulling away from Marco. "A fact that surprises me every time I come here. But I don't entertain enough to satisfy Marco's need to feed people. He used to quit on me every other Thursday until we came up with this little enterprise." Marco nodded. "And when the boss man comes into town, I cook just for him." Marco's eyes narrowed as he grinned. "Or for any beautiful lady he brings with him." Charlotte folded her arms across her chest and looked at Nate as she asked Marco, "Oh yeah. And does that happen often?" "Oh no," Marco said, going back to his saucepan. "Makes me wonder sometimes." Nate gave a long-suffering groan. "Not this again. Marco, I am not ashamed of you." Charlotte, who'd been interpreting Marco's comment entirely differently, burst out laughing. Shaking his head, Nate said, "Marco is too sensitive. He's never happy unless I'm showing him off. It helps when the food critics rave about him, which is another reason this restaurant is good for him. But maybe he'll finally believe me since I brought you here." He looked at Marco over his shoulder. Because Marco, my friend, this particular lady, is not just some beautiful lady. His voice softened. She's the beautiful lady. Charlotte's breath caught, and she stared wide-eyed at Nate. His eyes bore into hers as Marco gave a whoop of joy and started yelling orders at his sous chef. Nate laughed and put his hand on the small of her back, gently nudging her back to the dining room. We'd better stay clear for a while. Where would you like to sit? Charlotte looked around, laughing at her previous expectations. There would be no snobby maître d', no intimidating waiters, no people to impress, just her and Nate and an eccentric Italian chef. He stepped towards a table in the back with a round booth against the exposed brick wall. Is this okay? Perfect, Nate said, smiling. They each scooted in along the bench until they could sit close enough. Their knees brushed, but still able to face each other across the round table. In no time, the sous chef appeared with their drinks, and then one by one he presented his chef's masterpieces. Each course was delicious. There was a creamy tomato bisque, followed by a small salad of artisan greens and sweet tomatoes with a peppery citrus vinaigrette. Warm crusty bread came next with a small plate of crab-stuffed ravioli, in a divine sauce, and a pan-seared flounder with a lemon caper sauce completed the meal. As she at last laid her fork down, she looked across the table at Nate, who was still working on his bigger portion of flounder. That has to be the most incredible meal of my life. Nate met her eyes and smiled. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How could I not? And I love that it's just the two of us. He reached across the table and held his open hand toward her. She rested hers in it, smiling across at him as he played with her fingers. Marco came out then, drying his hand on a towel which he draped over his shoulder. He pulled a chair across from them and sat down, grinning from ear to ear. That was perfection. No, Charlotte laughed, enjoying his confidence. It was. You're a genius. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. I was inspired by your loveliness. She blushed and looked across at Nate, who was looking at Marco, shaking his head. You know, my friend, telling a woman she inspired you to cook fish isn't necessarily a compliment. Marco scowled. What is wrong with the fish? It was moist with a firm, creamy flesh. And stop, Nate said, holding up his hand. Please just stop. One look at Nate's expression was enough for Charlotte to know how close he was to laughing, which completely set her off. And once she started laughing, Nate could no longer contain his own. Soon they were leaning against each other, laughing till their eyes streamed. What is funny? Marco asked, looking lost. This made them laugh even more. But soon, Charlotte forced herself to take slow, deep breaths and got herself under control. Marco, you're the best. I'm so glad Nate brought me to meet you. Marco smiled again, and Charlotte was glad he wasn't offended by their laughter. The sous chef came out then with 3 servings of chocolate mousse with fresh whipped cream, and a perfect strawberry perched on top. Ah, here is dessert. It is simple, but that is best with sweets, I think. Charlotte took one bite and nearly melted into bliss. Okay, if I could make something like this, I would be happy. I will give you the recipe, Marco told her, smiling. And there is some technique to learn, but I will teach you. Oh no, Charlotte said. I couldn't make this. Why not? Nate asked, his eyes glinting with humor. You make excellent ramen noodles, she gasped and pushed on his arm. I cook other things too. I'm not that hopeless. Marco was looking between them with a distraught expression. Please tell me there is a joke. No joke, Nate said before eating his strawberry. Then he met Charlotte's eyes. It was one of my favorite dinners in a long time. She smiled, knowing he wasn't talking about the food. Personally, I thought the nachos were better. Marco stood up abruptly. Bah, you must both come back often and let me show you what is good, but I see the look in your eyes now, so I will say good night. Good night, Marco. Thank you for the amazing dinner. Charlotte called after him. Nate smiled at her. Should we get out of here? She nodded and scooted out of the bench, accepting his hand as he met her at the end to help her up. He kept hold of it as they walked out, and she leaned close so that their arms brushed each other. Nate's bodyguard stepped up from his post by the door and preceded them outside. Soon they were back in his car, heading back to his home. Charlotte leaned her head against his shoulder and watched as the city lights flashed past them. And then she said, "Thank you, Nate, for dinner." She tried to figure out how to say what she was really trying to thank him for. For not caring about image and making a big splash on the social scene, for his genuine enjoyment of the people around him, for the way he made her feel special. Maybe it was enough that she finally understood the kind of man he was. Yes. And for being you. Chapter 18. The tension in Nate's neck was slowly creeping up to become a headache. He needed to stop and take something before it got worse and affected his ability to think. But he didn't want to stop reading through the report that had arrived a short time earlier. He was gambling his whole future on the success of this one massive deal. It had to be done right. He was selfish enough to wish he could let his people take care of the details. But this wouldn't just affect him. Thousands of people depended on the income from his businesses, and if he made a mistake, they would suffer more than he would. The head of his legal team was reading the same report and kept making grunts that didn't instill any optimism in a favorable outcome. With no end in sight to his work for the day, it frustrated him to see Charlotte on the beach below in her aqua blue swimsuit standing in the surf with the sun on her hair. Taylor splashed around like a landed fish as he tried out his new snorkel mask. It looked like he was having the time of his life, but Nate worried Charlotte would be upset that he was leaving them alone so long. If only he could tell her that he was doing this for her, for a chance to be with her. Unfortunately, everything had to be kept top secret until it was done. If the media got wind of it, there would be a lot of false and potentially damaging rumors circulated. The door opened behind him and Sam's voice filled the room. I got a call from the National Society for the Preservation of Small Town America. Nate, they've accepted our application for the grant, but they have a whole laundry list of reservations and exclusions and red tape for us to sort through. Nate leaned back and rubbed the back of his neck. Of course they do, even after I more than doubled their yearly funding. They don't know you're the donor. I know. Nate sighed and stood up. I suppose I'll need to sort through that next and see if there's anything we can negotiate with them. Yes, unless you let the whole thing go and be satisfied with whatever they're willing to do for downtown Chester. You know me better than that. Yes, sir, I do. But perhaps this time, considering your other interests, you could be content with less than you originally aimed for. Nate's eyes flashed, but he had to at least consider this possibility. I'll let you know after I see what they're willing to do. He moved restlessly back to his desk. It will have to wait for now. Normally, Nate lost track of time when he worked. He was conscious of every minute today because he resented each one of them. Just after noon, he looked up when he heard a timid knock on the door. Come in, he said at once. Charlotte came inside looking hesitant but determined. Relaxing the instant he saw her, Nate stood and walked toward her. He put his hand softly on her shoulder. Are you terribly mad at me for neglecting you all morning? Not mad, no, but lonely. He hated to hear her answer, but he was glad she was honest. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, I've had several important projects blow up at once, and it's all hands on deck. If I'm going to be free for the party tonight, I'm going to have to push through it. But it's driving me insane. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. Seriously, don't worry about Taylor and me. She smiled at him, but it looked a little forced. We're having a great time being lazy and enjoying the taste of luxury. I just came to see about your lunch because Mrs. Henderson said none of you have been down to eat. Touched beyond words, his hand gripped her arm. So many women he dated would have been throwing a hissy fit by now, angry that he wasn't giving them his full attention. But here was this woman who was at once so hesitant to date him, and yet so quick to think about his needs. Thank you. We got caught up in our work. Will you ask her to send some sandwiches up? Charlotte smiled and put her hand over his and squeezed back. I'll do better than that. I'm going to make you my famous turkey sandwiches. Give me 30 minutes or so. 30 minutes for sandwiches? He asked, teasing her. These are special sandwiches, she said, wiggling her eyebrows before hurrying from the room. It actually took her 45 minutes to bring lunch, and he was distracted for all of them, anticipating her return. But when she finally did come, he was floored by the lunch she brought. Stacked high on a tray were hot grilled sandwiches. Taylor followed her with 2 bags of chips, and Mrs. Henderson came in with a pitcher of iced tea and iced coffee. Lunch is served, gentlemen. Nate grinned as Sam and the whole legal team dropped what they were doing and came forward. Soon they were back at their desks, and Nate stepped forward to get a sandwich. As he picked one up, one of the lawyers groaned. Literally groaned. What is this? It's amazing. It's got grilled onions and peppers, and what are these? Jalapenos. Sam was peering at the guts of his sandwich, carefully inspecting it with awe in his expression. Yep. And cheddar and provolone cheese, Charlotte added with a pleased smile. Try it, she encouraged Nate. He took a bite and nearly melted in bliss. Wow, he said thickly. She bounced up on her toes. Remember last night when you implied to Marco that I can't cook? I did not. You did. And just because you've only seen me cook ramen noodles. Well, I'm not a chef, but there are a few things I'm really good at. Making sandwiches is one of them. Nate took another big bite and glanced at the tray to see how many were left. One wasn't going to be enough. Okay, promise me you're going to let me try your other sandwiches sometime too. We'll see, she teased. All right, we'll leave you to it. She grabbed Taylor's hand out of one of the bags of chips and towed him behind her as he crunched on the few he'd managed to grab. Sam came up beside Nate thoughtfully, eating his sandwich. I've always thought you were a very smart man. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just you picked a great girl and not just because this is a very good sandwich. I hope you don't screw it all up. He turned away again and Nate thought about throwing something at the man. Nate only saw Charlotte once more that afternoon when she and Mrs. Henderson came back to collect the dirty dishes. He thanked her again, but since he was on an important call, he wasn't able to do any more than stare after her as she left. But when 6 o'clock crept around, and there were only loose ends to tie off for the day, he left it to his team and ran up to shower. Charlotte had entranced him the night before with her feminine dress, loose curls, and heavenly scent. She'd been enthusiastic about every dish Marco put before her, earning a fan forever, and spent the evening relaxed and talkative. If only tonight could go as well. He'd worn a suit last night, but he would wear a tux this time. He gave more attention to his grooming than usual, and put on his favorite cologne. He felt like an awkward teenager going to prom. But when he looked in the mirror, carefully adjusting his cufflinks so that the engraved monogram was the right way up, he saw the man he'd grown into. Tonight, he was going to make Charlotte forget all the nonsense that was keeping them apart. He strode out of his room down the long hall and descended the stairs with a light, carefree step, but it was all an act. So much was riding on tonight, even if he was the only one at the party who realized it. Charlotte might be miserable and decide she wanted nothing to do with his life, especially if Alexa caused a scene. More and more he was seeing Alexa in a different light. Their last few phone conversations had mostly been about organizing the party tonight, but now her darlings and frequent calls seemed so blatant. He'd seen what Alexa could do when she was jealous, and the thought of her hurting Charlotte made his shoulders tense with worry. Perhaps after tonight, Alexa would see that he was serious about Charlotte and bow out gracefully. Charlotte was already below, standing next to Mrs. Henderson, their heads bent over a phone. He froze when he saw her, staring at the perfection before him. Her black dress skimmed her body from her shoulders to her knees, and her hair was pulled up in a gleaming pile of curls that exposed the back of her neck. You don't play fair, you know, he finally said. Do you always have to be so beautiful? Charlotte turned toward him, her eyes sweeping over him. He watched her expression curiously, and thought he could see warmth there before she straightened her back and gave a very self-possessed smile. Oh, whatever, she said. You've seen me in sweats and an old t-shirt and greasy hair. I haven't forgotten. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed, so he didn't pursue it further. Then the first guests arrived, and the test began. Considering Charlotte's prejudices against money, he expected her to be uncomfortable or reserved. But as he watched her interact with his guests with perfect poise and friendliness, he realized there was a whole side to her he'd never seen back in Chester. She was confident, witty, and completely at ease. Her smile drew people in, and they stayed when she showed a sincere interest in them. They responded to her with enthusiasm, and Nate had never been more floored in his life. These people were politicians, social elites, and powerful businessmen, but she spoke to them as easily as she had Millie at the soda shop, or the moms at the ball. Hope rose within him like a kite on a stiff ocean breeze. Then Alexa arrived with a pouty male model at her side and a spangled sheer gown glued to her enhanced figure. She strode over to him with a proprietorial air. Darling, you look amazing. As do you, Nate answered, keeping his voice bland. You remember Charlotte? Alexa turned from him, her smile wide, but Nate wasn't fooled. Of course I do. She made a big show of gripping Charlotte's hand. You must be quite overwhelmed with all this and meeting all these people. Well, don't worry. You can hide behind me whenever it gets to be too much. Well, bless your heart. Aren't you sweet? Charlotte said cheerfully, adopting the language and accent of his hometown. Nate had to fight to keep from grinning. He wondered if Alexa understood what that meant in Southern speak. "And look at your dress," Alexa fired back. "It looks amazing on you. Of course, I never bother with ready-to-wear." Charlotte's expression tightened. Nate couldn't stand to see her insulted and stepped in before Charlotte could answer. "Or manners either, it seems." Then he led Charlotte away, looking around the room for better company. Alexa had better enjoy herself. He didn't want to cause a scene now, but he'd make it clear she was no longer welcome in his home or his life as soon as he had a chance to speak to her in private. It was clear for the rest of the evening that Charlotte's mood had changed. She continued to smile and talk with the people he introduced her to, but the light had gone out of her eyes. And then she disappeared completely. When at last the guests were all gone, he went in search of her and found her against the railing of the pool deck, looking out at the moonlight shining on the dark Gulf waters. "I'm so glad that's over," he said. She didn't so much as look his way to show him she'd heard him. "I'm sorry Alexa was such a witch." Charlotte laughed then, but there was a choke in the middle of it. "I don't care. She wasn't commenting on my dress." "Not really. She was referring to my social status." Then Charlotte turned to Nate, "And that's fine. I couldn't care less what she thinks of me." Nate reached out and smoothed back the hair that the Gulf breeze was blowing into her face. "Then why are you so upset?" "Because I have a headache coming on." "Uh-huh. And because one night, one party I can handle, but Nate, I would hate to have to deal with that all the time." Here it was, the results of the test, and it wasn't looking good. "Charlotte, I don't do this all the time. In fact, it's been months since I saw most of these people, and I don't have to do this at all. It's a lifestyle I'd be more than happy to step away from. Maybe for a while, but not for always. You may have grown up in a small town, but you belong here in a way I never could." "That's nonsense. You were amazing." "And me? I'm happy cruising my hometown in a nice truck, going to t-ball practice, and drinking sweet tea at Millie's with the good old boys." There was a moment of silence, and then Charlotte asked, "Do you ever wish you could just give it all away?" Nate sighed and turned to look over the enormous mansion he owned. It was a dark silhouette against the night sky, except where it was lit by security and landscape lights. The bottom floor was still lit up as the hired staff cleaned up after the party. Charlotte had made it feel more like a home for the first time. Lately, yes. I've always felt like I was missing something and never considered that maybe I had too much of the wrong things and not enough of what matters. There was a sharp pain in his chest as he considered his next words. "And I think I would give it all away if it weren't for all the people whose lives depended on me. That's not something I take lightly." After a moment of heavy silence, Charlotte said, "I'm flying home in the morning." "Morning, I know. I'll be back in town as soon as I can." Her voice was soft, hesitant, as she said, "Part of me wishes I didn't have to leave." Surprised, Nate raised his eyebrows. "I'm glad. And part of me wishes I'd never come." A pang of hurt shot through him sharp and deep. "I've been waiting for this, even though I hoped it wouldn't come." She looked up at him then and smiled sadly. "I'm not telling you no, Nate. I'm just saying I need some time. I can't let my emotions sweep me into a mistake again, especially when it would hurt Taylor too." She turned to walk away, but Nate caught her hand. "Charlotte, wait." When she allowed her eyes to drift back up to his, he said, "Look, I know my lifestyle isn't what you want, but I'm working on that. There's so much more to a relationship than money and social status, the things that make you want to walk away from me. But I'm still just a man, and I'd do anything for you." "What are you saying, Nate? If you didn't have to worry about anything but what you wanted, what would you do?" The night was still as she stared at Nate, except for the distant murmur of waves washing to shore. And then she reached for him, and he pulled her close. Her hands went behind his neck, urging him to lean down. He bent, and her sweet scent and the glory of her intoxicating kisses swept over him, opening the floodgates of his feelings, his passion, his whole soul. But then he realized her cheeks were wet, and this was goodbye. But before he could protest, a voice cut through the swirling mists. "Well, aren't you too cozy?" Chapter 19. It took a moment for Charlotte to regain her composure after she turned and saw Alexa on the steps above with a mocking smile on her red lips. Embarrassed, she turned her face into Nate's suit coat and felt him running his hands over her back, soothing and sheltering her. Then he gripped her arms loosely and stood back. "I thought you'd gone," he said, less than his usual friendliness in his voice. "I did," Alexa answered, "but I forgot my bag and came back. Have you seen it? Charlotte felt Nate's strong fingers grip hers as he said, No, I'll ask Mrs. Henderson if any of the staff have found it. But when I get back, Alexa, you and I need to have a conversation. Then he turned to Charlotte and murmured, And we aren't done with this one either. Charlotte didn't answer, and as Nate walked back into the house, she turned to face the ocean. It gave her a chance to wipe the tears from her face before Alexa saw them. She did not want to be left alone with her, but she also didn't want Alexa to claim any kind of victory by chasing her away. Alexa's heels clicked toward her, and Charlotte growled under her breath before turning to face her. She couldn't help but notice how Alexa looked ethereal with her shimmering dress and her skin washed in an otherworldly glow from the pool lights. Her eyes were glinting like diamonds. I see Nate is amusing himself as usual, Alexa said, her voice ringing with false friendliness. I hope you aren't stupid enough to take him seriously. Charlotte shifted her eyes back to the sea. She couldn't stand this woman. If you've come to see if I'll drink your poison, you're wasting your time. I've known women like you before. Alexa laughed. I seriously doubt that. She leaned against the rock half wall. You might not believe it, but I don't want to see you get hurt. Nate does it without knowing it. He has no idea how hard women fall for his charm and sincerity. Charlotte glanced at her again with one eyebrow raised. Oh yes, Alexa said. I believe he's sincere for now. But you see, Nate wouldn't be where he was, one of the richest men in America, if he wasn't always looking for the next best thing. Right now, he thinks that's you. But next week, it might be a new advancement in technology, or a charity in Africa, or a politician's daughter in Germany. His interest is intense but fleeting. A tight coldness spread within her. Despite the fact that she'd already decided that the relationship with Nate wouldn't work out, Alexa's words were cool logic laced with pity, and it stung. It was pointless to deny that she had feelings for Nate, deep, earnest feelings. It hurt to think that his feelings for her, whatever they were, might not be lasting. She was so confused, but she had one question for the blonde viper. If that's true, Alexa, why do you want him for yourself? Alexa crossed her arms over her chest, the most casual movement Charlotte had ever seen her make. Then she said, as if hesitating over her words, I can't help it any more than you can, I suspect, but I understand him, you see. I'm prepared to take him any way I can get him. Charlotte gave a sharp, heartbroken choke of laughter, and you probably deserve him more than I do. But unfortunately for you, I don't think your brand of love is what Nate is looking for. Goodbye. I hope I never see you again. And then she walked inside with her head held high, though every part of her felt broken. As she passed the hallway leading to the kitchen, she thought she caught a glimpse of Nate's dark suit. She hurried past, even though she knew it wouldn't be any easier to face him in the morning. He told Alexa that he needed to talk to her, and Charlotte wanted to be far away when that happened. She went upstairs and drew up to Taylor's door, slowly turning the knob. She kicked off her shoes so her footsteps wouldn't wake him up. She stepped across the columns of moonlight streaming through the blinds, across the smooth hardwood floors and onto the plush rug around the bed. And then she stared down at Taylor's angelic face. His lashes were fanned across his rounded cheeks, and his mouth was open slightly as he breathed slowly and deeply in his sleep. Her mother's heart calmed with the tenderness of her love for him. She smoothed his hair back from his forehead and bent to kiss him there. As she did so, she noticed that he smelled different than usual, like salt and sun and Nate's big mansion by the sea. How would her choices affect this tender-hearted and often lonely boy who thought the world of his T-ball coach? The next day passed like a blur. Nate had arranged for them to fly out early so that she could keep all of her Monday appointments at the salon. She got up early to pack, hoping she might have a chance to escape without seeing Nate. Yes, she was being a coward, but her emotions were too raw to face him. She woke Taylor up at the last moment, handed him a banana and a granola bar, and pulled him downstairs and outside to meet Sam. Good morning, he said, standing at ease beside Nate's black Bentley. Good morning. Have you seen Nate? She asked. Not a sign of him. Good. Sam raised an eyebrow at her, but didn't say anything as he helped the chauffeur load their bags. Just as Charlotte thought she'd get away without facing the awkwardness, Nate came striding out the wide front door. She eyed his expression for any sign of how he was feeling, but it was tense and closed off. With no word of greeting, he took her by the shoulders and asked, Why did you go to bed last night without waiting for me? You know why? Did Alexa say anything when I was gone? Charlotte nodded to Taylor, who was looking for lizards in the landscaping again. Not now. Nate's jaw flexed, but he nodded and stepped back. I've been working since dawn, so I'm sorry I didn't see you until now, and it's going to take a miracle for me to make it home for the game tomorrow night. At least tell me we can talk afterward. Maybe give me some time to think. Nate sighed and gave a wry smile. You think too much. I'd rather you trusted your feelings more. Well, those are in complete confusion too. But thanks so much for giving Taylor and me an amazing weekend. Such as it was, huh? This house will seem empty without you. You're a very busy man. You won't even have time to notice. She looked past him then and said, Taylor, come say goodbye to Nate. Taylor ran over. Goodbye, Nate. Tell him thank you, Charlotte prompted in a stern whisper. Thanks. I love your pool and your giant house and your TV room. Can I come back again? Anytime, buddy, anytime. Charlotte frowned but didn't say anything as she directed Taylor into the car. See you tomorrow, she said quietly before getting in after him. Sam and Nate spoke briefly before they left, and Charlotte wondered what they were talking about because both men looked more tense than she'd ever seen them. But she didn't dare question Sam about it. Instead, she sat silently through the rest of the journey by car and plane with a strong longing in her chest as she got further away from Nate. Once they were home, there was so much to do. She didn't have time to focus on her emotions, which was a blessing. She knew Taylor would be wiped out, so she let him relax in front of the television. He'd be back in school tomorrow, but for now, he could rest. She, however, had clients starting right after lunch. She started a load of laundry, unpacked their suitcases, and headed out to unlock the salon 30 minutes before her first appointment. She went around turning on her flat irons and curling irons, turning up the air conditioner for the hot afternoon ahead and getting her computer up and running for the day. And then her first client came in, jingling the bell she'd put over the door. Misty pushed her sunglasses up and said, You got a tan, girl? I guess you really did go to Florida. Charlotte smiled, but knew it probably looked as tense as it felt. Yep, we're doing a trim and highlights today. Yeah, and maybe some layers. I thought about getting bangs, but bangs are like a night out drinking with the girls. I always regret it the next day. Charlotte laughed and led the way to the sink. Misty dropped her purse and sunglasses on a table and settled back for her shampoo. Tell me if the water is too hot, Charlotte said as she got to work. No, it's fine. I heard a rumor you were visiting Nate Haverton. Is it true? Charlotte paused, her sudsy fingers stilling for a few seconds. Yes, I wasn't keeping it a secret. Well, Justine is telling everyone who will listen to her that you're after his money. Surprised, Charlotte accidentally snorted. That's too ironic for words. His money is the last thing I'm after. Yeah, he's so hot. I'd go after him even if he didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. No, I mean, I'm not after him at all. Well, I wouldn't blame you if you were, and I told Justine there's nothing wrong with 2 consenting adults sleeping together. So that's when she told me that Nate is engaged to this Alexa chick, and that you two are having an affair. Oh, good grief, Charlotte said, running conditioner through Misty's hair. Nate and I aren't sleeping together. We aren't even dating. He's not engaged to Alexa Merrill any more than you are. And I took Taylor with me. Do you think I'd take my son if I were doing what she's saying? No, now remember, I never believed her about him being engaged to someone else. It ain't hard to tell he's got the hots for you. Well, with the way he's always looking for you in the stands and taking such an interest in your son and all. My sister owns the Magnolia Inn, and she says there's a blonde woman who always comes to visit him. I thought it might be the same woman who was at the game last week. Girl, she has her claws in him. Does anybody have anything to do in this town but gossip? Not really, honey. Charlotte wrapped Misty's hair up in a towel and led her to the barber's chair. She pulled the cape around her shoulders and secured the Velcro before meeting Misty's eyes in the mirror. Well, then let them talk. They can gossip to their heart's content for all I care. I know there's nothing scandalous going on. In fact, there's not even anything not scandalous going on. Misty frowned. Well, that's too bad. Deline, and I really thought there was... Charlotte opened her mouth, nearly giving Misty an update on the situation, but decided she'd better not. It would be all over Chester before sundown. Misty barely paused her wagging tongue, though. All the idiots around here who are calling you a skank are secretly jealous of you. Don't mind them any. Charlotte closed her eyes. Wow, just wow. Don't worry. All us moms from the T-ball team are standing up for you and your neighbors, and Millie gave Justine a lecture right there in her shop in front of everybody. I thought I should warn you what's going around. That's sweet of you, Charlotte said, though she had a feeling Misty was thoroughly enjoying being the bearer of scandalous news. Yeah, and don't worry about those witches calling you a gold digger because you've gotten your hands on 2 rich men. Count your ex-husband. It's not like they wouldn't jump on either one of them if given half a chance. No woman would. Let's just be real. Charlotte sighed. No woman except apparently her. About 2 inches off. Yeah, let's start with that and you can tell me all about your weekend in Tampa. And I do mean all of it. Chapter 20. Tension pulled at Nate's muscles. Charlotte had only responded to his texts with short answers since she left for home the day before. And now, because of his tight schedule, he was once again having to race to the ball field from the airport after changing on his jet. He wanted nothing more than a chance to talk to Charlotte. But he had a game to coach first. As he arrived at the park and hurried to the dugout, the thought occurred to him that if things didn't work out with Charlotte, he would miss being so close to Taylor as well. More than miss, actually, it would tear him up. Pasting a smile to his face, Nate walked into the dugout, slapping high fives with several of the boys as he walked past. Then he saw Taylor at the far end, sitting up on top of the low concrete wall, leaning back against the chain link fence, and talking to one of his teammates. Hey there, buddy, Nate. Walking over to give him a high five, Nate paused as something caught his eye. The whole side of one of Taylor's cleats had completely blown out. What happened to your shoe? Oh, I ripped it open during the last game, but Mom says they'll have to last through one more game. There weren't any at the store, so she's going to order some online. Oh yeah, Nate turned to find Charlotte in the bleachers. She sat higher than her usual spot, isolated from the rest of the parents. There was a tightness to her expression that concerned him, but his first concern was Taylor's shoes. He whistled high and sharp. Everyone in the bleachers turned to look for the source of the whistle, including Charlotte, and he was able to motion her over. He hated how reluctantly she moved. What's up? She asked through the fence. Taylor can't play in these. Her lips pressed together. They'll be fine for tonight. Charlotte, if he puts any pressure on these at all, his whole foot is going to pop out. Well, I didn't know about it until he was getting ready for the game. I stopped by the store to get another pair, but they were out. Didn't I tell you? Her expression darkened still further. You've been waiting for this all season, haven't you? He had in fact expected it. If he was honest, he'd even been looking forward to teasing her a bit when the time came. But there was no way he was going to let Charlotte's pride or their relationship problems get in the way of Taylor having good shoes. Let's just be calm here, he said. Luckily the shoes are still in my truck. I am perfectly calm, and those shoes can stay in your truck until they rot from age. Before Nate could say another word, she spun around and stormed back up the bleachers. Nate turned back to Taylor, who was staring at him with big concerned eyes. Taylor, buddy. Yeah, coach. Do you want to wear another pair of shoes? Yeah, I can't run like a cheetah in these. Nate patted his leg. Okay, hold on here a second. After glancing at his watch, he saw it was time for the game to start. Hey Josh, here's the batting lineup. Keep things moving, but hold Taylor out until I get back. Josh nodded and Nate ran back toward the parking lot, cutting across the outfield and jumping the fence to save time. He dug the shoes out of the spot under the back seat and ran back. Charlotte was going to fight him on this, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to let her stubborn pride get in the way of Taylor having a great last game. He knew Charlotte was watching him as he got back to the dugout. He could feel her eyes on him, but he didn't dare make eye contact with her. I knew she wouldn't make a scene in front of all these people, but he was in for it later. With his chest rising and falling as he tried to catch his breath, Nate pulled off Taylor's busted shoes and untied the laces on the new ones. He helped Taylor wiggle his foot inside the first one and left him to tie it while he put the other shoe on. When both cleats were tied, Taylor jumped down from his perch and did an experimental dash across the dugout. Then he grinned. Wow, these are way better than my old ones. Now I'll run really fast. You bet, Nate said. My mom's going to be mad at you, Taylor said, his voice full of concern. Probably, but don't worry about it. We grown-ups can work things out. You get out there and enjoy your game. Taylor, Josh called. Get ready. Yes. Taylor ran over and grabbed the batting helmet and his bat, bouncing excitedly on his toes. For the first time ever, Nate avoided looking in Charlotte's direction. Then there was a commotion in the bleachers. and he turned to see what was going on. A tall man in a Royals baseball uniform was climbing up the bleachers towards Charlotte, and everyone was going nuts. Daniel Mabry. What was he doing here? Charlotte looked shocked, as her ex-husband nodded at her and sat down only a few feet down the bench from her. People flocked over to him to shake his hand and get his autograph. Nate was torn between an uneasy feeling that Charlotte was definitely going to kill him, and a surge of satisfaction that maybe Taylor would finally have his dad in his life more. If only the man had given them some warning. Still, it would be good to make the best out of this situation. "Hey Taylor, buddy, look who's here." Taylor followed the direction of Nate's pointing finger and gasped. "Dad." Before Nate could say another word, Taylor was running out of the dugout and up the bleachers to go hug his dad. Nate watched, pushing down the surprising surge of jealousy that came from watching Taylor hugging and talking animatedly to his dad, then sent out the next kid to go bat. When Taylor came back a few minutes later, it was just in time for his turn at bat. He ran out and tapped his bat on the dirt before swinging it over his shoulder. Then, before Josh could help him adjust his stance, Taylor swung hard and missed, his momentum carrying him all the way around again so that his bat hit the tee, knocking the ball off. Josh picked it back up, put it back on the tee, and this time helped Taylor get his stance squared up to the tee better. But once again, Taylor missed. This was common in T-ball, but Nate knew Taylor was struggling with nerves from having his dad in the stands. Running over, Nate motioned to Josh to change places with him. "Okay, buddy," Nate said, raising the tee a couple of inches and putting the ball back on top. He glanced at Taylor's face and saw the sheen of tears in the boy's eyes. "Look, don't be nervous. Shake it off. All the major leaguers miss the ball more than they hit it, even your dad." Taylor sniffed, but nodded and pressed his lips together in determination. Nate moved around behind him and guided his hands further down the bat, nudged his feet so they were square to the tee, and helped him practice where to swing the bat to hit the ball. "Now, let's see you blast it." Stepping back, Nate held his breath and watched as Taylor swung with all his might. This time he connected and the ball soared out over the infield, past second base and over the board boy kicking at the grass in the outfield. "Run, Taylor," Nate called when Taylor stood there gaping at how far the ball had gone. Half of the other team took off chasing the ball down, then ended in a big pile as they all groped for it in the tangle of limbs. This gave Taylor and the other three boys already on base plenty of time to race to home plate. Nate whooped and high-fived each of the runners, but scooped Taylor up in a big hug and swung him around. "You did it, Taylor the Phenom. What a hit, buddy." Taylor jumped up and down, pumping his fist in the air like he'd won the World Series. And in his world, maybe this was even better. He just hit the T-ball version of a home run in front of his dad. When the game was over, Taylor ran straight to his dad after shaking hands with the other team. Nate watched, trying to measure how Charlotte was handling all this, but her expression was closed off and tight, except when Taylor looked at her, at which point she would smile and nod at him. But Taylor didn't get much time with his dad before people were asking for pictures of their sons with Daniel Mabry, the Major League Baseball player. And Taylor got shuffled out of the way. He stood next to his mom, watching sadly as his dad posed for pictures with all of his teammates. Nate finished gathering up the equipment and clearing up the dugout, then walked up to the bleachers, wishing there was something he could do. Finally, they were all gone, and it was just the four of them left. If anything, that made it worse. Nate felt Charlotte's aggravation radiating off her, and he wanted nothing more than to make this situation better for her and Taylor. There wasn't much he could do except support her through it. He held his hand out to Daniel. "Hello, I'm Nate Haverton, Taylor's coach." Mabry raised his eyebrow. "Yeah, I wondered if that's who you were." There was a cold mockery in the man's voice. Nate tensed, but stayed determined to keep things civil. "You surprised everyone by coming today, but it meant a lot to Taylor, so thanks for showing up." He'd intended the words to be polite, but there was a sharp edge to them that he couldn't do anything about. "Yeah, well, some people seem to think I don't do enough for my kid." Charlotte looked back and forth between the two of them. "What's going on here? Do you know each other?" "Never met him in my life," Nate said. He clenched his jaw to keep from saying anything further. Mabry turned to Charlotte. "What's this guy to you? Your boyfriend?" She narrowed her eyes. "It's none of your business. If it affects Taylor, it's my business." "So, I repeat, is he your boyfriend?" "No," she said calmly. Her words were like a dagger to Nate's gut, even though it was true. "I've got a check for you," Mabry said to Charlotte, though his eyes bored into Nate's. It has come to my attention that I have neglected to pay you the last few months. Charlotte didn't reach for the check he held out to her. Oh yeah, my repeated texts didn't bring it to your attention. Mabry shrugged. Let's just say someone was very convincing in their argument. His eyes shifted coldly to Nate, who met his glare unwaveringly. Okay, Charlotte said, her voice going shrill. What's going on? I'm not at liberty to say, Mabry answered, his voice full of mockery. Take this, please, so I can get out of here. Charlotte reached out and snatched the check away, not even looking at it. You mean you're just going to show up in your freaking uniform and cause a whole big ruckus at Taylor's game, then disappear again? Oh yeah, I forgot, Mabry said. Taylor, come take a picture with me. Nate watched with a storm of anger in his gut, as Taylor went to his dad with an expression of injured hero worship and posed with his dad the same way his teammates had. But Charlotte didn't move when Mabry tried to hand her his phone. Oh, Charlotte, Mabry said in a little voice. Please take a picture for us. It will mean a lot to Taylor. Charlotte's lips pressed tightly, but she took the phone and snapped the picture. When she gave the phone back to him, he immediately pulled up the picture and sent it to someone. Who did you send that to? Charlotte asked. She pulled out her phone. Because it sure wasn't me. Mabry shrugged. My agent. It'll be great press. Nate's fists curled tight, so he crossed his arms to restrain himself from decking the man. I'm sure you're about to send it to Charlotte too, so Taylor can have a copy, right? The man glared at him, then smiled, his teeth flashing. Of course, Mr. Heverton. Once he'd sent the picture, he leaned down to Taylor and said, I don't know when I'll see you again, but you're due to come to me at Christmas. Until then, you work on that swing. You obviously got my athleticism, but you got your mom's lack of control. Keep your eye on that ball. When you get a little older, we'll have to see about getting you with a good coach. And without another word, the man smirked and jogged down the bleachers, striding off towards the parking lot. Nate, Charlotte started. Nate shook his head. I know we need to talk, but can we do it later? He glanced down at the lost expression on Taylor's face as he stared after his dad. In private, don't you think? And after a thoughtful pause, she nodded. But don't think you can get away without telling me what the heck just happened here. And I mean everything. Chapter 21. Charlotte got the air conditioner going in her car and motioned Taylor inside. After handing him her phone to play on, she shut the door again and spun around to face Nate. She crossed her arms as she leaned against the car and said, Start talking. I should probably wait till I have a lawyer present. I don't want to incriminate myself. It almost made her laugh. Almost. But she controlled it, and the near sleep made her madder than ever. Nate, come on. I don't know how or why, but somehow you are responsible for Daniel showing up here today. And now my son is in a tailspin of conflicting emotions, and I have a check for $10,000 in my purse. Isn't that a good thing? Nate flinched. About the money, I mean. Yes, because he owed me that money. But you did something to make him give it to me. I know you did, and I want to know what. Because you and I have a contract that says you can't spend money on me. Who says I spent any money on you? Charlotte let out a very unladylike snort, because Daniel doesn't budge unless money comes into it. And if he gave me that kind of money, there was bigger money involved somewhere. Okay. First of all, stop glaring at me like I'm trying to ruin your life. Secondly, I did it for Taylor more than you. Uh-huh. She pointed a finger at him. So, you did do something. Nate reached out and pinched her finger, shaking it back and forth, a playful gesture that might have melted her any other time. See, a lawyer would have kept me from confessing just then. What did you do, Nate? He closed his eyes a moment, then opened them to look straight at her. The intensity of his eyes rippled through her, but she refused to look away. One of my retail companies is now a major sponsor of the Royals, and I personally own significant stock in the organization. Enough that if I tell the CEO that his players need to be upright individuals who pay their child support appropriately, I'm taken seriously. Charlotte's eyes widened as she gaped at him. But you can't do that. You must have spent... She paused, completely unable to fathom a number. Are you insane? It was bad enough when I thought you'd given him the money to pay me. Look, Charlotte, I'm not a newbie in the business world. The sponsorship will be great for sales, and I'll most likely profit off the stocks as well. I'm thrilled to get this check, but don't you see? This is the kind of thing I hate when someone uses their money to control other people. Nate's face darkened. I did nothing immoral or unethical. And yes, money talks, Charlotte, especially for lowlives like your ex-husband. And like I said, I did this for Taylor, which doesn't break our contract at all. I wish I could shred that stupid contract into thousands of tiny pieces and shove them down a wormhole. But heaven forbid someone who cares about you should help you with anything. You don't care about me, Charlotte said, feeling her throat getting tight. I've told you this won't work between us, but you won't listen to me. I'm probably some passing fancy for you. And when you're bored with the poor single mom, you'll move on to someone else just like Alexa said, and I'll be stuck here in this town, branded a gold-digging whore. Ignore anything that woman said. She was poison, but you'll never have to worry about her again. But what's this about being a gold-digging whore? Charlotte glanced around, hoping no one was looking at them now that they had both started yelling. That's what people are calling me. All because I was married to Daniel and then got involved with you. Nate shook his head, his eyebrows furrowed. Who cares what people are saying? You know what isn't true? Losing the fight against the floodgate of tears in her eyes. Charlotte stood staring at him. She knew her argument was all over the place, but all of her worries and concerns needed to come out. You don't get it, do you? You live in that mansion behind the gate with a full security detail, traipsing all over the world, or retreating to your even bigger mansion on the beach. But I'm here every day. I have to take Taylor to school, go to the grocery store, buy gas, go to the bank and the post office. And everywhere I go, people look at me and whisper with their friends. Nate walked toward her, laying his hands on her shoulders. I had no idea. I'm sorry. Charlotte brushed his hands away and wiped her cheeks. But it hasn't hurt my business any. Oh no. Every woman in this town wants to come and get the full scoop for herself. Most of them aren't even subtle about it. Lowering his voice, Nate said, Let me take you away from all this. I have a big business deal in the works. It's top secret, so I have to go off grid until it's done. Disappear with me for a few days. Don't you understand that I can't do that? Taylor has school, I have a business to run. And it would just make all the rumors worse. I'm trying to figure out how to fix this. All you know how to do is spend your stupid money. Nate straightened and the expression on his face grew cold. If you'd let go of your childish prejudices, you'd see that I've done a lot more than that. You're the one who's obsessed with money. You can't look past it to the man I am. Heard beyond words, Charlotte drew in one shuddering breath after another, determined not to cry in front of him again. She turned and groped blindly for the door handle of her car. Well, since I'm so childish and prejudiced, I'll do you a favor and remove myself from your life. No, Charlotte, wait. Leave me alone, Nate. I'll mail you a check for the stupid shoes. She got in her car, put it in drive, and tore out of the parking lot, barely able to see. Mom, what's wrong? Taylor asked. Nothing, Charlotte managed to say. She wanted to cry. She wanted to rage and scream, and fall in a dark hole for a few hours. But she had a son who needed security and normalcy, so she swallowed her emotions, though it almost choked her. An hour later, she had Taylor bathed and tucked into bed. She walked into her bathroom, shaking and breathing quickly as she released the dam on her emotions. She hoped he wouldn't hear the sound of her world crashing down over the sound of running water. So, she got in the shower, sat on the floor of the tub, and sobbed as the hot water rained down over her. The next morning, Charlotte managed to function normally by taking Advil and eating half a package of chocolate chip cookies for breakfast. Though she'd had to hide this fact from Taylor, who still had to eat oatmeal. Come on, Taylor. Grab your backpack. You're going to be late for school. I got it, Mom. See? Sure enough, it was already looped over his shoulders. Okay, well, let's go. Mom, are you going in your pajamas? Charlotte gritted her teeth for a moment. Since when did Taylor care what she was wearing? Yes, because today Mommy doesn't give a flying flip what people think of her. And besides, I'm not even getting out of the car. Then, grabbing her keys off the floor where she'd flung them last night, she opened the front door and nearly tripped over a huge fruit basket. What the heck? She picked it up by the knot of cellophane gathered in by a huge red ribbon, and hefted it up to examine it more closely. It had to weigh close to 30 Newton because she had to use both hands to set it up on the porch swing. Wow, Taylor said, examining it with her. Can I have one of those apples? No, it was probably delivered to the wrong house. We'd better hold off till I know where it came from. But the tag says, To Charlotte with love. What? Charlotte roared, snatching the tag away from him. That man. What man? Mom. "Here, take an apple and go get in the car," Charlotte said. The whole way to school and back, Charlotte fumed over Nate's perfidy. Not only was he clearly breaking the SAM clause of their contract, flagrantly in fact, but how dare he sign it with love? True, the four-letter word made her heart race so fast she had trouble breathing. But the swell of excited hope that maybe he did love her made her angry because she didn't deserve his love. And worst of all, even though she desperately wanted it, she did not want to be told with a pineapple. And she didn't want to feel like this when she couldn't even call him. It could be days before she could talk to him. Well, she wasn't talking to him anyway. And it didn't matter if he loved her because it wouldn't work. Still simmering with too many emotions on too little sleep, she got out of the car and walked to her front door. Sitting in front of it was an enormous bouquet of flowers. The thing was at least 3 feet tall and filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and greenery that she couldn't even begin to put names to. No simple roses for Nate Haverton. Oh no. She grabbed the little white envelope off its peak and read the short message, "My heart belongs to you." "Oh, does it?" she asked the little card. She wanted to hurl the whole beautiful, extravagant bouquet into the ditch. But she was already intensely aware that she didn't need to give the neighborhood any more to talk about. She took it inside and set it on the dining room table, where it would leave very little room for eating, and then went outside to bring in the fruit basket. But Nate was not done with her yet. Throughout the day, she continued to get deliveries. 5 more bouquets, a cookie bouquet, a certificate for a star named after her, a box of fine Belgian chocolates, 2 teddy bears, and 1 angel doll with a particularly sappy cliched note. Fortunately, the deliveries were all made to the front door of the house instead of the salon, so none of her clients saw her many meltdowns every time something new showed up. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Not only was this an egregious and blatant breach of her contract with Nate, but this was exactly what Daniel used to do when he made her mad. He'd buy her stuff, and she'd quickly learn that it was an easy fix for him, and meant absolutely nothing. If Nate wanted to apologize, this was the wrong way to do it. After rescheduling her 2 o'clock appointment, she called Lenel. "What's up, honey?" her neighbor asked. "I've seen about a dozen different delivery vans in front of your house today. I know that's why I'm calling. Can I borrow your truck? You're welcome to it, but I want the whole story. Fine with me. I'd love to vent to someone anyway." Charlotte walked over and borrowed the keys, and Lenel rode over in the truck with her. Together, they loaded up all of her gifts in the back of the truck. Well, except for the cookie bouquet, which Charlotte happily handed over to Lenel, and the chocolates, which Charlotte hated to see melt and go to waste, especially since she hadn't eaten lunch. "I'll be back after I drop these off and pick Taylor up." "No hurry, honey. I'm going to go make a casserole, and we can eat together tonight." "Thanks," Charlotte said. "You're the best. I've probably had enough sugar. Something creamy and cheesy would be perfect, especially if it has crushed potato chips." "I'm on it," Lenel called, waving as Charlotte backed out of the driveway. 10 minutes later, Charlotte pulled up in front of Nate's gate. She honked her horn a couple of times until a voice called out of the intercom. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Haverton is not at home. I know that, but I have some things that belong to him. If you'll please open the gate, I'll just leave them on his porch." "That's not possible. Charlotte almost screamed, but managed barely to control herself. "Okay, thanks." Determined not to keep anything, she backed out of the driveway and pulled up alongside the fence. She'd leave it at his gate. That was good enough for her. One by one, she set the flower arrangements on the ground and stuck the cellophane-wrapped bouquets through the gate where they were held up by wrought iron curlicues. The 4-foot teddy bear flanked the left side of the gate. The smaller ones got stuck into the gate where they hung by their arms. And the ridiculous angel doll earned a place of prominence at the top with its gossamer wings glinting in the sun. Then finally, because the notes had made her maddest of all, she taped them all over the gate in their little white envelopes. "Ha! Take that, Nate Haverton." And feeling quite pleased with herself, she whistled as she drove home until she realized she'd forgotten the blasted fruit basket. Chapter 22. Nate stared across the dumpy plastic table at the man across from him. Blake McDaniel's eyes met his just as unwaveringly. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, just tense, as they both stood firm on their current objectives. Negotiations were going to take forever, if there was this much back and forth on every point of the thick contract. But the fact that Blake had such a will of iron was exactly why Nate wanted to make this deal with him, despite the fact that there was some scandal attached to the McDaniel company. "Your move, Blake," I've gone as far in your direction as I'm willing to go. Keeping all his frustrations inside, Nate tried to think of some way to build a bridge between them. Blake was younger than he was by a few years, but he had an impressive reputation for growing businesses and launching innovative technology. His family company had taken a hard hit when Blake's mother was accused of fraud and insider trading, but with Blake at the helm, the business was growing exponentially. Nate admired Blake's unrelenting drive, but hoped the man would be wise enough to put his personal life first. Nate had learned how empty life was without someone to share it with. But that was Blake's concern. Nate's was making sure that he secured a seamless and beneficial transition of power from his hands to Blake's. Before Nate could think of a solution they would both be happy with, the door opened and he looked up sharply to see who had dared to interrupt them. When he saw Sam's tense face, a jolt of worry surged through him. Sam only looked like that when something serious had happened. Was it one of his parents? Charlotte? If something had happened to her before he got a chance to go back and make things right with her, he'd never forgive himself. What is it? We have a situation. When Nate stood up, Sam continued. Everyone is fine. Well, that's not exactly true. You are apparently dead. Nate straightened in surprise. What? Sam walked over and handed Nate a tablet, secured in a pink rhinestone-studded case. Nate flicked an eyebrow at him, then focused on the screen. A video from a national news outlet's broadcast was paused. Nate saw the headline under the video that read, "Billionaire philanthropist Nate Haverton, presumed dead." He quickly hit play and watched in shock as a video feed came on showing the front gates to his home in Chester. To his amazement, the gate had been turned into a shrine or memorial with flowers and cards and stuffed animals heaped all over it. He focused on what the reporter was saying, hoping to figure out what the heck was going on. No one knows who started the memorial, but all attempts to contact Mr. Haverton by law enforcement and the media have been unsuccessful. The official word from his staff is that Mr. Haverton is unavailable for comment, but will be available soon. Then the other reporter jumped in. It's a fair assumption to make. No one knows where he is and that his people are scrambling to find him. If anyone has any information regarding this unfolding situation, please contact our station. Nate paused the video and handed the tablet back to Sam. How long has this been going on? First report was made by the local news channel yesterday afternoon. Apparently a woman named Justine Tillman went by your house with a plate of brownies and had a panic attack. Your security team found her babbling about how the love of her life was dead and that she couldn't go on. They didn't know what to do, so they left her crying against the fence and called the police. Before they could get there, though, Miss Tillman called everyone she knew and told them, "You are dead." Half the town showed up and joined in her vigil at the gate. By the time the police got there, they had a circus on their hands. At least that's what I've been able to piece together from security's report and the early news stories. This is crazy. Sam nodded. It took on a life of its own, going viral on social media. Why are we just hearing about this? Sam threw out his hands in a defensive, frustrated gesture. Because you ordered no devices with internet connections be allowed in the building during negotiations. I only have it now because Zoe flew in from Tampa, drove out to this forsaken shack you found, and pounded on the door like the world was ending. Zoe, my secretary from the Tampa office. Yes, and she wants to talk to you. Nate glanced over at Blake. Do you mind? Blake shrugged and chuckled. Man, it looks like you've got problems. Why don't we take a break while you sort things out? He stood up and started to leave, then stopped, laughing suddenly. I'm sure my shareholders are in a panic right now. We'd better hurry up and let people know you are alive. Nate slapped a hand to his forehead. My parents. Sam, go call my parents. Sam opened the door and held it for Zoe. I believe Zoe called them on the way here, which was good thinking on her part since we aren't able to make calls from here. Did she think to call Charlotte as well? You know, in case she's upset by my rumored demise and not dancing for glee. Sam smirked and nodded again, but Zoe said, Actually, sir, I don't think Charlotte is going to worry that you're dead. Nate's eyebrows shot up. Why is that? I think she's the reason this whole thing started. Explain, please. Zoe clenched her hands together. Remember that you told me to send her flowers and gifts while you were gone because you'd had a fight. When Nate nodded, she continued. Well, most of those things in front of your gate, at least in the beginning, were probably the gifts I sent for you. I'm only sure about that because of the big teddy bear and the angel doll. You sent her an angel doll. Nodding, Zoe said, Yes, with a note that said, "Some people dream of angels, but I hold you in my heart." Are you serious? You signed my name to that? Zoe looked confused. What's wrong with it? I would melt if my boyfriend sent me that. Nate closed his eyes and rubbed them as he felt a migraine coming on. Sam's laughter made him look up again. Oh, sure. Over 10 years and now, in the midst of my greatest personal disaster, Deadpan Sam finally laughs. I'm sorry, he said, still chuckling. It's just that I had this vision of Charlotte reading that note. She may know you're alive, but she probably thinks you've gone nuts. I thought it was romantic, Zoe said clearly in a huff. Crossing his arms over his chest, Nate said, I think you better tell me everything you sent her. But first, Sam, is there any loophole in our contract with McDaniel that would allow us to give a press release or call anyone? You know me better than that, Sam said. It's ironclad. Nate groaned in frustration. You and your relentless perfectionism. So I'm stuck here with the world thinking I'm dead and Charlotte thinking I'm insane until I make a deal and merge the majority of my holdings and sell them to McDaniel. Yes, Sam said back to his usual inscrutable expression. Great, Sam. Get me an energy drink and find McDaniel. Tell him we're ready to go again. Zoe, quickly, what else did you send? Well, I had a star named after her. 6 bouquets, chocolates, a cookie bouquet. As she ticked the list off on her fingers, Nate's incredulity grew. Well, I'll be sure to highlight thoroughness as a merit on your next evaluation, he said, interrupting her. She continued on, unfazed. And a really great fruit basket with a note that said, With love, Nate. Wait, you used the word love? She shrugged. Well, you called the office and said, and I quote Zoe, I've just offended the only woman I'll ever love. And then you told me to send her stuff while you were gone. I told you that, but I haven't told her I love her yet. Why not? Zoe asked, her voice going shrill. Because she hates my guts now. And before that, I was trying not to freak her out. Oh man, maybe she'll take it like, no big deal. Blake stepped in at that moment, looking completely at ease. Shall we resume? What do you look so cheerful about? Nate asked, scowling. Oh, nothing. I just have a feeling you won't be pushing back so much on my terms now that you have such a mess to straighten out at home. Are you married? No, have a girlfriend. Not a steady one, if that's what you mean. Then when some woman comes along and wraps you around her finger before wreaking havoc on your life, I hope you remember that you once laughed at me. Don't hold your breath, Blake said, his sharp eyes glinting with laughter and confidence. Now, where were we? Despite Blake's optimism that he had Nate in a position of weakness, Nate was not willing to leave the table until he felt his people and his assets would be well protected and represented in the deal. It wasn't until nearly 4 o'clock the next day that they finally shook hands and signed the final draft of the contract. With no patience left for small talk, Nate gathered his staff, which now included Zoe, and walked across a dusty field to a van. Fortunately, his staff knew better than to bother him with small talk during the 30-minute drive to the small airstrip where his jet awaited them. Then, as soon as they were in the air, he issued orders, sending them all off in a hurried rush to get ready for the chaos that would ensue once they landed again in Tampa. Somehow, Nate had to do a press conference and get back to Chester in a matter of hours. There was no way he was going another night without seeing Charlotte. It was time to see if the biggest gamble of his life would pay off. First, though, he had to get her to talk to him. Once they landed, he ran to the waiting car and immediately called Charlotte. He only had a brief time left before he'd arrive home and have to deal with the media. What if she wouldn't talk to him? His heart beat like thunder as it rang. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Finally, she picked up just before her voicemail did. Nate, she said, her voice tense and rough. Hello, Charlotte, I know you're really mad at me, but staging my death. Really? Chapter 23. Charlotte clutched her phone as Nate's rich voice poured over the speaker. Her heart pounded so loud she could barely make out what he was saying. But then the words became clear. All at once, her tears spilled over again. Nate, I'm so sorry I was being childish, just like you said. But I had no idea people would think you were dead. She was rambling, nearly incoherent. But she had to get it all out, explain before he told her he never wanted to talk to her again. Lenelle, who'd been sitting across the room watching the news with her, got up and came over to sit beside her on the couch. The cushion dipped down under her and her soft arm went around her shoulders. It felt nice, like her grandmother was there holding her too. But then Nate was speaking again. I know you didn't. Sweetheart, don't cry. Look, I'm about to get on a plane. Where are you? Charlotte interrupted. Part of her anxiety had been caused by not knowing where he was or when he'd be back. Not being able to get to him and explain had nearly made her insane. I'm back in Tampa. I have a press conference scheduled in an hour, and who knows how long that will take. And there's all kinds of business before I can fly back to Chester, so it'll be late. Does that mean you want to see me? Yes, of course I do. Do you want to see me? More than anything. I just need to apologize. I'm so sorry, Charlotte. It's okay. I'm handling it. But listen, we need to talk. A shaky sob escaped Charlotte. I know, and I don't blame you. No, you don't understand. I don't want to have this conversation over the phone, though. It was bad enough by Fruit Basket, which was my secretary, by the way. Okay? So, don't go thinking I've gone crazy. Your secretary, all of it. All of it. I should have given her better instructions. Everything suddenly made so much more sense, but it also hurt that he hadn't cared enough to do it himself. She was only a task on his to-do list that he could pay someone else to take care of. Nate was still talking. I'll come over as soon as I can get away. You might want to turn the news on. I haven't turned it off for 2 days. You sound angry. Dang it. See, phone conversations don't work. Okay, I'm getting off here to go resurrect myself. Hold tight a bit and try to trust me. Okay. But when Charlotte got off the phone, she couldn't imagine what he wanted her to trust him about. There was no way the man was still interested in her. The last few days had been a nightmare as she'd realized what she'd done. All her anger had evaporated with her remorse. If only she hadn't been so judgmental and petty. Nate had been thoughtful and patient. Sure, he still had a few things to learn about barreling his way into people's business. But since he obviously did it from the kindness of his heart, maybe it wasn't such a bad character trait after all. She'd been such a blind fool. Nate was not perfect, but he was nothing like Daniel. He could be the richest or poorest man on the planet, and she'd still want him. She finally knew that she loved him because he was real and genuine and kind. Even when he made mistakes, his intentions were always good. All Charlotte could do now, though, was hope she would get a chance to fix the mess she'd made. Lennell was still patiently rubbing her shoulders and holding the nearly empty box of tissues where Charlotte could reach them. They're there, honey. Get it all out. If Nate is coming back, we got to get you looking decent again. Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. Do I look terrible? Like a drunk on Sunday dragged backwards through a bush. Great, come on. You go take a shower and I'll straighten up around here. Then sleep on home to warm up the gumbo I made yesterday. At least I will if Paul hasn't eaten it already. Lennell, you're amazing, even if you do boss me around a lot. That's what Paul always tells me too. Now go on. Charlotte took a shower, put on some clothes, did her makeup, fixed her hair, generally obsessed over the way she looked for the first time in days, and it showed. But finally, feeling human again, she plopped down on the couch and waited for Nate's big news. Soon there was Sam in front of Nate's mansion, with dozens of microphones and cameras directed at him, announcing that Nate Haverton was very much alive and that he had several big announcements to make. Bars of breaking news scrolled across the screen as Nate emerged from the mansion dressed in slacks and a dress shirt with the cuffs rolled up. He looked relaxed, as if he found the whole nightmare extremely humorous. Good afternoon, Nate said to the reporters. I admit when I planned to make these announcements, I hadn't planned to have such a big audience, but the news is certainly worth it. First of all, I've signed a deal with the McDaniel Corporation, selling them the majority of my business and holdings. Details of the deal will be made available in the future. After all parties and employees concerned have heard first. No layoffs, demotions, or decrease in pay will result from this deal. I value the people who have worked so hard to make these businesses a success, and I promise they have been provided for. The transition will be slow and flexible, but I also have the utmost confidence in McDaniel's ethics and business acumen. This is a big step for me, but I have decided that I would like to spend more time on my charitable interests and personal affairs. As many of you may have surmised, I was busy negotiating this deal for the last few days. However, there is another deal which is dearer to my heart than I am now free to announce as well. Beginning next month, the National Society for the Preservation of Small-Town America has agreed to partner with me in restoring downtown Chester, Alabama, my hometown. We will endeavor to beautify and refurbish Chester and keep her going for another 150 years. Thank you for being here today and taking such an avid interest in these exciting developments. Then Nate grinned and waved before going back inside, refusing to answer any questions. Sam stepped back up to face the reporters, but the broadcast ended, apparently uninterested in Sam, which likely suited him fine. Charlotte listened to the news host's commentary for a minute, but got frustrated when they only touched briefly on his announcements and continued to speculate on the mistaken death fiasco. She continued to change channels, obsessively trying to gauge the reaction to Nate's reappearance. By the time Lenell arrived, she was grateful for the company. Lenell fed her and Taylor gumbo, then tucked Taylor into bed for her, and came to join her in the living room again. Hours had passed since Charlotte had last talked to Nate, and now the local news station showed a video of his plane touching down on a small runway in a dark field. She couldn't believe enough time had passed for him to arrive from Tampa. The cameras recorded the small crowd that waited in the pool of lights around the hangar, focusing on the t-shirts worn by so many of them that read, "In loving memory of Coach Nate." They were all cheering and hugging as they saw Nate step off the plane. "Well, wasn't that nice?" Lenell said. "I wonder who thought of getting those t-shirts." "Probably Deline. What on earth are they going to do with them now, though?" Lenell chuckled. "Knowing folks around here, they'll probably think it a great joke and keep wearing them." Charlotte's lips tilted in a lopsided smile. "I wonder if Deline has an extra one I can buy from her." The doorbell rang and Charlotte's heart burned in terror. "You don't suppose that's him, do you?" "No, there's no way he could be here already." Lenell laughed. "There's only one way to see. Go answer the door." Charlotte stood and dashed to the door like the ridiculous idiot she was. She flung it open and caught her breath when she saw Nate standing there under the porch light, looking more perfect than she'd ever seen him. Maybe because she'd finally given in to the love that had been growing inside her like a determined dandelion. For the first time her eyes met his full of love, but there was also fear and shame and uncertainty. "Nate." He stepped inside and yanked her into his arms. "Shh," he said. "I said we'd talk later, remember?" Then his lips were on hers as he wrapped his large hands around her face and angled the kiss, overwhelming her with a rush of euphoria. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed eagerly closer, trembling with the sheer joy of being held so close to him, of feeling their hearts beating in rapid unison. Lenell's voice broke through the fog of her bliss. "I'm going to go home, honey." Then she chuckled, and the next thing Charlotte heard was the door closing behind her. The click jolted Charlotte to her senses. She leaned back, licking her swollen lips. Feeling self-conscious, she pressed her face into Nate's chest. He ran his hand over the back of her head until she mustered enough courage to look up at him. "Nate, if you apologize to me one more time," Nate said, "I'm going to have to keep kissing you until you give up. Besides, it's my turn to apologize. First of all, for asking Zoe to send you gifts. I should have done it myself, but I didn't have much time and I was afraid I would mess it up." Charlotte laughed. "Honestly, even though I dumped them all in your driveway and started a media frenzy, I was secretly touched at all the gifts, even the really goofy ones. Well, I promise you will never get another gift from my secretary, according to the contract. All you have to do is agree that I can buy you whatever I want, whenever I want, and the problem is solved. Now, why would I do that?" Nate tightened his hold on her, and his expression grew serious. "It isn't really practical not to let your husband spend money on you." "My husband? Yes, I'm desperately hoping you'll let me have the position. I know it's a big promotion from not your boyfriend, but I swear it's a better fit for my talent. And I love you, Charlotte, more than anything. Is there any way you might love me back?" Both jubilant and relieved, Charlotte laughed. "Yes." "Heaven help me, I do." Nate grinned. "Enough to figure out how to build a life together. Enough to spend a lot more time with me, as I hope you heard. I sold the majority of my businesses. Now I can be around you as much as you can stand." Charlotte was smiling so big now, her cheeks were starting to hurt. She was also crying. "Yes, I love you that much. But we're going to have to work some things out first, like how you deal with Daniel and how badly you can spoil Taylor." But then Nate's lips were on hers again, smooth and coaxing, until she gave in and let the moment be. There would be time to work all these things out, and she knew just who to call about working out the details. But for now, a really hot billionaire was giving her his full attention, so she could be pardoned for melting into his kiss and basking in his love. Epilogue. Nate stood on the balcony of the secluded cabana. He and Charlotte had disappeared to for their honeymoon. As he looked out over the ocean, he knew that he'd finally found the deep abiding peace and belonging that he'd always been missing. And never knew why. He was still looking forward to refurbishing downtown Chester, even Betsy's Cut and Curl, plus a lot of other ambitious plans for his hometown. It would give him something to keep him occupied and engaged with the community, but most of his time would be focused on building a life with his amazing wife. Charlotte came up behind him then and wrapped her arms around his waist. He turned and pulled her to him, never satisfied unless she was within kissing distance. But before he could take advantage of the moment, his phone beeped. "Nate, why is your phone on?" Charlotte asked, her voice teasing but full of accusation. "We made a deal. I just had it because we're leaving for dinner. You wanted to have a video call with Taylor, right?" "My screen is bigger than yours." He looked at his phone. "It's an email from Sam. Can I skim it real quick and make sure it's nothing important?" Charlotte smiled oddly like she knew something he didn't. "Go ahead, just this once." Keeping his arm around her, he opened the email and started reading a contract. Strange clauses about Valentine's Day and anniversaries swam before him, as well as birthdays and Christmas. What is this? Has Sam finally flipped? Wait, is this Charlotte? Is this a contract for what I can spend on you for presents? That's just the first few pages. I still have to draft the rest, but I think it might get a little too personal to get Sam involved in. It has to do with precisely how you can keep me happy and how often I'll require it. Nate roared with laughter. "Oh yeah. And what do I get out of this deal? You know, contracts will only hold up in court if they are mutually beneficial, and if you aren't unduly influencing me again." Charlotte ran her finger up his chest. "Oh, I intend to unduly influence you, but after the last few days, I'm pretty sure you'll like the terms." With his eyes blazing, Nate stepped back a bit, hoping to convince her that dinner could wait a little while. Then he looked down and saw Charlotte's t-shirt. "What the heck are you wearing?" "What?" "I figured if everyone else in town was going to wear a memorial t-shirt for my husband, I should wear one too. Don't you think?" Growling, Nate picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder. "Come on, I'm taking that off you right this second." "Of course you are. Good excuse, honey. I thought I was finally going to get out of this cabana." "Well, think again, Mrs. Haverton." This concludes The Trouble with Billionaires by Michelle Pennington, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Copyright 1990 by Michelle Pennington. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michelle Pennington, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.